Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was raised by dragon gods. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the dimensional rift, an infinite silent place filled with lights like auroras, an unexpected being emerged from the void where no creature had dwelt. Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon god of infinity, was born a being whose unreal power matched the magnitude of her name. Ophis took the form of a childlike figure, long black hair down to her knees, pointed ears, and empty gray eyes without emotion. This was merely a chosen appearance. She could change shape at will and had no fixed section. She enjoyed the rift's silence, but after traveling to the human world for a long time she saw only cruelty, lies, death, and wrongdoing, and eventually returned to the rift. She found, to her surprise, that she was no longer alone. Another impossible existence had appeared, a being called Great Red, a red dragon well over 100 meters long. Known as the dragon god of dreams, Great Red was said to be able to grant anyone's dreams. Ophis's silence had been broken, and enraged, she struck at Great Red with tremendous attacks that shook the dimensional rift. The red dragon did not react beyond a bored yawn. Unable to overcome him, Ophis withdrew to the human world to seek beings who might defeat him. From that search came the Cows Brigade, an organization founded under Ophis's influence. The group manipulated the innocent Ophis for their own ends, using her power. When Ophis realized she was being used, she left them, but the brigade continued to use her name to inspire fear long after her departure. One day, while walking through the Japanese city of Kuo, Ophis detected a familiar pulse of aura. She followed it to a deserted park and found a fallen angel pursuing a child. The fallen angel appeared as a man in an elegant suit and top hat, with black wings. The child tried to flee, but the fallen angel toyed with him and then struck him with a lance of light. The child staggered, wounded and weakening, and then spoke in a thin, strained voice asking why this was happening. The fallen angel responded that the child had to be eliminated before he became a threat and suggested that the child should hate the god who had given him the sacred gear. The child, coughing and struggling, asked what a sacred gear was, and the fallen angel moved to finish him. Ophis intervened without visible emotion and ordered the attacker to stop. The fallen angel demanded to know who would interrupt him. Ophis indicated that she considered herself superior, and the fallen angel recognized her name with obvious terror. Facing fear he had never known, he tried to react, but Ophis released a tiny ray from her finger that erased him completely, leaving no trace behind. Ophis then approached the child. She asked if Drake was all right. With the last of his consciousness, the child saw the girl with pointed ears and gray eyes and asked who Drake was. Ophis explained that Drake was the dragon within him and that now he belonged to her. The child whispered a confused acknowledgement before losing consciousness from his injuries. Ophis acted quickly and opened a portal to the colorful, infinite dimensional rift where Great Red lay dozing. She carried the unconscious child through. The child was the current bearer of the boosted gear and contained the celestial emperor dragon Red, the Welsh dragon Drake. Ophis proposed to revive him and transform him into a third dragon god, creating a trinity of dragon gods who would share their powers and make decisions together. Great Red, surprised by the sudden proposition, considered it for a time. After deliberation, he agreed that here and now a new dragon god would be born who would inherit their powers and might someday equal or surpass them. Although the boy knew they would try to use it to pull him from the dimensional rift and that he would be unable to protest if they decided to do so, he accepted the outcome. Ophis, the dragon goddess, acknowledged that it was a possibility and asked if the other would carry out the plan. Great Red answered that since Ophis would not stop pestering him otherwise, she should place the boy on his back. Ophis obliged and positioned the child in the center of Great Red's spine. Great Red's back enveloped the boy briefly and then released him seconds later. Ophis watched with curiosity and asked Great Red what he thought he was doing. Great Red explained that he would copy the boy's appearance to fashion a new vessel, but that process required an intermediary to keep the child's soul anchored in this plane. Before he finished the sentence, Ophis understood and attempted to address the dragon sealed within the boy. Ophis asked whether Drake was still present. Drake, confused and amazed to be facing the dragon goddess of infinity and the god dragon of dreams, replied that he was, though he suspected he might have only an hour at most. Ophis promised to keep him in this plane so he would not pass to another host, and Drake agreed to maintain the boy's soul where it resided. Drake laughed and, with a gleeful tone, commented about the plans they had for the small boy and how entertaining it would be to confront their rivals' future hosts. Then Drake mentioned a name. A previous bearer called Issei had existed roughly 30 years earlier, and he proposed using that name for the new vessel. Great Red reported that the bodies would be ready in about 3 hours as he continued shaping the child's form. Ophis accepted his word. Drake, sounding impressed, complimented Great Red for creating a living body in such a short time. Great Red responded with confidence and a touch of pride, which Ophis met with a quiet shake of her head. 3 hours passed while the three dragons conversed about trivial matters of the world. Ophis listened with interest despite being the least expressive of the three. When the waiting time ended, a strange cocoon protruded from the center of Great Red's back. Great Red warned them that he had altered the boy's appearance. Somewhat. The cocoon opened to reveal the child wearing elegant clothes, white jeans, a red polo, and matching shoes. He appeared strikingly handsome, as if sculpted, with black hair tipped in red and bright amber honey eyes that glowed with an orange tint the same eye color as Great Red. Ophis praised Great Red's work, noting that the new form shared traits with both of them, and declared that Great Red would be Issei's father while she would be his mother. Drake laughed at Ophis's pronouncement. Then someone observed a surprising detail. Issei appeared feminine, which made Ophis's role as mother visually fitting. Ophis shimmered into particles of light, grew larger, and took on the adult female form she intended for the role. When the transformation settled, she appeared as a woman in her mid-20s, dressed elegantly, and Great Red admitted that she sometimes managed to bewilder him. The boy gradually woke. He found himself standing on scarlet earth and heard a woman's voice telling him that he was waking and that his name was Issei. The boy asked who Issei was. Ophis explained that she had given him that name and that she was now his mother. The boy then recalled the incident with the winged man and said he had felt as though the man had killed him. The sensations of fear and pain had been overwhelming. Ophis corrected him gently, saying it had not been a dream and that she had eliminated the winged man and brought him here. She explained that the man had been a fallen angels who had sinned and fallen from the heavens but who still wielded powers of light. The boy clutched his head, overwhelmed by the flood of information. Drake's voice replied with a playful tone, offering to help and to explain everything about the supernatural world. Startled, the boy asked who had spoken. Ophis told him that Drake, the celestial dragon, was residing within him and would be his companion from then on. Then Ophis instructed him to stand in the center of a circle that lay before them. Issei obeyed and stepped into the circle. The circle was divided down the middle, one half a shining black marked with strange symbols and an infinity emblem, the other half a deep red etched with runes and the symbols of truth and dreams. It was a divine dragon magic circle unlike anything the boy had seen before. Issei positioned himself with 1 foot in each color. Ophis approached with her responsibilities and training and told Issei that she would be his new mother. The child happily accepted, and Ophis informed him that his new father was already present. When Issei asked where his father was, Ophis explained that he was right above them on his back. Issei looked up and, astonished, took in the huge silhouette, a pair of wings stretching dozens of meters, a gigantic tail, and a dragon's head crowned by a horn. Drake, the dream dragon, acknowledged Issei's shout with calm approval. Great Red chanted that Issei should become their son and be reborn as a third dragon god, taking on their power so he could overcome any obstacle to his happiness. The ritual circle flared with light, and Issei felt a surge of strength flow through him. When the glow faded, he showed no obvious change except the sensation of newfound power. The dragon deities explained that they had transferred a small portion of their power. With time and training, it would grow to rival or surpass theirs. The dragon goddess asked whether he understood what he must do. Issei responded with determination that he would train and fight hard from that day forward, never wanting to be weak again so he could defend what mattered to him, recalling the fear he had felt when a beam of light had struck him. Drake praised the sincerity of Issei's resolve. Ophis then placed a draconic bracelet on Issei's wrist and explained that it would suppress and restrict his dragon god power until he was old enough to wield it properly. Great Red opened a dimensional rift that revealed an expansive forest. He told Issei that his training would begin there and that a dragon god should never be weak, adding that Drake would help train him and teach him everything supernatural. Great Red pointed to a distant mountain and instructed him to fly there. Issei questioned how he could possibly fly. Drake advised that he only needed to imagine the wings with force of will. When Issei opened his eyes, he found a pair of red wings much larger than his body, each marked with a white horn near the top. Confident, he leaped from his father's back. Midair, Issei realized he did not truly know how to fly. In a panic he sought help from Drake, who told him to picture the wings steady like a dragon's. Issei tried to reassert the wings. They vanished briefly, then reappeared and opened with a sudden rush, allowing him to glide for a short distance before he collided with a tree. The impact knocked him down, but the injury was minor compared to what could have happened from a full fall. He cried out, clutching his head, though his body proved resilient. Drake laughed at the sight, admitting afterward that he could have steadied Issei's flight but found the prank amusing. Being immortal, the dragon could afford to tease his bearer. Issei scolded Drake angrily, then noticed a nearby cave and stream and began walking toward them. After recovering from the fall, Issei rose furious at Drake's teasing. Drake continued to chuckle until he finally caught his breath, his eyes briefly glowing emerald red within the boosted gear from laughing so much. Issei asked if Drake had finished laughing, and Drake explained that he had not laughed in centuries and was simply glad at last to have a permanent bearer. He offered a half apology while still smiling. Issei warned that he would get his revenge later, which only made Drake laugh again. Left with one immediate concern, Issei then asked Drake how he could remove the wings. The boy felt uneasy because he could not balance properly. The wings were larger than his body and, being untrained, they dragged him down. Drake, the dragon, told him that he had to make them disappear just as he had made them appear. The boy nodded, closed his eyes, and imagined the wings vanishing from his back with focused, almost monk-like concentration. When he opened his eyes, he no longer felt the burden. The wings had gone. Surveying the vast forest around them, he asked Drake where they would stay, explaining that his parents had not even left a tent and that the trees were so dense they could be mistaken for the Amazon rainforest. Drake laughed and explained that surviving and training in the wild was part of the lesson. There would be no comforts. If the boy wanted warmth, he would have to make his own fire. If he wanted meat, he would have to fashion his own spears or set traps. If he wanted water, he would have to collect and purify it himself. The boy sighed, resigned to the rigors of training. Drake pointed out the cave the boy had seen earlier and said that would serve as their shelter. After a long walk, they reached the cave. He checked to make sure it was not inhabited by wild animals and, to his relief, found nothing dangerous inside. The cave offered good shade and a smooth interior, like something carved by the gods. He gathered palm leaves, nearly losing his footing while climbing several palms to make a crude bed that would at least allow a decent night's rest. Using Drake's instructions, he fashioned a container from palm leaves to collect water, and with Drake's help he started a fire by rubbing two sticks together. Drake then showed him how to make a clay vessel to heat and purify the stream water. The vessel was rough but functional. He let the water cool and drank. It tasted like salvation, and he almost cried from the relief of slaking a fierce thirst. A loud growl from his stomach reminded him he needed food. He left the cave to look for food and gather more firewood. He found some berries that looked edible until Drake warned that those particular berries were poisonous, recounting how a former bearer had once gotten lost in a forest, eaten them, and died. The boy discarded the berries and continued, careful to maintain his sense of direction. He soon found wild strawberries that Drake confirmed were safe, uprooted the whole patch, and picked up a dry piece of wood. Satisfied, he returned to the cave. Back inside, he tended the fire, lay on his improvised bed, ate some of the safe berries, and prepared to sleep. Drake bid him good night and teased that the boy was an unpaid lodger. Both of them fell into a deep sleep. The next morning they woke, stretched, and stepped out of the cave. The boy, anxious and determined to begin, asked Drake if his training would start that day. Drake told him that they would first push his physical and mental limits to an extreme level before moving on to the next phase. The boy asked where they would begin. He asked with excitement whether they would begin with stretching to avoid later muscle strains. Drake instructed that they would warm up by jogging in place, moving the head and feet, those kinds of things, and they spent 10 minutes on it. When the warm-up ended, Drake announced the real training. Drake ordered 400 push-ups followed by 400 sit-ups, then 400 squats, and finally running until collapse, adding that for every complaint Issei made he would have to do 10 more for each of the first 3 exercises. Drake spoke with a firm, sergeant-like voice and warned Issei not to disgrace the dragon body his parents had given him. Issei answered with a fearful yes, his earlier determination replaced by apprehension, and during the warm-up he offered a military salute and stood at attention like a proper soldier. Drake watched with an amused expression as Issei began physical training. The first 200 push-ups were manageable, but by 250 and especially by 350 the pace became brutal. At 400 he was exhausted, rubbing his arms in pain. Drake noted that he had completed them but had complained 5 times, so he added 50 more push-ups as punishment. It was clear Drake held no mercy during training. He wanted Issei to become a bearer who would make his name proud, so he intended to sculpt and push him until he mastered every physical and combat aspect. Issei's face drained at the prospect of more push-ups, but he did not dare complain again. After finishing them, he collapsed to the ground, rubbing his arms from the ache. Drake told him to drink some water, and Issei obeyed before lying back down. Drake then commanded 400 sit-ups. Issei anchored his feet under a raised tree root and began. The first 300 he completed without a problem, but then intense strain hit his abdomen and his muscles cried for rest. He knew complaining would only make things worse, so he finished them through sheer grit. The pain was sharp and unrelenting. After 10 minutes of rest and a few non-poisonous berries, they moved on to squats. The squats proved even more grueling than the sit-ups. He completed them while tears came to his eyes, though he did not voice a complaint. Drake allowed it to pass. They rested another 10 minutes before the running portion, which had no set time or distance, just a baseline test of Issei's endurance to be measured against future progress. Issei ran and ran. At first he barely tired, but over time he began to pant but refused to stop. He lost track of time and distance until his legs began to tremble and he could barely stand. Drake was impressed by Issei's initial endurance. He reported that Issei had run for about 5 hours without stopping, covering roughly 180 kilometers at an average speed of 36 kilometers per hour, a startling performance given his age. Issei, exhausted, marveled that his new body was incredibly resilient and admitted that with his old body he would have collapsed during the push-ups. The others reacted with laughter at the remark. Drake agreed that Issei was resilient and warned that if the exercises became too easy, the intensity of the training would increase. Issei paled at the thought, but he felt relieved that that day's ordeal was over. The next morning Issei woke with persistent soreness, the kind that comes after the first day at the gym. He endured it without complaint for his own sake. A week passed with the same routine, and gradually the exercises stopped feeling impossible. Issei could perform them without as much strain. Drake allowed him a day's rest, not because Issei was merely a brute to be pushed, but because Drake wanted to pass on knowledge as well as strength. They sat together in the lotus position so Drake could teach him the basics about sacred gears. Drake asked if Issei knew what sacred gears were, and when Issei shook his head, Drake spoke solemnly. Drake explained that sacred gears were sacred tools created long ago, intended to let humans fight the supernatural. Only certain people, humans or part humans, could possess them, and those who bore them could not simply discard them. The gear would remain with its bearer. If someone managed to forcefully remove a sacred gear from its owner, the consequences would be fatal. There were many kinds of sacred gears: defensive, offensive, and some that seemed odd or useless but most posed no extraordinary supernatural danger. A few, however, stood out: the Longinus. Longinus were sacred gears that contained extremely powerful beings or possessed multiple abilities. Issei listened to every word with intense attention. Drake continued and revealed that Issei's own sacred gear was a Longinus that contained a very powerful being, Drake himself, and that the gear had two abilities. The primary ability increased the bearer's power, doubling it every 10 seconds, though this could be improved with training. The second ability allowed the bearer to transfer all or part of that energy to any object or person he touched. There are 13 Longinus, each more powerful than the last. Two of them in particular occupy the same level of power: the boosted gear, which the boy now bore, and the divine dividing, the Longinus of the dragon's natural enemy. The dragon explained that the bearers of those two relics were destined to clash for eternity. The boy looked curious and wanted to know more about the dragon's companion and rival. The dragon told how, centuries ago, two reckless dragons began a fight and had long since forgotten why they started. One was a red dragon with imposing emerald eyes whose roar and presence demanded respect and fear. That dragon was called Drake. The other was a majestic white dragon with blue eyes and an aura of purity, always surrounded by light. That dragon was called Albion. Their powers were opposites. Albion could have the strength of anyone he touched. At first they were powerful as dragon kings, but the dragon explained that the more dragons fought, the stronger they became. Neither would yield. Eventually the pair fought in the worst possible place, in the midst of a war between angels, fallen angels, and demons. They were so absorbed in their duel that the blows they avoided kept striking those armies instead. The dragon described how the conflict caused catastrophic losses across the three sides. The armies, forced into an uneasy alliance, managed to eliminate the two dragons. Only their souls remained, which God gathered and sealed into sacred gear. The dragon added that the story did not end there. The bearers of those sacred gears fought to the death, so even after the original dragons died, the curse of endless combat persisted in their successors. The dragon asked the boy what he thought of the tale. The boy expressed that it was incredible. They still had hours of daylight left, so they headed for the mountain the boy had seen during his fall. The boy trotted, not in a hurry, and when they arrived he asked what came next. The dragon instructed him to extend his arm, close his eyes, and imagine the most powerful image he could. The boy imagined Drake battling Albion, then pictured his mother and father. When he opened his eyes, a red gauntlet with gold-tipped fingers and a deep emerald jewel in its center had formed on his left hand. He reacted with awe. The dragon said they would now test how many boosts the boy could handle to train and improve the gear. The boy remembered the fallen angel who had killed someone important to him and adopted a serious, determined expression. Drake and the boosted gear sensed a rush of power. The dragon noted that a boost occurred every 10 seconds, and the boy endured 7 boosts on his first session. The dragon remarked that 7 increases for his age were incredible. He had expected at most 4. The dragon explained that the boy's body had become very resilient in a short time, and with training he could shorten the interval between boosts to a single second, which had been the dragon's own capacity before being sealed. The dragon said that last detail with a hint of nostalgia. Following the dragon's instructions, the boy concentrated the energy in his hand. A sphere the size of a basketball formed and flew toward the mountain. The impact unleashed a powerful burst that shattered part of the mountainside and toppled a ring of trees, leaving a wide scar on the slope. The boy stared in astonishment at the destruction he had caused with his own power. After some minutes spent taking in the results of the test, they retreated to a nearby cave to rest and continue training. For months passed. The boy trained rigorously every day from dawn until dusk. Drake taught him to fly, and the boy picked it up quickly, showing natural talent. Drake devised increasingly difficult exercises, crossing a line of vines tied between 15-meter trees like a tightrope while maintaining balance and performing thousands of squats, doing fingertip push-ups with a massive rock strapped to his back for resistance, and carrying a heavy stone tied to his shoulders to add load during core exercises on a cliff edge. Drake insisted on extreme repetition and punished any sign of complaint, determined to push the boy's limits. Training days focused on different groups: legs, arms, torso, so every muscle received attention. By the end of the PRD, the boy's body had become lean and defined, his stamina and resilience noticeably improved. He was 7 years old. Issei lay in the forest, his clothes ragged and torn from brutal training. Exhausted, he settled down to rest. He knew it was his birthday and he wanted to be with his parents. As soon as the thought left his mind, a dimensional rift opened and 2 figures stepped through. His mother, Ophis Ouroboros, and a man he had never seen before, a handsome 25-year-old with long red hair and amber eyes, dressed in a leather jacket and black jeans. The man was well-built and carried himself with calm confidence. Issei somehow sensed that the man was his father. He greeted them with the innocent joy of a child who had never truly known family, feeling at home and loved for the first time. Ophis returned his affection with a warm hug, and the red-haired man, Great Red, ruffled Issei's hair. Great Red and Ophis wished him a happy birthday and asked about his training. They listened with interest and some surprise at how much he had progressed over the past months. The 3 great dragons announced that his physical training was complete and that his magical education would begin next. Great Red explained that Drake would oversee the magical training along with 2 others who would be introduced later. Issei stayed respectfully on the sidelines. His upbringing under Drake had taught him more than combat skills. The dragons had also taught him about the world, history, different races and mythologies, manners and etiquette, including how to use utensils properly, so he would not become a barbarian without manners. They spent the rest of the visit playing with him and offering guidance. Issei asked how they had known about his birthday, since he had never told them. Great Red told him that, although they missed him and could not stay, they watched over him through the dimensional rift. Great Red added that he knew the dreams and longings of people across the world, which was why some called him the Dragon of Dreams. Issei was left speechless by that revelation. At the end of their visit, they presented him with a gift, a gold necklace with a pendant inscribed with the initials 1892 and set with 92 gemstones of various types: rubies, sapphires, and diamonds. Great Red explained that the pendant could neutralize electrons in an object or keep it temporarily static, enough time to counterattack or escape in an emergency. He warned Issei that it was not honorable to rely on it constantly and instructed him to keep it safe. Issei, overcome, thanked them and hugged Great Red with modest enthusiasm. Ophis smiled at him with an affection Issei had never seen before, though she promised to be strict during his upcoming training. Their time together ended. Great Red prepared to step back into the rift. Ophis gave him a quick, playful admonishment to show more interest in his only son before Great Red agreed and disappeared through the breach. Issei watched them go and, with a knot in his throat, asked them to promise never to leave him alone. They promised, and then they were gone. Issei drifted off to sleep. Later, in the present, Drake assessed Issei's state of readiness and praised his endurance, saying they could still improve but that he was satisfied. Drake announced that magical training would begin tomorrow and told Issei to rest because the next day would be important. The following morning, Drake instructed Issei to eat and then to close his eyes and concentrate as much as he could. Issei obeyed, clearing his mind until, after a few minutes, he found himself in a white expanse stretching as far as the eye could see. Around him stood many people, children and elders, men and women, each expressionless, their auras varying from sacred to demonic, and others he could not immediately name. He walked through the place and soon came upon a massive red dragon about 30 meters long with emerald eyes. Issei recognized Drake immediately. The dragon's presence demanded respect and inspired awe. Drake saw him and greeted him, and Issei asked where they were. His voice showed clear confusion. Drake explained that they were inside the boosted gear. Issei was surprised, but he no longer shouted when startled. Remembering what he had seen earlier, the boy asked who the expressionless figures were. Drake explained that they were former wielders of the boosted gear who had been consumed by the power when they activated the Juggernaut Drive. Drake described the Juggernaut Drive as the boosted gear's ultimate form, even greater than the balance breaker, a state that releases all of the gear's power. He said that, in the past, those who were tempted by that power while fighting the bearers of Albion were driven into a frenzy. A fragment of their soul could become trapped in the boosted gear like a curse. He warned that those without sufficient magical power sometimes paid the price by exhausting themselves and losing their lives to that madness. Drake then asked Issei to promise never to use the Juggernaut drive. Issei placed a hand on his chest and solemnly promised that he would never use it. After that, Drake said he wanted to introduce two people and left the room. A few minutes later, he returned accompanied by two strangers. One was a dark-skinned man with black hair and brown eyes, and beside him was a blonde woman with blue eyes in a simple white dress. Drake introduced them as Belzerd and Elsha, noting that they were the previous, most powerful Sekiryuutei. Issei bowed politely and addressed them with formal honorifics. Belzerd and Elsha smiled and told him that such formality was unnecessary. Issei relaxed and greeted them more casually. Elsha commented that he was their new junior and greeted him warmly, which made Issei flustered by the unexpected affection. When Issei fainted briefly from the surprise, Elsha pouted and admitted she had gotten carried away because she found him striking in appearance. A short neutral pause followed while everyone composed themselves. Issei woke and found Drake smiling over him. Drake told him that Belzerd and Elsha would be his new mentors. Issei was surprised by the news and wondered what they would teach him. Drake explained that Belzerd was an expert in close-quarters combat and skilled with many weapons, swords, staffs, katanas, and more, and that Belzerd would teach Issei weapon handling and physical combat. Drake added that Elsha would instruct him in magical arts and strategy, excelling in many forms of magic with a particular affinity for water magic. Issei bowed again and expressed his eagerness to learn. Drake had taught him manners, but Belzerd and Elsha told him that formal titles were not necessary, and Issei complied. Belzerd then said that they would start training immediately and asked Issei to begin with him. Issei accepted eagerly, declaring that he wanted to grow stronger to protect what mattered to him and to one day avenge the one who had tried to kill him. They began close-quarters training. Issei showed raw strength but lacked defensive technique. Under Belzerd's relentless, disciplined drills, he took a harsh lesson in proper defense and footwork. During the rest breaks, Belzerd offered practical advice on balance, stance, and how to combine defense and offense. When they resumed, the training intensified into a high-energy, anime-style sparring sequence that pushed Issei to his limits. If not for Drake's prior training and the dragon-enhanced resilience of his body, Issei would have been overwhelmed much more quickly. The next morning the routine continued. Elsha was not immediately visible, and Issei asked Belzerd about her. Belzerd told him she was right behind him, and Elsha greeted him playfully from behind. Issei blushed at the unexpected, friendly greeting and asked nervously what she was doing. What a shy boy he was. A little affection made him nervous, but it felt comforting to him, and Belzerd laughed at the luck Issei already had. After that, things returned to their routine. Their training felt like 12-hour stretches of continuous fighting, and Issei's endurance became impressive. The strange part was that time moved differently inside the boosted gear. 1 hour in the human world equaled 12 hours inside the device. With that in mind, and knowing that the muscle pain belonged to his consciousness while inside the boosted gear and faded once he returned to the real world, Issei began training deliberately to keep pace with and increase his stamina. After 2 months, Issei was able to match his teacher Belzerd's rhythm. Belzerd was pleased with how quickly Issei absorbed and understood everything. Belzerd then explained that he had created a new fighting style by combining elements from several martial arts and called it combat style. Issei reacted with wide-eyed amazement and told Belzerd he was incredible. Belzerd smiled, scratched his neck, and told Issei he would be the first to learn it. They began practicing with karate strikes, kung fu crane kicks, and even a wrestling suplex kept within training-safe limits. It took Issei about 10 months to learn the basics. By then he was 8 years old and could duel Belzerd. Their bouts often ended in draws, both exhausted. Belzerd still usually won, but it was no longer easy for him. Elsha greeted him each morning with a warm hug, and Issei gradually became used to the daily ritual. He no longer blushed as much as he had in the early months and was becoming comfortable with casual conversations. Next they moved on to weapons. Belzerd used his own double-edged sword with a golden hilt and a blade as white as snow. Issei had never owned a sword, guided by his partner Drake, he concentrated and imagined a blade. He visualized a sword with a rhombus-shaped tip and a purple hilt engraved with 3 connected triangles forming an inverted triangle at the center. When he focused, the sword he imagined materialized in his hand, exactly as he had pictured it, an image inspired by a game he had once seen in a storefront as a child. After the initial excitement, the real work began. Issei had never even touched a sword before, so using it felt difficult at first. Belzerd taught him how to find openings, improve his defense, dodge, and counterattack. He also revealed a hidden technique that caused the blade to momentarily extend to double its length. After mastering the straight sword, Belzerd taught him the katana and the naginata, which Issei picked up more easily because they shared similar principles. They then moved on to shorter weapons, chains, and, finally, polearms and a flail-like weapon with spiked ball, each taught with careful instruction on form, timing, and safety. Issei absorbed all of this in 2 more years. By then, after 3 years of training with Belzerd, he was 11 and had clearly matured. Elsha often commented that he looked more grown. He no longer flinched at morning greetings and could hold meaningful conversations. Belzerd congratulated his protege for learning everything he knew. Though Issei still had not consistently beaten Belzerd, their matches frequently ended in ties. Throughout this time, Issei continued pushing his body. He became lean and well-defined, with stamina that outmatched many athletes. He kept training with the boosted gear and learned to increase his power up to 40 times. The power would stack every 2 seconds until a built-in limit produced a loud explosion sound and then triggered a reset at 41, a safety measure to prevent an uncontrolled dragon shoot burst that could devastate the surrounding forest. He was exhausted, mentally from training with Belzerd and physically from training with Drake and the boosted gear, and he went to sleep like that. The next morning, after their usual greeting, Elsha announced that from now on he would be under her care and that she would teach him everything she knew. Issei blushed and bowed, thanking her and asking her to take care of him. Elsha told him to call her Elsha and not to be so formal. Issei answered with an energetic affirmation, and they began training with pure effort. They started with fire magic, since as a dragon he was most attuned to that element. At first his magic was mediocre, but over the following months he improved dramatically. He learned to create fire from nothing, to cause objects to glow with intense heat without damaging them, and to shape flames into an oriental dragon and many other forms. He eventually mastered an everlasting flame for his cave. Next came wind magic, the second best affinity for a dragon. After several months he had it under control. He could summon powerful gusts and F3 category tornadoes. It proved especially useful for practical tasks, such as drying off after bathing in the stream. Light magic proved far more difficult than the first 2 combined, and the course intensified. After a few months, he could form spears of light like a fallen angel and craft swords and other weapons. He especially enjoyed being able to illuminate the area around his refuge for nighttime walks. Darkness magic was easier for him once he understood that it inverted the formulas of light. Mastering it took only a couple of weeks. Water magic was one of the hardest to learn, with complex volumetric equations, but thanks to his dragon intellect he absorbed the material over several months. He learned to form water dragons, summon large amounts of water at the cost of magical power, and combine water with fire to create steam. Earth magic tested his tactical skills. Elsha bombarded him with a variety of powerful spells while he defended with earth-made barriers. When she realized he lacked strategic finesse, she taught him chess to build his planning abilities. After a month of study, his strategic understanding improved significantly, though Elsha still bested him easily. Returning to Earth training with that new perspective, he began to anticipate and dodge attacks more effectively and learned to fight with Earth manipulation techniques reminiscent of earthbending from popular stories. The final element was ice. Because magic relied not only on equations but also on chemical knowledge, he used liquid nitrogen as a catalyst to create ice. His mentors and training had given him a solid grounding in chemistry, and with Elsha's guidance he perfected this approach. The entire training spanned 2.5 years. When it concluded, Elsha told him she had shared everything she knew, hoped he would continue learning, and thanked him for his attention. They shared a warm, respectful hug to mark the end of his training. As a fragment of a soul bound to the boosted gear, Elsha could not imagine a conventional future together, but she felt a quiet conviction that they might be reunited in some way down the line. Afterward, Issei gave Belzerd a friendly hug and exchanged a fist bump with him. Their teachers expressed how proud they were of Issei. Issei thanked them, acknowledging that he could not have achieved it without their guidance. Elsha spoke with a clear lump in her throat and watery eyes, telling him not to cry and that it was not a goodbye but a simple see you later, since he could visit them and they would return after resting in the depths of the boosted gear. She stroked his cheek to calm him. Issei responded with tears of happiness, saying he was glad because he had two irreplaceable friends. Drake teased him about being sentimental, and Elsha, irritated, shouted for him to be quiet and not ruin the moment. She then delivered a quick, magical empowered punch that sent Drake rubbing a bump on his head. Issei offered a small, nervous smile while Belzerd laughed, rolling on the floor and clutching his stomach. No one could really compete with an angry woman. As they all laughed and chatted about trivial things, a familiar voice called Issei. It was his mother. Ophis had returned. Issei could hardly believe it and shed tears of joy. He had not seen his mother in 6 years, since his 7th birthday. He was now 13, and it was his birthday. The others urged him to go ahead and not keep his mother waiting. Issei wiped away his joyful tears and vanished in particles of light. Back in the human world, Issei began to wake and opened his eyes slowly, rubbing them against the strong morning light. He felt unusually comfortable as he fully opened his eyes and saw his mother watching him with a serious face softened by a small smile. He noticed she had not changed and, remembering that she had no age, relaxed and returned her smile. Ophis told him he was finally awake and gently stroked his hair. Issei leapt forward to embrace her, telling her how much he had missed them and that he had thought they had abandoned him during the last 6 years. Ophis reacted with surprise and sadness at the idea, assuring him that neither she nor his father would ever do such a thing, though she teased that his father could sometimes be more irresponsible than the writer. Her tone grew serious as she asked him not to say such things again. Issei felt the truth in his mother's words and settled more comfortably as she rested his head on her lap. He apologized, admitting his fear of being left alone, and thanked her for proving he would never be alone with them. Ophis promised solemnly that she and his father would never abandon him. She noted how much he had grown and asked how his training had been. At that moment the green gem of the boosted gear appeared on Issei's left arm and Drake's voice rang out from it. Drake greeted Ophis politely, commenting that Issei had become much stronger after 6 years of training and that he had enlisted 2 of the former Sekiryuuteists to help with Issei's combat and magic training. Ophis praised the effort and asked whether Issei had managed to activate the balance breaker. Drake answered that Issei had not yet activated it, not because he could not, but because he needed a proper stimulus to trigger it. His body was more than capable. Issei lowered his head, feeling a momentary sorrow and apologizing to his mother for not having succeeded yet. Ophis lifted his chin so he would meet her eyes and reassured him that it was not his fault. His training was simply incomplete, and she believed he would achieve it. Issei promised with firm determination to do his best to make her proud. Ophis then noticed the state of his clothes and waved her hand, conjuring a magic circle beneath him that rearranged his outfit. When the effect finished, Issei wore jeans, a red polo shirt, dress shoes, and a white bracelet with gold details, along with a golden chain engraved with 18. He blushed and apologized for the shabby state of his clothes, and his mother nodded in understanding. Ophis wished him a happy 13th birthday and announced that it was time to return to the dimensional rift to begin training his inherited power. She made a descending motion with her hand that tore a portal open, revealing a great red dragon flying serenely within the rift. Together they crossed and landed on the dragon's back. Ophis told Issei to stay there while she spoke with his father about the training. After they reached an agreement, they would present his birthday gift, which had been made by his father. Issei sat with growing curiosity about what his father might create for him, knowing his father's talent for crafting mysterious and remarkable things. Inside the boosted gear, Issei asked Drake what he thought his parents were discussing. Drake's voice chuckled from the gem as he imagined the trials they might put Issei through to trigger the balance breaker, laughing uproariously within the device. Issei remarked that, for a celestial dragon, Drake could be as unserious as a fifth-rate clown. Issei spoke with a touch of anger in his voice, complaining that he hoped he would not die from his mother's training. She could be affectionate, but during training she was scarier than an executioner and would give even a nightmare-inducing villain reason to shiver. Drake laughed and told Issei not to worry, recalling that it had been centuries since he had laughed like that with a wielder. He teased that because Issei was immortal, Drake would not hold back and he already felt a touch of pity for him. Issei snapped back at Drake, calling him a failed Godzilla, and struck the ground, actually the back of Great Red, with all his strength, aiming where the green jewel was embedded. It cried out when his hand throbbed as it began to regenerate. A tiny crack appeared in Great Red's scale for a moment before the wound sealed itself, and Issei understood, in that instant, the vast difference in their power. He resolved that one day he would be stronger. Drake only laughed, reminding him that he always kept the lead. Meanwhile, Ophis and Great Red discussed the training. Ophis noted that Issei had not been able to activate his balance breaker. Great Red replied that it was not for lack of ability. Drake believed Issei only needed the right stimulus to trigger it. Ophis reflected that, by what she had seen and been told, Issei already possessed enormous strength and surprising intelligence for his age, thanks in part to the training he had received from Drake and the previous Sekiryuutei. Great Red agreed that Drake, Elsha, and Belzerd had done a good job. Issei's high power and Drake's influence had allowed him to learn many fighting styles, weapons, and magic. He clearly had talent. Great Red added that Issei was their son after all. Great Red mentioned that he already had a gift prepared for Issei but would give it only after the balance breaker was activated. He smiled with self-satisfaction and hinted that when Issei returned from training he would receive a present that would be unbelievable, but only once he learned to use his inherited power. Ophis narrowed her eyes and warned Great Red in a threatening tone that if he dared to hurt Issei with one of his gifts she would make sure he could not do it. Great Red teased her for being overprotective and insisted the gift would not harm Issei, that on the contrary it would benefit him greatly. Ophis demanded to know what the gift would be. Great Red said he preferred it to be a surprise. Great Red then explained that he had prepared a pocket dimension, an alternate world where Issei could train without limitations so he could learn to use his inherited power, since one reason he had not yet reached the balance breaker was that his powers had been sealed. Ophis agreed that it was a good idea and asked if the training location would be empty. Great Red answered that some races had lived there about 3,000 years ago, but an ancient war had forced them to abandon the lands. Now it was a desert plain with the ruins of an ancient city. Ophis thought it was perfect and said she would go fetch Issei to tell him they would leave soon. Ophis saw Issei deep in conversation with Drake and called him to get his attention. Issei stood up quickly and apologized to his mother for not noticing her arrive, explaining that he had been talking with Drake. Ophis informed him that in 55 minutes they would leave to train, aiming to develop both his balance breaker and his inherited power. Issei promised to do his best and asked with shining eyes whether they would return to the human world. Ophis explained that they would not train in the human world because using their powers, they would draw attention from various factions and from humans. Instead, Great Red would open a portal to an alternate dimension where they could train without restrictions. Issei joked about the intensity of the training, referring to it as torture, and Ophis smiled lightly and corrected him, saying they would leave in 50 minutes so he could prepare himself mentally for the training ahead. The thought of what awaited made Issei's face fall into an exaggerated, anime-style expression of dread. 50 minutes later, Ophis told Great Red that it was time to go. Great Red roared, and a portal opened in front of him, revealing a barren wasteland dotted with ruined buildings. Ophis and Issei stepped through the portal. At the same time, Great Red opened a separate interdimensional gateway to a lush garden filled with fruit trees, bushes, flowers, and 4 clear, sparkling rivers. He laughed at the notion that hiding such a place would keep it secret and joked about how the great dragon gods could easily best the biblical deity. In human form, Great Red plucked fruit from a tree and dove into a river. Once inside the training dimension, Ophis prepared Issei for what he would face. She concentrated, and her hands emitted a dark, intense light that took the shape of a serpent about 30 meters long. Ophis told Issei that his training would require him to defeat her summoned serpent. If he succeeded, they would return home and he would receive his gift, because Great Red had insisted that he must first activate the balance breaker. Ophis thought to herself that the only way for him to defeat her serpent would be to reach the balance breaker. Issei's mother asked him for the bracelet and said she would return it after he defeated the serpent. Issei obeyed and handed over the bracelet. The serpent suddenly struck with its tail, slamming into the ground a short distance from the city and leaving Issei dazed for a few seconds. Issei noted that it hurt and that he had underestimated how quickly such a large creature could move. Drake warned that he must not let his guard down for a moment, because one mistake could be painful and that he could sense the power of a celestial dragon in the serpent. The creature his mother had made would be extremely difficult to defeat. The serpent closed in at a speed that made it hard to believe something of its size could move so fast. Issei decided to take to the air on his red dragon wings to try to lose it in the maze-like layout of the city, hoping the terrain would help him. Drake remarked that Issei's strategic training with Elsha was paying off. Issei agreed and owed that progress to her. He flew for 40 minutes, pushing himself and trying to shake the serpent, which kept up its speed and managed to navigate tight turns without crashing into the city walls. When Issei finally thought they had lost it, he felt exhausted from sustained high-speed flight. The worst part was how silently the serpent moved, which made it difficult to track. Without warning, the serpent smashed through the roof where Issei had been and struck him with a heavy tail, sending him crashing through several buildings and causing them to collapse beneath the impact. The serpent moved in a way that prevented him from quickly recovering, and Issei ended up face-up on a rooftop, injured and coughing as debris settled around him. Drake scolded him with a hint of mockery for lowering his guard. Issei apologized and promised not to be so careless again. Drake said it was time to confront the serpent and stop running. Issei insisted he had only been scouting the terrain and the enemy's abilities. Drake teased him about the excuse, then urged him to hurry and defeat the serpent before his mother imposed an even harsher challenge. Issei rose, brushed off dust and rubble, and said he had a plan but needed Drake's help. Drake listened. Issei explained that he intended to attack with a powerful dragon shoot using all of his boosts and asked Drake what his current limit was. Drake reported that his limit was now 24 boosts, having tripled his initial limit. Issei resolved to try. He flew high to get a better view and soon spotted the serpent about 500 meters away, moving in a slow, sinuous pattern that looked almost eerie. Issei activated all 24 boosts and gathered his energy into a dragon shoot the size of a large exercise ball. He waited until the serpent was within range and released it. The blast exploded on impact and hit the serpent squarely in the face. When the smoke cleared, the serpent showed only superficial damage and appeared only mildly dazed. Issei, exhausted from the effort, panted heavily. Ophis watched and, with concern, told him she knew he could do it but that the attack was not enough. He needed the balance breaker. Drake echoed the urgency. Issei seized a moment while the serpent was stunned to rethink his approach. He decided to use everything he had learned from Elsha and returned to fight as the creature recovered from the previous blow. He unleashed every form of magic he knew: fire, light, lightning, shadow, earth, ice, water, along with rune magic and sealing circles. The assaults only managed to scratch the serpent's snout, and Issei collapsed from exhaustion, barely able to stand. Frustrated, Issei struggled to understand why the creature would not fall. Drake suggested that his mother had not made things easy on purpose and might be trying to force him to activate the balance breaker. Issei took advantage of the serpent's brief disorientation to retreat a short distance and recover his strength. 12 hours had passed since Issei had been battling the serpent. After catching his breath, he looked up and froze. The serpent was splitting in two. Now there were two smaller but still powerful creatures, each approaching the strength of a dragon king. Issei muttered in disbelief that the situation had become impossible. One of the serpents lunged and Issei barely dodged. He did not notice that the second serpent had already positioned itself behind him and struck him with a sweeping tail that sent him flying. Halfway through the fall, Issei spread his wings and stabilized in the air. Drake warned that Ophis had created the serpents to kill him and that they knew how to fight as a team. There could be no margin for error. Issei's anger flared, a rage unlike any he had felt since the betrayal that had almost killed him 7 years earlier. The aura around Issei spiraled out of control. A vast whirlwind threaded with lightning formed over the city as the remaining ruins trembled and began to collapse. A black infinity symbol appeared in his left eye and a red 0 in his right. Issei swore that he would never be weak again and that he would have the strength to face his problems instead of running from them. His body began to glow intensely. When the light faded, Issei stood encased in crimson armor with a golden helm and thrusters on the back. Several emerald gems studded the armor and a large central jewel glowed on his chest. He had awakened the balance breaker of the Welsh dragon, the boosted gear scale male. Drake congratulated him, proud that he had activated the balance breaker in its final form. It was the first time such a transformation had occurred. Issei, however, was consumed by his rage and did not hear the praise. He lifted his right arm. The armor made him look formidable, demanding respect. Issei repeatedly amplified his power through the boosted gear until a tremendous buildup erupted. He unleashed a dragon shoot more intense than before. A concentrated red beam streaked forward, crackling with black lightning. In one decisive command, Issei ordered the power to make the threat disappear. The blast struck the two serpents, which had been pinned together beneath a fallen building and were just beginning to free themselves. The impact produced an enormous, anime-style explosion that obliterated the two serpents. There was no lingering gore, only a flash of light and the sense that the threat had been erased. The blast left a massive crater where the serpents had been, and the force of it leveled what remained of the nearby city. Everything in the immediate area was reduced to dust and void, but Issei remained amid the emptiness. The exertion had been too much. Not only had he activated the balance breaker, he had also awakened his inherited power. The surge of energy was so intense that his body could not endure it. Issei collapsed, unconscious, a few meters from the crater. A dark mass of lingering power hung over the hollow where the serpents had been. Ophis arrived at the crater and, seeing his motionless form, embraced the unconscious Issei. She explained that the surge of power he had produced came from his awakening. He had reached the balance breaker and, as an added effect, tapped into his inherited abilities, but his body had not been able to withstand so much energy. At that moment an interdimensional rift opened and Great Red stepped through in human form, still dripping and carrying a bunch of grapes. Great Red said that he had come because he had felt an immense power and asked if Ouroboros had been responsible. Ophis clarified that the power had been Issei's. Great Red repeated that the boy clearly had talent. They agreed it was time to return to the dimensional rift. They would speak to Issei about his responsibilities as a dragon god when he awoke and present the two gifts that had been promised to him after his training. Together they passed through the portal back to the rift. Once there, Ophis placed a comfortable cushion beneath Issei, ensuring he could rest properly. After roughly 8 hours of sleep, Issei awoke feeling no pain. As a dragon god he regenerated quickly and was already comfortable. He saw his mother and rose to his feet. He thanked her and politely declined the cushion, saying he did not want to trouble her. Issei's mother explained that she did not mind. She did not need to sleep because she possessed vast reserves of energy. She told him not to worry about Great Red pretending to be sleepy to shirk responsibilities. She also revealed that Issei could currently control only 10% of his inherited power and that she would personally train him to reach his full potential. The thought chilled Issei. A shiver ran down his spine and his face took on an exaggerated, anime-like expression of dread. Great Red changed to his human form and held them together in the rift while he created a large platform with its own gravity so they could move freely. The platform served as a stable space within the dimensional void. Great Red raised one finger and stated the first rule. The dragon gods did not ally themselves with any faction, they served only themselves. Ophis raised 2 fingers and stated the second rule. They did as they pleased, whenever and wherever they pleased, always chasing their own dreams. His mother warned him that this did not mean he should do anything reckless such as revealing himself to the human world, destroying a country or the planet, or attacking any of the factions. For now, no one knew about him, so she told him to keep a low profile and put on his bracelet. Issei obeyed and put on the bracelet while listening carefully and nodding from time to time to show he understood. Great Red then announced the third point and told him to take his gift, saying he was getting bored of talking about responsibilities. Issei asked in surprise if the dragon gods really only had 2 responsibilities. Great Red laughed and confirmed that they did not hand out a thick rule book. Issei admitted he had imagined something like that. His mother added that if it were otherwise, it would contradict the idea that dragons did what they wanted. Great Red also explained that in the future he could have as many mates as he wished, since dragons practiced polygamy, and that he himself had had many companions long ago, though he had not been interested in forming another such group recently. Issei brightened at the thought of only 2 responsibilities. Great Red opened a fissure and produced a sword, a large, finely crafted blade that looked indestructible. The sword resembled a katana but thicker, with a golden hilt capped by a lion's tooth said to belong to a beast more powerful than the Nemean dragon, now long extinct. The blade was black with a crimson edge, and a silver plate at its center bore inscriptions whose meaning Issei could not immediately understand. Issei marveled at the sword. Great Red said the weapon had been forged with his power and that of Issei's mother, made on the Mountain of Destiny by monks of the Xan dynasty in China and designed by a legendary samurai. Great Red had traveled to different places, eras, and dimensions to create it. Great Red then handed Issei his second gift, a fruit that looked very juicy and sweet. Ophis watched with a serious, angry expression because she recognized the fruit. She warned Great Red in a fearful tone, and Great Red told Ophis to trust him, saying it would not harm Issei and that he would give half now and the other half in 5 years. Ophis reluctantly agreed but warned that if anything happened because of him she would kill him. Great Red placated her and told Issei to eat. Issei obeyed and ate the fruit. He felt a sudden, intense rush from how sweet and delicious it was, and then a sharp headache as his brain assimilated the fruit's knowledge. Ophis was relieved when the headache subsided. When the headache ended, Issei noticed that the strange inscriptions on the sword's silver plate were now clearly legible, Ryujin. He realized that was his dragon god name and felt delighted and surprised that he could understand it. Great Red explained that the inscriptions had revealed his name because eating the fruit granted vast knowledge, making him like a walking encyclopedia for the time being. Ophis then described the powers he had inherited from her side. She explained that he would be able to produce lightning capable of disintegrating anything it touched, organic or otherwise, and that he would possess enormous strength. He would also be able to manifest his power as serpents that he could consume to recover energy, and he would be able to transmit power to others. Great Red added what Issei would inherit from him: immense strength and the ability to create portals to other times, dimensions, and places that could not be blocked or restricted. He said that once Issei reached Great Red's level, he would be able to create any object, city, country, planet, or dimension he desired, along with overwhelmingly destructive attacks. Training then began in earnest. 10 minutes after the gifts, Issei traveled to an alternate dimension with his mother to train on a desert planet where 1 year there equaled 6 months on Earth. Survival there was far harsher than anything he had faced on Earth. Gravity was 20 times that of Earth, making walking difficult for him. Ophis moved without noting the pressure change. Daytime temperatures reached 100 degrees Celsius and nights plunged to minus 100 degrees Celsius. Common beings could not survive those extremes. They spent 4 years there, which corresponded to 2 years on Earth. Under Ophis's guidance, Issei mastered the inherited technique though not its full power. He reached 45% of his potential. He had begun with about 10%, so he advanced 35 percentage points under her tutelage. He adapted to the extreme temperatures and gravity and could maintain his balance breaker for about a month and a half. He learned to disintegrate things with black lightning and to manifest his power in the form of serpents. Training with Great Red was even more intense. Great Red cast a spell to quintuple the planet's conditions. Gravity became 100 times that of Earth, daytime temperatures rose to 500 degrees Celsius, and nights dropped to minus 500 degrees Celsius. They trained there for 4 years, equivalent to 2 years on Earth. Under Great Red's instruction, Issei extended his balance breaker duration to 3 months. He learned to create objects, cities, and planets. Traveling to any place, time, or space became effortless for him. His power level rose from 45% to 80%. Both gods considered his progress more than acceptable, and his formal training as a dragon god concluded. From that point forward, his advancement would depend on his own effort. He no longer felt the extreme conditions of the planet. It was time to return to the dimensional rift. Issei was 17 and had an eternity ahead of him. He had developed a draconic form, a dark red dragon comparable in size to Great Red, though he did not favor that form. Issei also possessed the ability to grant people's dreams, like Great Red did, but he refrained because his father had warned him about the responsibilities tied to the title of Dragon God of Dreams. Ophis commented that his training was finished and asked what he planned to do. Issei answered that he would return to the human world, specifically to his hometown Kuo, to investigate who was ordering murders using sacred gears. Drag, his companion, cautioned that although there might be no equal to him, he should avoid doing anything reckless. Issei assured them he did not intend to act rashly, and added that they might even encounter the so-called English dragon, the white celestial dragon, whom rumor claimed had awakened and become very powerful. Drake laughed at the thought and expressed eagerness to face him. Ophis told him he could build a house however he wished and reminded him they would visit occasionally, asking him to make it spacious. Issei created, in record time, not merely a house but a mansion occupying an entire city block. The mansion rose about 14 stories with a beautiful courtyard. The top floor was a private cinema with a 100-inch screen, surround sound, plush sofas, and red carpets. Each seat had its own cup holder. The next 2 floors formed a library devoted entirely to the supernatural. 6 floors of bedrooms followed, each luxuriously appointed with king-sized orthopedic beds with canopy-like frameworks, chandeliers, wardrobes, velvet rugs, and ensuite bathrooms. The level of extravagance reflected his dragon lineage. The 10th floor contained a combined living room, dining room, and kitchen fit for a millionaire. Although the mansion comprised 3 distinct living areas on the same floor, the overall footprint made each space exceptionally large. Below ground, the first basement level housed an enormous gym equipped for any kind of physical training, because Issei did not want to lose the shape of his hard-earned physique. The second basement contained an Olympic-sized pool with artificial tanning booths, an onsen, and thermal baths to relieve stress. The third basement served as a garage. A system of elevators could lift vehicles to the front gate, which opened automatically when it detected Issei's special device embedded in his 1892 collar. The deepest basement was a training hall designed to withstand any supernatural conflict. It had an advanced anti-theft security system requiring both fingerprint and retinal scans to enter. The mansion itself was enchanted to remain clean regardless of attempts to dirty it. The garage stored top-tier automobiles and even a 2-story coach for future trips. Issei also kept several credit cards and a hidden safe in his most luxurious bedroom containing $1 million in cash. Issei finished the mansion in 20 minutes. He informed his mother that construction was complete and noted that it might seem extravagant. Ophis changed into an elegant black dress with a tasteful neckline and agreed they should wear formal clothes so it would not look odd to enter such a residence casually. She suggested he wear a tuxedo. Issei hesitated, saying he preferred his usual clothes, and Drake teased him to hurry so he could change back sooner. Issei complied. Issei confirmed that he had altered the locals' memories so the mansion would seem to have always been there for about 3 years and that a new family was moving in. With that settled, Great Red opened a dimensional rift to their new home. They arrived on the edge of a forest to avoid drawing attention. They exited the trees and began to walk toward town. Their arrival attracted the attention of passers-by and curiosity spread through the streets. A brief sense of unease passed through Issei as he considered how much of his power he normally kept suppressed. He and Drake kept their strength mostly hidden, but a faint hint still escaped, and its implications were left unspoken. He thought the attention from the women around them was overwhelming. Mature women regarded Great Red the same way he felt about them. He did his best to hide his power, wearing a tuxedo with a red tie. Ophis drew attention for her beauty, elegance, and graceful presence, which caused many to stare as they passed. Issei complained that all the looks were annoying. Great Red explained that their enormous power gave off an aura that attracted onlookers, and that it would be worse if they did not try to conceal it. Red teased that eating the apple had clearly helped, and Issei continued to grumble about the attention. Ophis rolled her eyes at Issei and urged them to hurry, warning that it was unpleasant to be ogled. Great Red said he knew the way and they pressed on. After another 10 minutes of walking while turning heads like celebrities, they arrived at their destination, an elegant mansion covering an entire block. Compared to Phoenix Castle, it was small, slightly larger than a major airport, but it had everything needed for comfortable living. Great Red announced they had reached the house and complained about the walk. Ophis playfully remarked that it was surprising the strongest man on the planet could be so lazy. Only Issei and Great Red noticed that Ophis's face did not show much expression. Before entering, Great Red instructed them to register their fingerprints and retinas so they could enter freely. Both complied and were authorized. Ophis's mother placed her finger on the reader and held her eyes to the retinal scanner. The mansion doors opened and they stepped inside. Once inside, Ophis and Great Red inspected the house. Their mother praised Great Red for a job well done and joked about how his early attempts at building had been terrible. In response, she gave him a playful scolding and, with a dramatic motion, pushed him to the floor. Great Red thought not to anger his mother. She was frightening when she was upset. Drake murmured agreement in a way only the black-haired, red-tipped boy could hear. Their mother then lamented, in mock despair, that nobody respected her anymore, kneeling for effect. Issei asked if she was all right. She reassured him that she was fine and told Great Red to take off his tuxedo. Great Red teased that the outfit looked more like a penguin suit. Issei laughed and Great Red smiled while changing into his usual motorcycle gear. Ophis reminded Great Red that his ability to fulfill wishes had already taken care of one request. Issei asked what wish had been granted. Ophis explained that beginning Monday, Issei would start attending Kuo Academy. Issei protested that he did not want to go. Ophis insisted that she wanted him to study and asked if there was a problem, adopting an expression so stern it would give nightmares. Issei quickly backed down and gave a casual salute to show agreement. Drake laughed at the exchange and Great Red joined in. Ophis softened and said Issei did not need to take a job, she only wanted a small dream of hers to come true. She hugged Issei affectionately. Issei returned the hug and promised he would do anything for her. Ophis explained that she had already taken care of the paperwork and that his documents were in his desk next to his bed. He was now enrolled at Kuo Academy. Issei marveled at how quickly she had handled it, teasing that they had been hugging for less than 20 seconds when everything was done. Ophis smiled and called herself incredible. Great Red muttered that she was incredibly foolish, and Ophis responded with a deadpan look as Great Red dropped to his knees in mock despair. The others laughed. A simultaneous rumble of hunger came from the stomachs of Issei, Great Red, and Ophis. Issei joked about knowing numbers from 1 to 3, and Great Red clarified that he meant phone numbers for restaurants. Issei protested that he had eaten half the fruit of knowledge, not half a phone book. Drake commented that he was not going to be bored with Issei around. Great Red produced a phone book and handed it to Issei, asking him to choose something tasty. After scanning it for a minute, Issei found pizza and Great Red agreed, instructing him to order immediately. Issei produced a smartphone and placed the call, arranging for 3 pizzas to arrive in about 15 minutes. 20 minutes later, Issei and Great Red agreed the food was delicious, and Issei ate quickly. Ophis told Issei that she and Great Red would be going to the dimensional rift to take care of some business and asked him to show her his room before they left. Issei led them to Ophis's room, which was slightly larger than the others and filled with consoles from various gaming systems. Despite appearances, Ophis had developed an interest in video games while visiting Earth, and her favorite was The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. Issei asked how Ophis had known that he liked video games, and Ophis replied that it was intuition. Issei said he would play again after going to the dimensional rift. After that, Ophis left with Great Red and Issei was left alone in the house. Issei told Drake to rest and reminded himself to attend the academy on Monday. After saying that, the dark-haired young man entered the onsen to relax and clear his mind. He worried inwardly about what awaited him in his new life. When he returned to his room, he found the academy's regular and sports uniforms laid out on the bed. Lifting the uniforms, he found a note from his father that read that there was nothing he could not do, followed by laughter. With that, Issei lay on his king-sized orthopedic bed and decided not to open his eyes until the next day. On Monday morning, Issei had spent the weekend resting. His parents had returned from the dimensional rift. His mother was at home while his father had gone to a motorcycle convention, taking advantage of Office being distracted with video games. Issei prepared to attend the academy. He showered, dressed, had breakfast, and was ready to leave. As he stepped through the front door, murmurs from the girls nearby reached. They wondered who the new boy was, commented on how he had just moved in, and asked if he might be an actor. One girl with brown hair and glasses speculated that he might be foreign. Because Issei had a dragon's hearing, he caught all of their comments and the envious reactions from some of the males around him. He could not help but offer a nervous, ironic smile. Drake, sounding in his head, told Issei to mind himself and wondered what his mother would say about the fuss. Drake also complained about being sensitive to the attention that came from Issei's body, which contained the flesh and blood of Great Red, and warned Issei to keep a low profile for now so that no one discovered he was the son of Office and Great Red and the Sekiryuutei, lest chaos break out among the factions. Not knowing where to go, Issei wandered until he saw a modern-looking building labeled Student Administration and went inside to file his admission paperwork with the student council. He knocked and entered when invited. In the room there were only two people. One was a pale-skinned girl with short black hair and violet eyes, wearing the academy's female uniform and semi-rimmed glasses. Her expression was serious and analytical. The other was slightly taller, with long black hair, brown eyes, a composed face, and red semi-rimmed glasses, also wearing the academy uniform. Issei introduced himself politely as Harem Issei and explained that he had just moved in and wanted to ensure his documentation was in order. Drake noted that these women were demons and perhaps guardians of the territory, and he sensed a strong, dark aura from the person in front of him, possibly a high-class demon. Drake advised Issei to keep a low profile for the moment. The pale girl cleared her throat and introduced herself as Sona Shirtorai, the student council president, and said that the other girl was her vice president, Shinra Tsubaki. Sona said she would seal and authorize the papers for Issei's attendance at Kuo Academy in a professional manner. Issei thanked Sona respectfully and handed over the documents with a polite smile that caused both girls to blush slightly. Drake teased Issei for being charming, and Issei told him to be quiet. Sona asked to be called Sona, and Issei thanked her before departing, holding the sealed and authorized documents. After he left, the two girls spoke quietly. Shinra remarked that Hayudu had caught her attention. Sona said that there was something about him, perhaps a sacred gear, and that she would keep watch to avoid him being recruited by others. Shinra admitted she had not sensed anything unusual but agreed that he was an interesting person. Issei still had 20 minutes before classes began and now had his paperwork in order, but he held a slip of paper with his classroom number and was not yet confident in finding his way. At that moment, a young girl with a demon aura approached. Issei did not feel threatened by her presence. The girl was small, appeared to be about 15 years old, had soft platinum hair with a cat-shaped hair clip, yellow eyes, and wore the academy's female uniform. Issei, politely explaining that he was new and a little disoriented, asked if she could tell him where his class was and introduced himself as Harem Issei in a friendly manner. The girl agreed to guide him to his classroom. She said this with a faint blush from the smile she had given him a moment before. They walked down the corridor, turned this way and that, until after about 5 minutes the girl stopped and left him in front of a door whose class number matched the one on his paper. Kaneko introduced herself as Tuju Kaneko and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He thanked her and waved goodbye with a warm smile. Kaneko bowed slightly, blushed, and turned to walk toward her classroom. The teacher asked Issei to wait outside for an introduction, and when attendance was over the teacher signaled for him to enter. The teacher introduced the new student as Issei and asked him to come forward. Issei stepped before the class with a friendly expression. His presence made several girls blush and drew hostile glances from some of the boys, which Issei seemed barely to notice. He introduced himself as Issei, hoping they would get along and inviting questions. A pink-haired girl named Kates raised her hand and asked if Issei dyed his hair. Issei explained that his black hair came from his mother and the red came from his father. Kates nodded. Maruyama, another member of the kendo club, asked if Issei was a foreigner. He replied that he was born in Japan but had spent the last 11 years abroad. When Maruyama asked which countries, Issei said he had spent 6 years in the United States and 5 years in Europe, specifically the United Kingdom. Another girl asked an inappropriate personal question. Issei refused to answer. The girl then introduced herself as Sekiryuutei. Issei reacted with disbelief at the tone of her remark. When asked his age, Issei said he was 17. A bald young man stood up and voiced his displeasure at having another attractive newcomer at the academy, complaining that they already had enough attention focused on the popular students. The teacher brought the question session to a close and told Issei to sit at the back right near the window. Issei obeyed and listened to the lesson quietly, while the male students continued to glare and the female students looked on with curiosity and admiration. When lunch break arrived, Issei was immediately surrounded by classmates who peppered him with questions about his relationship status. He said he was not seeing anyone. The girls persuaded him to eat with them, and he agreed on the condition that they would show him around the academy afterward. The girls eagerly accepted. They moved to a quiet spot behind the academy to eat, under a tree near an old building that looked ancient but structurally sound. Says, if the building belonged to the academy. The girls explained that it did. The old building was used only by members of a specific club. When Issei asked which club, they answered that it was the Occult Research Club, which investigated paranormal and other supernatural phenomena. Issei sensed several auras coming from that building. Most felt demonic, though among them he detected the trace of a hybrid of demon and fallen angel and another aura that was darker and colder, which he deduced belonged to a demon-vampire hybrid. Inside his head, the voice of his partner, Drake, noted that there were several demon auras and that one of them felt especially powerful, comparable to the presence they had felt with Sona. Drake remarked that Issei's perception had improved over the years, and Issei silently thanked him for the observation. Nearby, at a window of the old building, a dignified young woman observed the scene. Her crimson hair fell sleek and long, and her turquoise eyes watched the students with interest. She commented that Issei seemed to have attracted attention and wondered if he might possess a sacred gear. A smaller, platinum-haired girl moved closer to the window and identified him. Kaneko confirmed that she had helped him find his classroom and asked to be excused from the conversation to return to her duties. The crimson-haired woman asked Kaneko to keep an eye on him and determine whether Issei was a sacred gear user or had familiarity with the supernatural. Kaneko agreed to observe him. The crimson-haired woman served a little green tea and murmured Issei's name while smiling faintly and showing a subtle blush. Classes resumed without incident. Afterward, the girls once again asked Issei if he would show them the city. He declined for the moment but promised to take them another time, which cheered them up. When they parted, Issei noticed that a girl seemed to be following him. From her aura he recognized that she was the same girl who had helped him earlier. He paid it little mind and continued walking while she discreetly followed. As Issei reached his home, he used a device that scanned his fingerprint and another that read his retina to open the doors. Kaneko, who had followed him, stood speechless at the sight of the boy's house. What she had first taken for a building was actually an imposing mansion. Stunned and puzzled, she went to inform her mistress of what she had discovered. Inside the mansion, Issei found his parents and told them about the auras he had sensed and that only 2 beings seemed able to detect that he was a bearer of sacred gear. His mother, Ophis, answered calmly and with a small smile that it was not surprising. High-class demons were more perceptive than middle or low-class ones. Issei added that a girl had been following him earlier and had even helped him find his class that morning because he had been disoriented. He explained that she was a demon and knew where he lived. His father reassured him. that there was no need to worry and advised him to keep a low profile for the time being, noting that those demons would not stand a chance against him. Ophis then told Issei that she and his father had decided to reveal a secret to him, but that it was absolutely essential that he tell no one. She explained that the family had always known that he did not follow any human religion because he was a dragon god, and that if devout followers of the Christian faith learned this, the supernatural world as he knew it would collapse. She continued that during the war between the biblical factions, not only had many of the fallen and the 4 demon kings been killed, but even the being they called God had perished at a level below her. A figure known to some as Jehovah had also died during the conflict. Issei asked what had happened. His parents recounted that God had battled a mighty dragon, the apocalyptic beast Trihexa. Jehovah had defeated Trihexa but had used an enormous amount of power to seal the beast, placing 666 seals on it. Some seals were strong, others cursed, and some contained runes that absorbed the sealed being's power to strengthen the seals. Because Jehovah had expended so much power sealing Trihexa, he arrived at the subsequent battles weakened and ultimately died on the field of war. Satan fought him, and when Satan tried to absorb that holy power, he himself perished because the power was holy. Issei promised not to tell anyone. At the Occult Research Club, Kaneko reported what she had learned about Issei. She said that she now knew where he lived and could hardly believe it when she saw the mansion. The others speculated that his parents must have good business ties or connections in the human world, since the mansion occupied an entire city block and looked very luxurious. Their discussion concluded that Issei clearly had surprises in his life. Back at the Hayadu residence, Issei went to sleep and woke the next day to return to the academy. The routine was the same. Girls walked beside him, occasional demons watched, and he tried to blend in. The most notable incident that day occurred in a hallway. 2 female students, Keitase and Murayama, chased 2 notorious boys with wooden training swords, calling for someone to catch the 2 perverts. The boys were the well-known troublemakers Matsuda and Motohama. Without thinking, Issei reacted and grabbed the 2 boys by their shirts, lifting them briefly before putting them down abruptly to disguise the extent of his strength. To the onlookers, his action looked like a quick and decisive restraint. The girls thanked him, hearts aflutter at the sight of his bravery. The boys protested that they had been nearly caught, and Keitase and Murayama lamented that no matter how many times they disciplined those 2, they never learned. Issei left the boys on the floor and hoped the lesson would stick. The girls praised him for being strong. 2 weeks passed. During that time, the only real change was that one girl watched Issei differently than the others. She seemed to be studying him. Rias Gremory paid special attention to him. He knew of her reputation as one of the Academy's idols and that everyone talked about her. It was impossible not to know her. Some assumed she was Scandinavian, though Issei knew she came from the underworld. As Issei walked home one afternoon, he was distracted and carrying on an internal conversation with Drake about something very important to them both. Food. Lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into a beautiful girl and knocked the books she carried loose. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with long black hair, violet eyes, and an impressive figure, wearing the female uniform of another academy. Issei immediately apologized for being careless and explained that he had been distracted. The girl replied that she had also been distracted, and then, to Issei's surprise, identified him by name and asked him to go out with her. He recognized her as a fallen angel and had not expected such a direct approach. He had been caught off guard. Drake warned him internally that the girl was a fallen angel and likely not low level. Issei considered that, while she might be part of forces that targeted sacred gear users, he could possibly gain useful information from her, perhaps even learn about who had tried to kill him 11 years ago. He shared this plan with Drake, who expressed pride in Issei for thinking strategically. When Issei recovered, he told the girl that her invitation was sudden and admitted he did not even know her name. She introduced herself as Amano Yuma and asked again if he would let her show him the city and take him to other places. Issei thought to himself that anyone would be pleased to be asked out by such a lovely girl, and he agreed to go with her. They agreed to meet at the shopping mall on Sunday at noon. The girl asked for his number, he gave it, she took it, and they said goodbye. When he returned home, Issei found his parents in the living room, which surprised him because his mother usually spent her time playing video games in her room and his father was often away competing in motorcycle races and other extreme events. Issei asked his parents what was happening. His parents explained that they had to return temporarily to the dimensional rift because Grand Brute had been causing trouble in the motorcycle competitions. Issei protested that it was unfair to pull them away just as the X Games were about to start. His father pointed out that Issei would participate if he did not keep winning every contest he entered, because his repeated victories could make the factions suspicious of their family. Issei replied with a teasing remark about humans being weak, but his parents had more to say. His mother told him that she wanted to tell him something important. After she finished explaining their plan, which his parents had listened to in silence, she said that Issei could do as he wished as long as he did not use his inherited power. She added that he could deal with the person who had given that order 11 years ago so it would not become a larger danger in the long term. Issei thanked her. Before they left, his mother asked him, with a solemn expression, if he could order pizza for them because it was so delicious. Issei agreed in the same solemn tone and ordered 30 boxes of pizza. The amount was not excessive for them. Since Issei ate a great deal, he often compared himself, half joking, to a character from an anime he had once watched. Issei asked his father what to say if demons ever interrogated him about how he owned such a mansion. His father said he had already thought about it. They could fabricate a story about owning a large oil reserve in the Arctic Ocean and alter memories as needed. Office, eating a slice of pizza, said she had suggested the idea. His father added that they could call the company X-Petrol, and Issei agreed that there was no better option. After that, Office and Grand Red passed through a tear into the dimensional rift and left Issei alone. He began to feel a little depressed without his parents' company. He took a bath to clear his mind and reflect on everything that had happened lately. A dragon named Gales, speaking seriously, asked how long Issei planned to keep up his act with the fallen angel girl. Issei replied that he would continue until he obtained what he wanted. The dragon teased him about being childish, and Issei retorted that the dragon was an annoying old creature. Gales asked why he was so thoughtful, and Issei admitted he did not want to imagine what would happen if she tried to kill him. The dragon warned that such an event would ruin his plan. Issei agreed that she had better not do anything foolish, because he would have to deal with her and that would waste his time. Issei continued to reflect on the heavy responsibility he carried as the potential third dragon god and on the scandal that would erupt if that information became public. The factions would be terrified to learn that a third dragon god existed and that no one could firmly place him with any faction or determine whether he was benevolent or as dangerous as Trihexa. He went to bed feeling the house was 3 times larger than usual without his parents, thinking about school on Sunday, the demons watching him, and the many problems he faced. After a few minutes, he managed to fall asleep. In the underworld, in the territory of the fallen angels, Grigory met in a dimly lit room with 2 figures, one a woman with a striking presence and the other a man whose red eyes glowed in the dark. Kokabile addressed Rainier, also known by her human name Yuma, and reminded her that the human Issei might be the bearer of a sacred gear, perhaps a powerful one. Kokabile reminded her of her mission to eliminate him before he became a threat to their race. Yuma expressed concern about Azazel discovering their plans, and Kokabile reassured her that Azazel was careless and that most of the work was done by Shemhaza and Barakil. Kokabile suggested that working for him could lead to advancement in a few years. Yuma confirmed she would meet Issei on Sunday and assured Kokabile that she would not fail. Sunday arrived. Issei waited for Yuma at the meeting point because he wanted to learn her intentions. He dressed for the date in black jeans, a red button-down shirt with long sleeves, a sleeveless black vest, and brown shoes that matched his amber eyes. He arrived 10 minutes early. Noon came and passed. He waited and almost left when she arrived at about 12. She wore a single-piece pink dress with matching gloves up to the elbows, heels, and a coordinating handbag. She looked elegant. Yuma apologized for being late. Issei, playing along with the dating game, said he had just arrived. She asked where he wanted to go, and Issei answered that she could decide since she had offered to show him the city. She suggested first visiting the shopping mall, then seeing a movie, and afterward going to the Japanese park. Issei agreed that it was an excellent plan and offered his arm to escort her. Yuma hesitated briefly and accepted. She blushed lightly, a little nervous, then linked her arm with Issei's. Drake mocked that she was a wonderful actress and deserved an Oscar, and the other dragon agreed that she was clearly acting, though they had not expected her to be so convincing. They went to the mall and looked through every store without buying much until Issei bought a pink bracelet to match her dress. She initially refused, but Issei said it was a thank you for showing him the city, and she accepted. They stopped for hamburgers at a fast food stand, then watched an action comedy movie that Issei thought was very good. Now they sat in the Japanese garden eating the ice cream they had just bought. She thought that it would soon be time to finish the job, and afterwards she could go see Kokubile. Far above, 3 figures floated in the sky, 2 women and a man, all fallen angels. Donasik wondered whether Rainier would go through with it. Middle replied that Rainier had always been considered weak-willed and he did not know what to expect. Calawarner reminded them that they were watching to report back the mission details, so she had better act. The fallen angel leaning on Issei's shoulder told him that she had enjoyed the day with him, resting her head as they watched the sunset. Issei sensed the auras of the 3 other fallen angels and realized they were present, watching Rainier's mission. He noticed the park gradually emptying. It was clearly a magic meant to isolate and trap him. He knew she was one of those who targeted people with sacred gear. He also knew, from experience, that he could force the fallen angels to talk if necessary. He relaxed into a confident smile, already expecting the confrontation. Before the date ended, she stepped back about a meter and asked him a cold, direct question about whether he could die for her. Issei pretended not to hear, though his dragon senses picked up everything. When she asked again, a light enveloped her and revealed the truth. She was no longer the gentle girl in a pink dress but Rainier, wearing a dark combat outfit and carrying a coiled weapon at her side. She declared that her real name was Rainier, that she was a fallen angel, and that she had come to eliminate him, summoning a spear of light. Issei remarked that it was about time she showed herself and waited as Rainier prepared her attack. She gathered energy and formed 10 sizable spears of light, pouring a lot of power into them. Drake urged him to kill her, but another voice told him to be quiet. Rainier scoffed at taking the easy path, insisting everything had to be difficult for her, and then unleashed the spears toward Issei. Issei assumed a combat stance and formed a magic circle with his hands. The 10 spears struck the circle and were absorbed. In a sudden counter, the shield dissipated and released the spears back toward Rainier, now charged with twice the force. She barely evaded 9 of them, but one struck her shoulder. She cried out as the light affected her. As a being of darkness, she was vulnerable to that element. The counterattack was a powerful defensive technique taught to Issei by Elsha that reflected enemy attacks with increased force a low-class demon would not have survived. Seizing the moment while Rainier was vulnerable, Issei moved close and grabbed her by the throat to demand who had sent her and who was ordering the murders of sacred gear users. Rainier laughed and refused, insisting she would die before revealing anything about Kokubile. Her defiance made her face go pale. A sharp slap sounded in the park as others reacted to her words. The 3 observing fallen angels and Issei all face-bombed at her stubbornness. Issei observed that her silence made his task simpler, but now that her identity was known he could not let her go. He told her that she had to disappear and expressed his regret. He invoked the boosted gear on his arm in its final phase and activated boost repeatedly until he felt it was enough. Someone stammered that he was the bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon, the Sekiryuutei. He confirmed he was the Sekiryuutei of this generation and added that being one of Grigory's cadres would certainly make things interesting. Rainier froze in shock. Donasik, Calawarner and Middlet, though standing apart, shared the same stunned expression. Seeing their companion doomed, they fled. He declared it was the end and fired Dragon Shoot. Rainier could not dodge in time. The attack hit and produced a massive blast that destroyed her. Issei noticed blood on his shirt and paused, thoughtful. He muttered Kokubile to himself and thought his problems were over. The dragon within him celebrated with him for a moment until 2 magic circles appeared nearby, one red and one blue. They wondered aloud who was causing the commotion. From the circles emerged people Issei recognized. The 4 senior sisters of Kuo Academy: Rias, Akino, Sona and Tsubaki. Issei remained calm, arms crossed, thinking his troubles were only beginning. He recalled how the 4 senior sisters, being demons, had assumed he was a human with a sacred gear. Their noble teams were incomplete and they wanted to recruit him. Back in the present, the 4 spoke in unison, asking what had happened as they took in the destruction left by the battle. Issei accepted that he had used more power than necessary and that there was no turning back. He watched them react with shock to the ruined surroundings and the fallen angel. The scene was grim but non-graphic. Rainier had been defeated and lay motionless. Issei felt a strange mix of relief and unease. He was about to leave when Sona called his name in an imperative tone and identified him as Haid Issei. He confirmed his identity politely and then asked whether they had any business with him, his face showing annoyance. Rias, leader of the occult club, asked if he had caused the destruction. He admitted he had and apologized, lowering his head and bowing slightly, and offered to help with the cleanup. They asked him to accompany them. After a moment of looking at the sky and sighing, he agreed but asked them to make it quick. In an instant he found himself in a large room furnished with many pieces, an expensive-looking rug and a chandelier. Through the window he could see the forest and, in the distance, the school buildings, including the new building and the gym. He recognized the old school building, the occult club room. On the sofas he saw familiar faces. Kaneko, who had helped him find his class on the first day, Kiba, well known around the school, Momo Hanakai, a medium-height girl with white hair and blue eyes, Tsubaki, Yura and Rhea. The girls in the room murmured admiring remarks about Issei, and he smiled amicably, which caused a few of them to blush. Rias began introductions with a confident smile, explaining that she was Rias Gremory and indicating that the others were part of her noble team, pointing to Kaneko, Kiba and Akino. Sona introduced herself as Sona Shirtorai, noting they had met before and that the others were part of her noble team, pointing to Tsubaki, Momo, Yura and Rhea. Issei expressed hope that they would all get along. Rias attempted to explain that they were not ordinary humans, but Sona gestured for her to let her continue. Issei, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and trying to look nonchalant, said he already knew they were demons. The 2 women were surprised that he was aware. Sona adjusted her glasses and said that made things easier. At that moment, Rias and the members of both noble teams produced a pair of black wings each from their backs, resembling bat wings. Issei showed no surprise. But what surprised him most was when she asked that question. Rias Gremory asked if it was all right to call him Te. Issei told her she could call him whatever she liked and asked what was wrong. Sona then asked if he understood how chess worked. Issei answered that he did and asked why she wanted to know. Sona explained that long ago there had been a war between the factions that caused many losses, and in recent years the demon king Beelzebub had devised a system based on chess pieces that could reincarnate beings of any race as demons. High-ranking demons received a set of evil pieces when they reached maturity so they could have up to 15 retainers. Rias produced 8 pawn pieces from her pocket and asked if he would like to be part of her nobility, saying he would be a great asset. Issei politely declined her offer and explained that he did not want to become a demon. He suspected the evil pieces could not endure the power of a god and would be destroyed or simply fail to bind to him. If that happened, everyone would realize he was a dragon god, the 3rd dragon god, son of the mightiest beings on the planet, unaffiliated with any faction. Other factions would feel threatened and the revelation would cause an international scandal. Some would try to capture him by force, others would seek to eliminate him. Issei was well aware of his position and refused decisively. His father, Great Red, had taught him that dragons obey no one and serve only themselves, and he did not want to become anyone's servant. Even if the pieces could withstand his power, he would not give up being a dragon to become a demon. It would wound his pride and his parents' honor. For all those reasons, he did not intend to join any faction now or ever. Rias accepted his answer with understanding and a trace of disappointment, and she hoped they could at least be good friends and help one another. Issei bowed slightly and offered to help her where he could. Rias told Yuto, Kaneko, and Akino to get along with him from now on. The three expressed in unison that they hoped to get along with Issei. Issei smiled, and the girls in the group blushed at the sight. Sona then renewed her invitation to join her nobility. Issei repeated his refusal with calm formality. Sona proposed deciding the matter with a chess game. If she won, he would join her house. If she lost, the opposite would hold. Her entourage assumed she would never lose, while Rias's group muttered that Sona was being cunning. Sona had never lost a chess game in her life. She had once used a chess match to avoid an arranged marriage. She and Sekiryuutei Agars were considered prodigies of strategy in their generation. Issei paused to consider and then accepted the challenge. 5 minutes later, Sona sat across from him with a chessboard between them. Rias and her entourage stood behind Issei, and Sona's retinue lined up behind her. Sona asked which color he preferred to start with. Issei let her choose, and she took white. Both players moved quickly, arranging their defenses and trying to anticipate the other's plans. After 15 minutes it appeared Sona was faltering. She had captured one of Issei's pawns and a knight, but she had lost a rook, a knight, her queen, and 3 pawns on the right flank. Spectators watched in stunned silence. Sona herself felt like a novice and resolved to change tactics. Sona launched another attack, but Issei had seen through her plan. He maintained a poker face so his intentions would remain unreadable, then turned her own strategy against her, a maneuver no one expected. After another 15 minutes, Issei had lost a rook, a bishop, and 2 more pawns, yet Sona's position had not improved. She was left with mostly pawns and realized belatedly that Issei had been using her approach against her. Issei had honed these skills through long training sessions and countless chess matches with the strategic prodigy Elsha, whom he had never managed to beat. After 2 more moves, Issei achieved checkmate and secured victory for the black pieces. Issei smiled. The spectators, without exception, were stunned and horrified. Sona had lost. After recovering her composure, Sona stood upright, adjusted and cleaned her glasses, and admitted her defeat while expressing the hope that she and Issei could be friends and play chess another time. Issei accepted gratefully. The nobles praised Issei. Sona asked whether he was a sacred gear wielder. Issei downplayed it and said he had a simple twice critical. The voice of Drake interjected, asserting that he was the legendary Crimson Dragon. Issei and Drake traded a few teasing remarks, and the nobles reacted with disbelief that a human with a twice critical could have defeated a fallen angel so decisively. Issei then asked for their promise not to tell anyone else and revealed that he was not human but a dragon. Tsubaki, Sona, Rias, and Akino demanded proof. Issei unfolded his wings. The wings were imposing, dark red with subtle magenta highlights and a single horn at the upper edge that lent a striking, intimidating appearance. They watched with a mixture of fear and awe, and then gradually calmed. The 4 noble women marveled at the revelation. As Issei prepared to leave, they asked once more about his true sacred gear. He hesitated, then admitted that his sacred gear was the boosted gear, the Longinus of the legendary Red Dragon Emperor Drake, making him the current Sekiryuutei. The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned at the presence of such power in that place, the kind of power that could challenge a demon king or a god. It was overwhelming information to process. After saying his goodbyes, Issei left, leaving the gathered nobles feeling a mix of worry and contentment, an inexplicable kind of peace settling over them. At the Hayadu mansion that evening, Issei complained about how tiring the day had been. Drake noted that Issei was more stressed than truly exhausted. Issei decided to train briefly to stay in shape and then rest, mentioning a strange premonition that tomorrow would be unusual. Drake told him to trust his instincts, and they went to sleep. On Friday, Issei walked home, discussing trivial topics with Drake, mostly about food. Suddenly he bumped into a young woman who apologized profusely, explaining that she had been distracted. From her clothing, Issei recognized her as a nun from Italy. She was blonde with emerald eyes that carried both innocence and a hint of sadness, but she smiled brightly despite everything. She introduced herself as Asia Argento and explained that she had arrived in Japan the day before, had not yet found anyone who spoke her language, and currently had nowhere to stay. Issei, who could understand many languages thanks to the apple of knowledge he had eaten, offered to help and asked if she had a place to stay. Asia explained that she had a little money and had been relying on alms. Feeling compassion, Issei invited her to stay at his house for as long as she needed. Asia accepted with tears of gratitude, saying that it had been a long time since anyone had been so kind to her. Issei gently told her not to cry and encouraged her to smile. Drake observed that she seemed very innocent and inexperienced. They walked toward the park where Issei had already defeated Rainier. Issei did not feel any remorse about it. A child began to cry in the park after falling and scraping his knee. Asia moved toward the boy while Issei watched carefully. She knelt, placed her hands near the wound, and rings appeared on both of her middle fingers. A soft, peaceful green light glowed, and the scrape slowly vanished without leaving a scar. The boy's mother watched in astonishment and considered it a miracle. Asia smiled kindly and told the boy that he should not cry over small things, that he needed to be strong to protect others and face whatever came his way. She ruffled his hair, and the boy giggled. Asia returned to Issei, pleased and feeling useful. She asked Issei if she looked strange, glancing at her nun's habit. Issei admitted that he had not expected her to possess that kind of sacred gear. He said that he knew she had one but did not know it would be a healing type. The energy she emitted was capable of healing beings of any race. Asia asked if Issei was connected to the supernatural world. Issei explained that he was indeed involved and that his own sacred gear was not a support type but an offensive one called boosted gear. Asia reacted with innocent relief, showing she did not fully understand the reputation of boosted gear or the destructive power associated with the Red Dragon Emperor, Drake. After a while they arrived at Issei's home. Asia was astonished to find that his house was actually a mansion. They settled in, snacked, and talked about ordinary things until Issei asked Asia about her past and how she had become involved with the supernatural. Asia's expression turned sad and distant as she began to speak. She said she had been abandoned by her parents in front of a church in Italy and was raised by the nuns there. They taught her to believe in God and she had a happy childhood among the other children. One day, when a child fell and scraped a knee, she instinctively helped. She closed her eyes, wished for the child to be well, and felt 2 rings materialize on her middle fingers while a green light shone behind her eyelids. When she opened her eyes, the child's wound was gone. The nuns were surprised, and from then on she felt useful to the church. She healed many patients, some with serious injuries and others with terminal illnesses, and the satisfaction of saving lives was reward enough. She became known as the Holy Maiden. Later she found a wounded young man in front of the church and ran to help him. After she healed him, she saw that he had black, bat-like wings and realized he was a demon. One of the nuns witnessed this and informed the priest and other church authorities. Asia was 15 at the time. The congregation's attitude toward her changed. Despite having healed many people, she was stripped of her title and labeled a witch or heretic. She was expelled from the place she loved. Afterward, fallen angels offered her help. She was summoned to Japan for what was supposed to be a meeting, but she overheard 3 fallen angels discussing taking her sacred gear. Fearing for herself, she escaped and had been nervous ever since, often glancing over her shoulder as if someone might be following her. Asia apologized through tears, insisting she had never wanted to cause trouble or be a burden. She sobbed that because of her, he would be killed if anyone found him, and begged for forgiveness before saying she had to leave because she did not want him to die on her account. Issei took her hand as she tried to walk away and stared into her eyes. Asia was surprised and still confused, tears brimming in her eyes. Issei told her, his expression and voice going cold, that anyone who even tried to harm her would have to answer to him and would pay dearly. He promised to protect her from anything that might hurt her and to help make her dreams come true. He added that he was more powerful than he seemed, and then, with an almost deliberately silly tone that broke the sudden severity, he asked her to call him Issei as a brother. Asia looked at him for a long moment, then smiled adorably. She trusted that he would protect her and felt she could rely on him completely. Tears fell from her face, not from sadness but from pure happiness. Asia hugged him in the way a little sister would hug her older brother, and Issei felt genuine affection for her. The emotional moment ended there. Issei asked Asia what her greatest dream was. Asia said she wanted many friends, to buy clothes and flowers, to read books with others, and never feel lonely again. She told him that with him she did not feel alone and that she felt safe, able to trust him even though they had only just met. Was pleased to hear that and proposed that tomorrow, Saturday, they would go to an amusement center so she could have fun and he could show her around Japan. He showed Asia his room and helped her unpack. At first she felt awkward in the large, luxurious space. Having been raised in humble surroundings, the abundance felt strange. Gradually she began to grow accustomed to it, and afterward they went to sleep. Issei affirmed that he would protect her with his life. The voice inside him, Drake, teased that he was a heartbreaker. Issei snapped that he did not love her in that way and cared for her as a younger sister. Drake continued to tease about NCST until Issei told him to be quiet. On Saturday Issei woke at 10 in the morning. He normally woke at that hour on weekends, but he had almost forgotten they had a guest and did not want Asia to wait since they planned to go to a mall and the amusement park. He got ready as quickly as he could, using a little magic to dress himself, and hurried downstairs. Asia was in one of the dresses from her suitcase and wore an apron. She had prepared breakfast and told him it was ready. Issei apologized for waking late and explained that he usually got up at that time on weekends but had forgotten she was there. Asia said she liked to help and had checked the house for dirt but found none. Issei explained that the house was equipped with an automatic cleaner that kept everything tidy. Drake made a sarcastic comment, and Issei responded with gratitude. He told Asia not to worry about cleaning, since she was his guest and he felt bad that she had made breakfast alone. He asked her to get ready while he finished up, and she asked what to wear. He told her to wear whatever she liked best. 2 hours later they were at the amusement park, enjoying the lively atmosphere. They tried many rides, stopped occasionally to eat or rest, and treated themselves to ice cream. At one point they stopped at a crane game. Asia fixated on a particular plush mouse she had seen in a cartoon and clearly wanted it, but she thought it would be difficult to win. Issei decided to try. He inserted a token and moved the controls with concentration, guiding the claw with careful motions until he managed to pick up the plush. The claw opened prematurely on one attempt and the plush fell, revealing the machine had been tampered with. Not discouraged, Issei inserted another token, lifted the plush to the center of the glass, and began to swing it gently like a pendulum. Gradually increasing the motion, he timed the movement so that when the claw opened the plush landed directly in the prize chute. They had outwitted the rigged machine and won the toy. Asia was more than happy to have a plush of her favorite cartoon character. With that victory, they walked away and sat in the park near Issei's house. Issei asked Asia how she had enjoyed the day. Asia thanked Issei and said she had never had such a fun day and that she would always treasure these special memories, including the mouse she had named Mr. Peppy. Issei responded that there was no need to thank him, she was his little sister. Issei did not notice that people were leaving the park and that his guard was down. Nearby, 3 fallen angels waited, Donasik, Middlet, and Calawarner, the same 3 who had escaped Issei before thanks to the territorial owners. Middlet wondered if that could be Asia Argento. Calawarner observed that she was with the boy who had killed Rainier before. Donasik decided they had a chance to take her while Issei was distracted. Middlet and Calawarner agreed. Suddenly the 3 of them struck with near supersonic speed. Calawarner, known for long-range speed, grabbed Asia and lifted her about 15 meters into the air. Issei shouted for Asia and leapt to his feet, but was struck by beams of light, 2 to his legs and 1 to his abdomen. The attacks appeared to immobilize him. In truth, Issei's physiology allowed him to heal instantly, but he chose to act wounded so his true condition would not be discovered. He left the injuries appearing severe to maintain the ruse. The 3 fallen angels laughed and taunted him as they departed, saying this was what happened to those who crossed them and boasting about avenging Rainier while taking the blonde girl. Once they were out of sight, Issei allowed his wounds to heal enough to look bandaged and treated, though he did not restore himself completely. He was angry and frustrated. He had just promised Asia he would protect her, and he had failed to keep that promise. He vowed to rescue her at any cost. Rias and Sona arrived then, accompanied by their entourages. Issei inwardly cursed that he had hoped to handle the rescue alone and to be able to heal without drawing attention, but he would have to keep the bandages on a little longer. Rias and Sona expressed concern and asked if he was all right after sensing fallen angel energies. Aquino noticed his wounds and worried that he was gravely hurt. Issei insisted he was fine and said he would have to leave soon. Sona asked imperatively if he was hiding anything. Issei explained that he was going to rescue a nun who had been kidnapped by fallen angels to extract the sacred gear. Rias warned that Issei could not fight the fallen angels in that condition and that he risked becoming an enemy of Grigori. Issei replied that he only wanted to save her and urged them not to interfere, warning that intervention could escalate into a larger conflict. He asked them to leave it to him, emphasizing that he was not allied to any faction. At that moment Issei revealed dark, intimidating wings from his back, black with a deep red sheen and scales, a horn visible atop his form. Rias urged him not to do anything reckless and asked what he intended to do. Issei's expression grew cold and determined, his amber eyes hard with resolve. He said that he would deal with the fallen angels himself. Aquino blushed and looked away. Rias snapped her fingers to regain focus and chastised Aquino for daydreaming. Aquino tried to brush it off and said nothing important, only that Issei's presence affected her. Issei launched into the sky with a fierce speed, heading toward an abandoned church where he sensed sacred presences. Even wounded, he moved so fast that some had difficulty following him. 5 minutes later, Issei arrived at the abandoned church and landed in the center of a group of fallen angels. The angels hesitated, unsettled by his sudden arrival and the intense, unwavering determination he radiated. Issei prepared to confront them. Issei vowed that anyone who messed with what he cherished would learn their lesson, and a red aura like living flames flared around him as he charged at the army. Through years of brutal training, Issei had developed an addiction to battle and a brutally efficient fighting style. His parents and history had labeled him an evil dragon god not because of grand conquests but because of the ferocity with which he fought. He had become more violent than the most feared examples in legend and twice as driven by the thrill of combat. If he revealed himself to the world, the name that would follow him would not be a simple god of dragons but something darker. On the field he moved like a force of nature, cutting down opponents with precise, merciless strikes, using his weapons and sudden bursts of power to neutralize attackers in an instant. He dispatched entire ranks of soldiers with inhuman speed and efficiency. In less than half a minute he had broken through one line and left 200 attackers defeated. These were low-level renegade exorcists, humans. Their superiors would not suspect what had happened if they believed the fallen were enemies of a different kind. His uniform bore the marks of battle, and his movements made clear that the fight was far from over. His appetite for battle would not be sated quickly. 2 magic circles appeared nearby, one red and one blue, known to Issei as the seals of the Gremory and Citri peerages. He could not believe they had come despite his orders for them to stay away. Anger and irritation flashed through him as he prepared new techniques for anyone who had interrupted him. A Citri heiress had just teleported in and, still disoriented, expressed concern that Issei had rushed into something beyond his control and that his recklessness might get him hurt. Rias Gremory similarly voiced worry, saying that there must be an army where he was and that he could die without help. Both peerages opened their eyes at the same time and could scarcely believe what they saw. A chaotic battlefield strewn with the fallen, many unrecognizable from the blow of conflict. As newcomers to war, they reacted in different ways. Most were horrified. Aquino watched with a fascinated admiration, others were stunned into silence, 2 fainted, and Kiba stood with his mouth open. All of them watched Issei engage a fresh wave of reinforcements who had tried to delay him. He was responsible for the wreckage around them, and the violent joy on his face inspired fear. Rias and Sona called out his name as they watched. Annoyed by the stains on his shirt, Issei tore it away, revealing a trained torso. Some of the women admired the sight, but he made no attempt to flirt. With the same quickness he used in battle, he used the discarded shirt to immobilize an enemy in a ruthless maneuver. The observers admitted he looked formidable without his shirt, but they could also see that he meant business. Issei turned to them and spoke sincerely, insisting that they stay back so they would not be hurt. He pinioned 5 soldiers with a thrown sword to underline his point and told them they could watch but must not intervene. The group nodded and watched as he continued to fight. They watched him parry swords, dodge spears, and evade arrows with professional precision. Sometimes he produced the boosted gear to deflect or block an attack, but mostly he relied on raw strength and skill, appearing to find killing as simple as breathing. The spectacle intrigued them. Kiba was stunned at the scale of Issei's prowess. Akino was captivated by his ferocity. Rias and Sona were incredulous and quietly excited at the prospect of recruiting him. Kaneko found herself strangely affected by the sight of Issei fighting and felt her cheeks flush. The others stood in shocked silence, remembering the gentle, respectful Issei they once knew while recognizing that this was his true nature. A cold, strategic fighter who had become cruel and manipulative through what he had experienced. They all knew his before and after, and to their surprise, none of them were entirely repelled. When the fighting finally ceased, more than 500 soldiers lay defeated across the field. The news of this slaughter would soon spread throughout the supernatural world. Issei felt a rising fury when he spotted one of the fallen angels, Donasik. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance so quickly that even Kiba could not follow him with his eyes. When everyone refocused, Issei was behind the fallen angel, applying a painful joint lock and demanding to know where Asia was. The fallen angel cried out in pain. The fallen refused to speak. Everyone present watched his obvious suffering but felt no pity, because he was accused of killing a human with his sacred gear. Issei held the man by the wing and, in a cold, emotionless voice, warned that if he did not speak within 10 seconds he would tear the wing off. The members of the Gremory and Citri groups could scarcely believe what Issei was threatening. He gestured toward the field littered with more than 500 bodies to prove he meant it. When the 10 seconds passed, Issei forcefully tore one wing away. The fallen screamed in agonized pain, clutching the wound, and the onlookers covered their mouths in shock. Issei laughed, then warned that if he did not confess where the captive was in 5 seconds he would take the other wing. The fallen continued to refuse. Issei removed the second wing as well, and the fallen cried out again. When Issei threatened to tear off the arms, the man finally relented and gave the location, in the basement, behind a false wall covered by cloth. The fallen sighed in relief at being believed, but Issei declared that he was no longer useful. He then took a firm hold of the man's head and ended his life with a single, swift motion. The spectators stared in stunned silence as Issei stormed toward the door and kicked it open. Inside the room stood a single man with white hair and red eyes in exorcist robes, a sword at his side. His eyes shone with a wild light and he muttered to himself. He babbled about having found a victim and how he would kill for sport, introducing himself as Fried Selzen come to eliminate them. Fried mocked Issei as a human who consorted with demons and claimed he would kill him with his sword and the help of 2 girls. He revealed 2 exorcist pistols tucked in his pockets. Issei warned Fried to step aside and let him pass, offering to spare his life if he did. Fried laughed and demanded Issei's name and his last words. Issei gave his name and ordered Fried to move. Then Issei moved with such speed and force that a chest blow sent Fried through the wall and left him incapacitated and furious. Fried snarled that Issei was a BSRD and promised to rise again, but he could not stand. Issei turned back to the others and, without displaying emotion, told them to go rescue the captive. Issei became aware that the entire Gremory and Citri group had been watching. He scolded them in the same cold tone, insisting that he did not want them involved for their own safety and that this matter was between him and the fallen angels. Rias, Sona, and Shinra praised him sarcastically for his consideration. Akino teased that he looked nice without a shirt. Issei blushed slightly and, for a moment, allowed his stoic expression to slip before turning so everyone could see his back. Scars crisscrossed his skin, evidence not of recent wounds but of years of harsh training with his parents. He could heal them, yet he kept them as reminders of what he had endured. The onlookers were taken aback by the sight. They found the hardened appearance fitting for someone like him. Akino's comment had embarrassed him, and Kaneko pointed out that Akino had made Issei uncomfortable. The other women silently scolded Akino for speaking out. Kiba asked if Issei would train with him sometime, and Issei agreed that they would train together in the future. The group thanked him for the display of skill, and Issei said he had other matters to attend to before descending the stairs to the basement. Issei allowed them to watch on the condition that he could also observe how the demons operated, proposing an exchange of knowledge. The others agreed, and they followed him. They descended into a dark room lit only by a faint green glow along the walls. In the center of the dusty floor sat Middlet and Calawarner, and at the far end a cross-like structure held Asia restrained and looking weak. Rias reacted with alarm upon seeing Asia. Issei announced that he would come to the rescue soon. Middlet replied with a mocking taunt, saying it was cute that the prince had come to save his princess and that they would not let him pass. She warned that, even if he had broken through the soldiers and fought freed Selzen, they would not be underestimated and were ready to fight seriously. At that, the two women produced large syringes filled with a violet liquid. After they injected it, their eyes took on a reptilian, slit-like appearance and glowed a deep violet. Their veins became unusually prominent, their limbs bulked up, and their nails lengthened into claws. Their fangs extended and their tongues turned blue and grew, tearing their shirts in the process. Issei, surprised, asked what they had done to themselves. One of them explained that it was a drag long ago developed in Grigory and promptly banned because it was extremely unstable and dangerous. They said the substance produced severe long-term side effects and drastically shortened the user's lifespan. Where a fallen angel might have an average life of about 10,000 years, taking the drag could reduce that to roughly 2,000 years. Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, had censused those who used it and confirmed their lives were dramatically shortened. The speaker justified the choice by saying that for the sake of Grigory and Azazel, living 2,000 years was acceptable if it granted power. The drag had granted them power comparable to a fallen angel with 4 pairs of wings, approaching cadre level, something even a high-class demon would struggle to face. They asserted that a human like Issei could not defeat them. The nobles and observers listened in alarm, unable to imagine how Issei could win. Then they remembered he still had his sacred gear unused, that could be his trump card. Issei declared that he would not underestimate them and asked only that they entertain him a little. His calm confidence surprised everyone. Facing two beings close to cadre level, he seemed either incredibly powerful or reckless. Issei activated his sacred gear. A red gauntlet appeared on his arm, reaching to the forearm, set with golden spikes and an emerald at the center of the hand. It was the legendary red gauntlet that contained the Welsh dragon's power, the same relic that had wreaked havoc alongside the English dragon during the last Great War. This was the gauntlet's latest version, extending to the elbow and bearing 6 golden spikes. Even so, Issei admitted he felt that this alone might not be enough, and said he would have to use the balance breaker. The assembled parties reacted with renewed surprise. The balance breaker was an evolved form of sacred gear that responded to the wielder's emotions, supplying a surge of power to unlock greater abilities. It was rare to see anyone activate it. Among 100 sacred gear users, perhaps 5 could awaken it. Issei spoke to the gauntlet as if addressing a comrade. The gauntlet answered in a booming, confident voice, urging them to finish off their opponents. The reaction in the room ranged from astonishment to disbelief and offense. It was strange to many that Issei treated the gauntlet as a friend rather than merely a tool, but the gauntlet seemed to appreciate it. Momo, Yura, and Shinra observed that the form was Sekiryuutei and that it was incredible. Others quietly reflected on Issei's character. After witnessing his concern for his friends, the power he could wield, and the way he balanced seriousness and warmth, it was difficult not to feel moved by him. Rias liked everything about Issei, as did Akino, Kaneko, and Sona. The others admired only his fighting style. Issei announced he would activate Balance Breaker and surrounded himself with a red aura that stole the visibility of those present. Everyone was stunned by the imposing red armor that seemed a deadly weapon in itself. Small cannons protruded from the shoulders, and emerald-like gems adorned the chest, arms, and legs. The helmet was red with golden details and emerald eyes. Propulsors sat on the back and a spiked tail ended in a large blade. Dark red wings flared at the sides, and despite appearances the suit moved with great agility, feeling like an extension of his own body. All present agreed it was an incredibly powerful and impressive armor. Middlet and Kalawarner mocked Issei, calling him foolish for thinking he could defeat them. They compared themselves to fallen angels nearing cadre level and dismissed his chances. The others, unaware of Issei's true strength, estimated his odds at no more than 20%. Issei answered that they would only find out if they faced him, and he offered to let them strike first. The group thought him reckless and strange. Middlet praised his kindness, and Kalawarner struck with incredible speed, sending Issei through a wall. He shot back like a bullet and returned the blow. The impacts generated tremors across the surrounding area. Kalawarner stabilized midair a short distance away, and then Middlet struck Issei's chest with an outstretched hand. The attack lodged against the armor. Issei felt the contact and countered with a powerful blow to the jaw that sent Middlet tumbling from the basement through the church's roof. Concerned allies urged Issei to retreat, but he reassured them. His armor immediately began regenerating, a fact that surprised the onlookers and quieted them. They had thought him cruel, but the spectacle and the revealed resilience of his armor allowed them to continue watching the fierce fight. Spectators thought Issei extremely powerful and imagined they would not have lasted a second against those opponents. The combatants clashed again with knees, elbows, strikes, kicks, and headbutts, each side exploiting openings. Issei even took some hits intentionally to heighten the drama. A taunting voice echoed from the back of the room. Freed Selzen appeared holding a pair of rings, while Asia lay bound and unconscious nearby. Freed made cruel remarks and tossed the rings toward Middlet. Issei reacted with a surge of darker, more intense aura as his enemies laughed and prepared to use a forbidden spell. Middlet and Kalawarner joined hands and recited an ancient fusion incantation, calling themselves wind and ocean, yin and yang, and demanding their bodies and beings merge into one. Bright light enveloped them as their energies combined. They laughed triumphantly, declaring increased resilience and speed, and boasted of a new regenerative ability, crediting the nun who had been caught in their trap. Issei stood frozen with fury, trembling and clenching his fists until his armor showed signs of strain. He thought of Asia's past, her gentle words and simple dreams of buying books and flowers with friends, and felt the crushing weight of having failed to protect her. Helplessness turned to hatred for the fallen angels and for those who had harmed her. From within the armor, he tightened his jaw and focused. He began to intensify his power in repeated stages, each boost raising the energy around him until it soared. With a final surge, he formed his arm into the Longinus Smasher and unleashed a single, overwhelming strike. The accumulated energy discharged into the fused enemy, and it began to unravel, dissolving into light and fragments of energy in an instant. The fusion cried out in disbelief and begged forgiveness from their leaders, invoking names like Azazel, Shemhaza, and Kokabil as they collapsed into defeat. And at that last scream the disintegration was total. Issei had won, but he was furious. He had not been able to protect Asia. With force he tore the chains that had bound her to the cross, picked up the 2 rings that lay on the ground, and gently placed her body on the floor in the posture of someone laid out for burial. Issei knelt beside her and, in a way none of the others present had seen before, began to cry, his sobs soft. The others felt pity for him. Seeing him like that broke their hearts. Issei cursed himself for not being stronger and for not being able to save her. He rose and, tears in his eyes and without his armor, prepared to leave the room. Rias and Sona called his name, and he turned, head bowed, insisting that there was nothing he could do, that she was dead and that he was used to seeing people die. He remembered the vow he had made as a child and burned with the anger of having failed to protect what mattered to him, though an odd certainty remained that this was not the end. Rias and Sona could not stand seeing him so broken. They told him that Asia could be saved. They explained that one of the most important qualities of the evil pieces was that a piece could receive someone who had just passed away, as had been done before with Yudo. Issei asked why he had not been told earlier. They responded that they needed his permission because Asia had been a nun and they did not wish to violate her faith without consent. Issei refused to take away her beliefs and pleaded for her to be given a second chance. Rias asked who would perform the revival. Sona offered to entrust a bishop piece to Rias as a gift, asking Rias to revive Asia. Rias thanked Sona, prepared a magic circle around Asia, and placed the bishop piece on her chest. Rias then invoked Asia Argento to become her faithful vassal and accompany her in a new life. The bishop piece merged with Asia, and a blinding light filled the room. Color returned slowly to her cheeks, life returned to her eyes and body. After a minute she began to stir. Issei crouched beside her and watched with a smile as she opened her eyes. Asia awoke with tears of relief and gratitude, saying she had known he would come to save her and that she had been very frightened. Issei responded that she should thank Rias, who had brought her back and who would ensure she attended classes now that she had become a demon. Wings appeared on Asia's back. She noticed them and, with simple gratitude, accepted her new form because being near Issei mattered to her. She thanked Rias again. Rias reminded her that she was now a vassal and would be expected to attend the occult research club after classes, and Rias would see that she did. Issei, surveying the damaged mountain grounds left by the Longinus collision, remarked on the chaos he had caused. The others admired him for his strength and recounted how he had single-handedly destroyed vast numbers of enemy soldiers, defeated the renegade exorcist Fried Selzen, and overcome 2 fallen angels who had wielded the power of a cadre of Grigori accomplishments achieved with hardly a wound. Several of the girls expressed a wish to be trained by him someday. Issei accepted that idea with quiet pleasure. They all went to the occult research club and then returned home, unaware of the surprises the next day would bring. Asia's resurrection as a demon the previous night had been a relief for Issei. They had all witnessed a small portion of the dark dragon god's power, and many explanations would be required in the days ahead. Issei maintained good relations with Rias and Sona and their entourages, who still had not chosen all of their pieces. Their noble ranks would soon grow stronger. The morning was clear and pleasant. Issei woke full of energy, had an animated breakfast with his younger sister, and walked to the academy chatting amiably. There had been an incident at the kendo club the previous day. It had been handled and did not affect their day. At lunchtime Kiba summoned Issei to the occult research club, and he went along with Asia. The two of them were admired by the other students, and some began to imagine a romantic relationship between them. They arrived to find nobles from the Gremory and Citri households waiting. Although they were still high school students, they were high-class demons and heirs of their respective clans. Issei wondered why he had to explain himself to them despite his own impressive rank and power. Rias understood that diplomatic relations with the Dragon Emperor carried weight with other factions. Even without formal factional ties, being on good terms with someone of such reach could turn eyes into allies, and the presence of celestial dragons could shift the balance of power in the world. Women could be intimidating, to say the least. Kiba knocked and they entered the room. Issei felt intensely watched, which was understandable after the events that had just unfolded. Rias greeted him with a smile and a sing-song, slightly impatient tone, expressing hope that he had rested well. Issei returned the courtesy, thanking her and stating that he preferred to get to the main point quickly, folding his arms and offering a small smile. Rias acknowledged that he had noticed and asked him to share more so they could get to know him better, making a small gesture for him to begin and folding her arms beneath her chest. Issei began to explain that his fighting style was harsh but effective, shaped by masters who had trained him with relentless rigor and would not allow weakness. He described the ability to summon hundreds of reanimated warriors from different eras, each with limited but useful intelligence, capable of forming basic strategies through common sense. Because they were not living opponents, he had been able to fight without restraint, and over years of intense weapon training his combat became instinctive. He admitted that he had shown no mercy in early battles and had struck down those he judged dangerous, which explained the ferocious edge to his technique. Sona and the others reacted with surprise and concern, wondering about the identity of his masters and the nature of fighting such an army of reanimated forms. Their minds wandered to unsettling possibilities about who had been involved in those battles. For a moment Sona pictured the kinds of people who might have been among the enemies, and the group shared a sobering sense of his past. Issei went on to say that during those brutal training sessions he had earned many meaningful scars and that under those conditions he had awakened his sacred gear. He explained that he had begun training at 6 years old and awakened the sacred gear at 10. His parents had not been involved in the training. They took care of him and allowed him to come and go, frequently traveling for work. They owned a large oil reserve in the Arctic and ran a company called Expetrol, leaving him largely to his own devices because they trusted his independence. He said he loved them and missed them, but being alone had taught him to mature early. When he turned 13, during a life-or-death training encounter with two dangerous, truck-sized serpents, he unlocked his balance breaker in its full expression and defeated them. He offered that information and said he would try to keep the broader picture under his control. Drake mocked the account in their mental conversation, laughing and calling the story trash, while Issei played along. Another mental voice joked about getting snacks and threw a playful insult about a winged velociraptor, provoking a mental retort of frustrated exclamation from Drake. Sona expressed interest in who his masters had been and whether they must have been powerful. Issei revealed that his masters were no longer alive, having died in a battle against a cadre, and that he intended to avenge them. He suspected Kokobeel's involvement but did not want to discuss the matter further at that time. Sona bowed slightly in apology for bringing up a delicate subject, and Issei reassured her that none of them were to blame since they had not known. The group cautioned him that by pursuing this, he might attract the attention of Grigory and risk sparking a larger conflict. Issei made clear that he had no intention of dragging them into his fight. This was his battle, and because he was not aligned with any faction he could act freely. The others warned that his independence would not last long once word of the Sekiryuutei spread and that all factions would soon keep him under surveillance, making it dangerous if a cadre targeted him. Issei affirmed his identity as a dragon and asserted that dragons answer to themselves and pursue their own goals. He was determined to achieve his objective even if all of Grigory turned against him. His tone left no room for persuasion, and the others gradually gave up trying to change his mind. They accepted that it was something very personal to him. Finally, when asked if he intended to get along with the demons, Issei replied that he already liked them and saw no problem doing so. Issei clarified that when he said he got along with demons he meant only the two of them and their nobles, and that he would not hesitate to kill another if it deserved it. Everyone looked at Issei with respect. Their guesses about what his training had been like did not come close to the reality of what his parents had put him through. He knew his words were not empty. What few noticed was that Rias had not participated in the discussion. She had been lost in thought, watching the events with a distracted expression. Her usually bright, cheerful eyes had lost some of their luster. Issei snapped to get her attention. Rias apologized hastily and explained that she had been thinking about what he had said, offering a nervous smile. Sona already knew what had been troubling Rias, since the Demon Council had moved up her engagement date. The council, in the youth's view, appeared old and greedy, concerned only with power and tradition. To Issei it all felt unbearably outdated. Issei asked what he had said in the last 20 minutes and leaned in with a teasing smile. Rias went pale at realizing she had not heard, and she blushed at how close he was. She stammered an apology and a quick, embarrassed bow. Issei reassured her that there was no need to worry and that she must have had her reasons. He reached up and gently placed a hand on her head in a comforting, friendly gesture. Great Red felt a swell of pride at the reaction, while the other girls quietly wished they could be in Rias's place. A simmering, somewhat misplaced anger rose in many of them, with the exception of Asia and Sona's nobles and Tsubaki. Issei said he would leave to eat before classes began. Rias expressed her thanks and said her servants would report on what he had said. She invited him to come see their work that night at 11. With a bow from the noble members, Issei hurried off to lunch to avoid falling asleep in class. Hours later, at 11 o'clock, Issei entered the clubroom. Yudo was cleaning his sword, Kaneko was eating, Asia was speaking amiably with Akino, and Rias was doing her best to keep the problem from affecting her and to stay focused. Rias had authorized Issei to use the magic circle despite him not being part of her family or noble house. She announced that they had been requested by the Archduke to deal with a renegade demon who had trespassed into their territory. Rias explained that the demon had only been in the area for a few days but was dangerous, preying on humans at night. They appeared in one of the northern streets of Kuo and materialized inside an abandoned warehouse. The structure had once been white but now bore rust and decay. Rias pushed the doors wide with confidence. A foul, decaying odor hit them as an unsettling, erratic laugh echoed from within. Rias identified the enemy as the renegade demon Visor in the name of the Archduke and the honor of the Gremory House, and she said that they would eliminate him. Visor taunted that he would enjoy the fight and that it would be entertaining for him. The creature did not resemble any of the demons present. It looked like a strange, monstrous centaur. Issei wondered at its odd form. Rias explained that renegade demons were those who had rebelled against their masters, either by killing them or fleeing to indulge their own greed. She said the demonic aspects within such beings mutate, turning them into monsters who lose much of their humanity and who must be dealt with immediately because they pose a clear danger to people. Rias told the group to watch them in action and then ordered Yuto to attack. She explained that the noble pieces were modeled after a human chess game and that a noble could have up to 16 members, each granting a specific ability. Yuto Kiba had been reincarnated as a knight, his defining trait being extraordinary speed. Yuto rushed in, blades flashing at incredible velocity. His attack was fast and aggressive but lacked a refined defensive technique. His strike landed on one of the demons' legs, causing the creature to cry out and stumble. The monster aimed for the one it perceived as weakest, trying to crush her with its forelimbs. The battle unfolded with coordinated, rapid movements from the team as each took their positions and engaged the threat. The creature raised its paw to strike Kaneko, but the blow never landed. Kaneko trapped the limb, countered with a precise strike, and flung the creature into nearby furniture, lifting it clean off the ground. The display made clear Kaneko's absolute strength and high defense. Issei explained the team's roles. Asia was a support piece, serving as the bishop, and another piece was currently traveling. Akino was the queen, the most powerful after Rias in the noble hierarchy, able to absorb the abilities of other pieces. Akino smiled pleasantly, though her tone was chilling. She changed briefly into a traditional shrine maiden outfit and summoned lightning into her hands. The electricity crackled around her as she struck the demon, which began to howl in pain. Akino kept her expression composed and signaled that it was his mistress's turn next and that she would finish the cleanup. Issei took in Akino's intensity and thought of her as unusually merciless in battle, wondering who could be more so. In a sudden burst of desperation, the demon lunged with a speed it had not shown before. Rias then stepped forward and revealed that she was the king, the strongest piece, and that her maternal family's special ability was the power of destruction. She concentrated that power into her right hand. The demon collided with it and was quickly overwhelmed, disappearing without leaving any graphic trace. Issei praised the team, commenting that Kiba was very fast, Akino was full of surprises, Kaneko was very strong, Asia was kind, and Rias was incredible. He placed his hand on Kaneko's head, which caused Kaneko to blush from the compliment. Everyone accepted his words with gratitude. Rias announced that training would begin the day after tomorrow. She emphasized that although they were strong, they needed to refine their skills. Sona would authorize the necessary time, so tomorrow would be the last day of classes. They would meet at the club and depart the following day. Rias asked Issei if he would accompany them. Issei agreed, noting that his parents were traveling and that classes had started to bore him. The day ended on a good note for most, but Rias felt bittersweet and uneasy, thinking about her looming engagement. In another place, deep in the underworld, the landscape stretched as a barren plain of magenta rock as far as the eye could see. Hooded figures gathered, speaking in low voices about matters of power. The leader opened the meeting by noting how hard each had trained to reach their current strength and outlined a plan for taking control of the supernatural world if everything proceeded as expected. He asked Lama, Loco, Kareza, Original, and Alev to report their progress and also inquired whether any of them had revealed their names or if any spies might know their plans. Lama reported that rumors about them had started to spread and that many focused on the Brigade of Chaos rather than on this 6-member organization, which kept their true objectives obscure. Loco said the situation among the northern peoples was similar and described the Nordics as neutral, comparable to the Greeks, while the Shinto-influenced regions had little impact and declining followers. Original agreed with Lama and Alev but warned not to underestimate any mythology. Even gods with few believers could still be formidable, and some original figures had once been feared. Original added that as someone from the underworld he knew as much as Lama and Alev. Kureza reported that his faction lacked reliable information but later clarified that he commanded a fleet of malevolent dragons comparable to mid-class demons and an elite group of 10 venomous dragons that approximated the power of a high-class demon. Lust and another member said they had been securing the wealth and resources necessary for the Rebirth Project, which, if successful, would grant them enough power to challenge a cadre. Loco added that he maintained connections with the region's most feared mercenaries and the unquestioning services of certain northern warriors. Those assets could buy time to escape if situations turned dire. The leader approved of the reports and ordered Original and Alev to ensure the Rebirth Project's completion, emphasizing that it was the group's top priority and would provide an unprecedented wartime advantage. With that, the meeting concluded. Each member vanished into their respective magic circles, which flared and disappeared, leaving no trace of their presence. The next day, Issei walked toward the academy while talking with Asia. Observers passing by assumed they were a couple, and their appearance drew attention as they made their way together. He, on the other hand, was already used to it, but since the previous day he had a bad feeling and wanted to begin training as soon as possible. The hot springs he had soaked in yesterday had not eased his unease. This was more than just stress. He had created forearm and ankle bracers that rested on his biceps and around his ankles, hidden from view. They were weights for warming up, 400 tons distributed across his arms and 600 in his legs. He could handle that and much more, having spent time on planets with gravity hundreds of times greater than normal places with extreme conditions and permanent, storm-sized weather. On those worlds his father had taken him, he scarcely imagined such things existed. Carbon fell under so much pressure that it became a rain of diamonds. His full strength reached 36,000 tons, but 46 jewels in his collar served as a seal on that power, leaving him with a remaining 2,000 tons. Issei had special insoles in his shoes that negated the weight of the training equipment on the surface of the earth, at least for the moment. They would lose effectiveness after a few months, yet he walked with relative normality. His mother would at least scold him severely if she discovered his strength had diminished while he was away. Classes ended, and Issei felt anxious to begin this training vacation. He looked forward to training with his peers. He still had a long way to go compared to Matsuda and Motohama, who were far more outspoken. Matsuda loudly teased him, joking that he wanted to watch the training sessions. Issei walked to the occult research club with Asia. When they entered, the air was different from previous days, tense, heavy with a palpable sense of ill omen. A silver-haired maid in a formal outfit stood there. Her graceful movements marked her as high nobility, and her power suggested she was beyond ordinary high-class demons, perhaps supreme class. Grafia announced that Razor-sama of the Phoenix clan was about to arrive and that only members of the respective noble houses should be present. She asked for Issei's name, sensing a Gremory aura in him and noting that he did not seem like a demon. Rias explained that Issei was a good friend and that she had authorized him to use their teleportation circle because he wanted to learn about demon customs. Grafia agreed to allow him to stay but remained curious about his identity. Issei introduced himself as Hayate Issei, a dragon who possessed the boosted gear and currently held the title Sekiryuutei. Grafia considered, thoughtfully, the unusual sight of a human transformed into a full dragon by the boosted gear something not seen every day. She apologized for any rudeness and reminded the group that an important guest would arrive soon. She expected a composed performance from everyone, especially from Rias. Rias said she could not get along with that man, insisting they were opposites in every sense. Kiba, Kaneko, and Asia spoke quietly among themselves while Akino served tea. Rias continued to argue with Grafia as Issei watched, tense and alert. Suddenly a dark aura filled the room and a Phoenix House magic circle appeared on the floor. This circle was unlike the clan's usual intense yellow-orange. It had a yellow-bluish, slightly green tint. A distant, cold feeling washed over everyone present except Issei and Grafia. A silhouette formed. A blond man in his early 20s, dressed elegantly and standing motionless as small flames flickered and died around him and the circle. The man addressed Rias in a cold, monotonous tone and commented on her appearance with lazy composure. Rias reacted with scorn and demanded his purpose, telling him to leave if he had only come to greet them. The man, Razor, declared that he intended to secure the Phoenix clan through an arranged engagement to increase his power and satisfy his ambitions. He added that the council elders wanted the union to strengthen their line, and he expressed disappointment that it would involve someone of Rias's temperament. Issei grew impatient and furious at Razor's casual talk of seizing the clan for power. He realized Razor possessed vast strength, perhaps beyond cadre level, and worried that even Rias's noble forces might be insufficient. Kiba fixed Razor with a lethal glare, and the others, aside from Asia, shared looks of disapproval. Rias stared back with a furious, icy expression, rejecting him outright. Issei's gaze hardened into that of someone who had faced death many times, and the intensity made Razor shift uneasily as tension spiked. Razor noted that his presence seemed unwelcome and asked Issei to identify himself. Issei restated his name and title, Sekiryuutei, and warned Razor that if he did not change his attitude, Issei would force him to beg for mercy. His voice carried venom and resolute anger that contrasted with his usually serene demeanor. Razor replied that Issei was interesting and that he hoped for some entertainment, mocking Issei's siblings and speaking with a hint of enthusiasm for the first time. Rias then announced that Surzex had ordered, as a last resort, a rating game to be held in 1 week and that she would serve as judge. She demanded the full presence of both noble houses immediately and explained that the match would be unofficial for administrative reasons. Another magic circle appeared, revealing 15 people inside. Each looked capable but carried serious, sad, and distant expressions. Issei noticed a small blonde among them whose essence marked a blood relation. It was clear they did not want to be near Razor. Fear and resentment showed on the newcomers' faces. Razor smiled with a hint of mockery and explained that his nobles hated him with all their souls. He admitted that he had taken them under his banner as results of favors he had granted to their families when they could not repay him. In exchange for sparing those families, he had absorbed their strongest members into his service. Razor boasted that it was surprising they were only half volunteers, and that he had won every rating game he had entered. He claimed a 10-for-10 streak and dismissed his pieces as mere tools to weaken opponents and secure victory. He hoped Issei would at least give him a good fight, and a chilling laugh escaped him that made more than one person shiver. Issei, for his part, only wanted to kill him. Razor declared that Issei would not fight him because Issei did not belong to his nobility, so only Razor and his group would face him and defeat him in the name of Gremory, even if it was their first encounter. Razor then mocked the idea of a fair match and said the confrontation would be a mere mockery, an uninteresting meeting. He insisted that only his members could defeat them and called their opponents pathetic for how they were used. Issei retorted that Razor thought himself important and that Issei would see to it that Razor was defeated. He insulted Razor and said that Razor's existence would end, which he framed as a favor to Rias, her servants, and the rest of the world. Razor ordered any of his nobles to attack. A girl armed with a bow pole looked closer than the others and appeared indecisive. After a cry as if of pain, tears in her eyes, she seemed forced to strike. She moved quickly and slipped in with a turn of the bow aimed at Issei's face. Issei, with a bored gesture, deflected the weapon upward. The bow slammed into the ceiling and, with a light push from the same hand, sent her sprawling against a wall. Issei thought he might have gone a little too far, because he would not have struck her by her own will. His emotions sometimes blurred his cold judgment. Had he used more force, the outcome would have been far worse. Everyone except Razor and Graphia gasped in astonishment at Issei's strength and agility. He was, in short, someone to be feared. Razor admitted that Issei was more interesting than he had expected but cautioned him not to get excited. He identified the girl as his weakest servant and then offered Issei a place in his nobility, saying Issei would get whatever he wanted and would not be bound by the restriction seals his other servants carried. Razor promised they would be unstoppable together. Issei scoffed that the offer was a joke and refused outright, insisting he would never join Razor and pointing out that Razor's nobility was already complete. Razor, speaking more casually, seized his Queen Yubaluna by the throat and implied he could dispose of her if needed, saying he could make the vacancy and welcome Issei with open arms when he was ready. He announced that the raiding game was scheduled for a week, but he would extend it by another week to make things more interesting, giving Rias and her 4 remaining members time to grow stronger and allowing his injured servant to recover. Issei internally cursed Razor and vowed they would defeat him. He admitted he had the power to act immediately but preferred to avoid trouble with other demons at the moment. Razor claimed that he could not be defeated and then, with his words growing sharper, declared that his stay had grown long enough and he would see them in 2 weeks before departing through a magic circle with his nobles. The small blonde shot Issei a look that lasted no more than a second but conveyed a clear plea for help. The circle self-destructed to leave no magical trace. Asia commented that he was an unsettling individual. Everyone knew Issei's level of skill, but his reflexes were in a different league. Kiba already understood that he could do little against Issei besides make a fool of himself, and the gap between them was enormous. All were grateful to have Issei as an ally rather than an opponent. Rias admitted she had not wanted to make a decision lightly but had to act fast. She needed at least 2 members of moderate strength because their lack of power and numbers left them vulnerable to a full nobility. Did not want to be forced into a match with someone of Razor's mindset. Issei began to plan a training regimen and remembered 2 people who could turn the situation around. With a confident, challenging smile that unsettled many, he asked Rias for the coordinates of the place where they would train and told her to wait until sunset the next day. He promised he knew 2 very strong candidates for her new servants and guaranteed she would not regret it. His smile left Rias and the others flushed. In Issei's complicated simplicity they felt protected, stronger, and strangely enchanted. He remained a mystery to them, and that mystery was what made them so interested. Rias felt reassured that someone cared so much and provided the coordinates. Issei prepared to use his inherited magic circle to travel there instantly. The training location was a mansion. Demonic expenditures spared nothing, though it was only a fraction of Issei's own home. It was nonetheless comfortable and suitable for what they needed. Issei, for his part, had to make a special trip to the dimensional rift that day. That night he lay awake, ashamed for having made an insensitive remark about his friends earlier and worrying whether they would still agree to what he planned. He knew the only way to find out was to ask them directly, so he entered the boosted gear and traveled to its deepest, most hidden place. There he found 2 ageless figures that were fragments of soul. He approached nervously. He had not visited them since finishing his training, and the encounter made him uneasy. Belzerd and Elsha reacted with an over-the-top, anime-style scolding meant to teach him a lesson. A flurry of swift, non-graphic martial strikes and magical bursts that sent Issei sprawling to the floor. Drake arrived and taunted his wielder with amused laughter. The 3 scolded him for neglecting the Kuhais who had helped him and then been forgotten. Issei recovered, performed a comical backward flip, and landed at their feet to apologize for his absence. After a moment of typical tsundere reluctance, both accepted the apology and slipped back into the familiar dynamic Issei remembered. Elsha made it clear that she would forgive anyone who apologized in that manner, though she spoke with a mild, flustered annoyance. Issei then shared news that was both hopeful and potentially troubling. He told them that he intended to resurrect them with the help of his parents. The revelation brought a mix of confusion, surprise, restrained joy, and fear about the unknown ritual. He explained that he had a strong control over the boosted gear, though he could not claim the same of the flying fish lizard dragon that inhabited it. Drake reacted with a sharp strike that knocked Issei back, then laughed at his own joke, unable to hide his amusement. Issei clarified the plan. He would catalyze their souls and keep them in this plane while his father created their new bodies and his mother stabilized them, preserving memories and abilities. He admitted that he could not create life himself, but the 3 dragon gods together were a force beyond reckoning. Belzerd and Elsha were filled with hope despite their fears. Belzerd longed to experience sensation and taste again, since as fragments they had lacked those senses. Elsha was overjoyed at the possibility of being with Issei and finally being able to express her feelings. She embraced him warmly, and the sudden, sincere display of emotion overwhelmed Issei, causing him to faint from surprise. Belzerd quickly intervened and separated them, and Issei lay unconscious for a brief while with a faint nosebleed from the sudden shock. Belzerd reflected on the chance this resurrection offered, the opportunity to feel, to taste, and perhaps to find love he had missed in his previous life. He resolved to seize this new chance. When Issei recovered and was seen as a hero for the promise of resurrection, he turned to the harder part of his plan. He explained that after they were brought back, he needed them to become servants of a high-class demon, which would require them to reincarnate as demons. If they chose not to follow that path, he insisted he would not force them and would still resurrect them because he wanted to and could do so. He understood if they declined. Elsha and Belzerd asked for clarification because his words had been abrupt, and Issei felt murmured reproach for his unclear phrasing. He repeated his request more gently and with obvious pleading, admitting his hope and his reluctance to compel them. Elsha agreed, saying she would accept the arrangement in gratitude for his noble effort and because it would allow her to spend more time with him, though she made clear she was not doing it solely because he asked. Belzerd also agreed enthusiastically, intrigued by demon society and eager to test himself in duels against powerful opponents. He offered his unconditional support. With their acceptance, Issei's plan felt both lighter and weightier, buoyed by hope and shadowed by the challenges ahead. Issei watched the scene moved. He smiled broadly and embraced both Elsha and Belzerd, then told them he would come back for them in a moment. He had to go to his parents at the dimensional rift, and the next time they met would be the last time they existed as soul fragments. Belzerd asked innocently whether a complete soul was necessary to resurrect someone. Drake responded proudly that it was not. All souls within the boosted gear were full souls, but many had fallen into madness. Being called fragments meant they were part of the boosted gear's whole, composed mostly of Drake and the souls it had consumed. Issei was fully awake now and rose, determined to end this as soon as possible. He made a swift karate-like motion with his hand, something new for him, and the gesture opened a portal. His hand seemed to tear the space there, revealing a nearly empty but colorful and infinite place. The reference point of alternate realities, his first home and always his refuge, the dimensional rift. There he quickly found his parents. Great Red remained in dragon form, seemingly unmoved by Ophis's attacks as often happened. When Great Red sometimes pretended to be hurt by Ophis, it was a performance. Someone of his caliber was impossible to truly harm. This time, however, he did not feign pain, and Issei sensed the situation was serious. Issei urgently demanded to know why Ophis was attacking Great Red and why Great Red was not acting as if he were hurt. Ophis replied angrily that she had asked the big idiot for more resources in a game, and he had set an indicator to infinite. The game had flagged the account as tampered with and permanently deleted it. The notification reached everyone, and the big idiot could not easily restore so many altered memories. Even if it hadn't been deleted, Ophis said she would have attacked him anyway for overshadowing what she had achieved through real effort. She had earned high, distinguished achievements and resented him ruining them. She launched into a furious assault on Great Red while Issei watched, baffled. Ophis then called attention to the gathered crowd and asked who supported Great Red fixing his mistake. Issei, who would never think to oppose his mother, raised his hand despite knowing it would risk his father's goodwill. Great Red, resigned to the vote, raised his enormous hand in defeat and told Issei to get to work after they understood the purpose of his visit, giving him a tender look. Issei explained that he had come to reincarnate 2 souls into dragon bodies. A platform appeared in the rift, and Great Red shifted into his human form. The faces of both parents became serious and solemn, a stark contrast to the earlier playful mood. Issei invoked Great Red by his divine name, Ryujin, and closed his eyes in a fear that ran deep. Ophis used that name only in matters of grave seriousness. She asked if Issei understood the magnitude of his request. Creating life was taboo, she said, and attempting to bring the dead back to this plane went beyond that taboo. As gods who answered to no faction, she still considered it wrong. She expressed distaste for methods that handled life and souls as casually as some demons did, and she could not imagine anyone being so important as to warrant that option. Issei pleaded. He explained that the souls were Elsha and Belzerd, the two strongest Sekiryuutei before him, who had trained him and resisted the curse of the boosted gear. They were very important to him. He admitted he lacked the power and experience to accomplish the resurrection alone and asked for their help. He knelt and put on a pitiable expression that tugged at Ophus's maternal instincts. Ophus reacted with a swift, exaggerated, anime-style reprimand. A quick, theatrical sequence of firm taps and pushes that left Issei gasping and winded, more from surprise than injury. The scolding was forceful but stylized, meant to discipline rather than to harm, and Issei felt a sharp sting that made him appreciate the seriousness of his request. Ophus relented. She agreed to help not because she wanted to, but because the matter held great value for Issei. She warned him never to use that pitiful expression again to manipulate her. If he tried to play on her emotions in the future without genuine feeling, she would be far less forgiving. She said she wanted his tears or devotion to be sincere, not a trick. Issei, still catching his breath and recovering his color, apologized in a halting voice and promised not to use that expression again. He could only add self-deprecatingly that his blue hue probably did not help his appeal to others. After half an hour he had partially recovered, but he was fit enough to begin the resurrection. Issei asked his father how he would create their bodies if he did not know their appearance. Great Red told his son not to underestimate him and explained that he would form mold bodies from his own essence. As he spoke, he grew enormous and the surface of his skin shifted, forming smooth, pod-like structures in an uncanny, rapid display. It was unsettling but efficient. Great Red compared his process to mythic creation, noting that he had taken ages to shape life from the elements carbon, water, oxygen, iron, calcium, molding them into living forms. With nearly all his power and a millennium of effort, he could produce beings whose reasoning approached that of his angels. This achievement astonished Great Red's observers, who could not fully understand his satisfaction. Issei asked what mold bodies were. Great Red explained that they were neutral forms, like mannequins, which would take on the shape and appearance of the soul that entered them. He smiled with confident arrogance and said he did not need to know everything to accomplish everything. When the bodies were ready, Issei entered the boosted gear and signaled to Elsha and Belzerd to step toward their new lives. Their smiles dissolved into particles of light and vanished. The rescue operation began against the clock. Issei sustained their souls in that barren space with Ophus protecting their memories and abilities, while Great Red watched, proud of his son's skill at such a young age. The process lasted many hours. Issei showed signs of physical and mental fatigue, but his legendary willpower would not allow him to give up. He removed his bracelet to use his inherited power. At that point the boosted gear could not be used and his strength began to wane. Ophus did not tire, and Great Red remained composed, confident that the formed bodies would suffice. After 20 hours the operation finally concluded. Issei was exhausted, his power greatly diminished and his head aching from intense focus. The mold bodies were no longer mere mannequins. They had become the bodies of Elsha and Belzerd, complete with the clothing Issei remembered. He felt gratitude toward his parents and a deep, simple happiness. Elsha and Belzerd awakened shortly after. They moved awkwardly at first but quickly adapted to their new forms. The creations worked as they should, crafted by the most powerful god. Belzerd wept with joy as he gripped Issei's hand, feeling touch and taste once more. The sensation of his mouth was strange at first, but he adjusted over time. Elsha met Issei and threw herself into a fierce, grateful embrace. The moment was emotionally overwhelming and caused a brief, awkward tumble that left her flustered. She noticed Ophus's sharp, protective gaze and Great Red's imposing presence and grew embarrassed, standing up quickly. Issei returned the hug with equal warmth. His skin felt warm and resilient. Elsha and Belzerd thanked Ophus and Great Red politely. Great Red revealed his draconic form and still harbored some distrust, but he accepted them because they were his son's friends. Their bodies were wholly draconic and, being made from Great Red's essence, they transcended the limits they had in life. They had effectively become immortal, though they did not possess the boosted gear. Issei then opened a portal to the coordinates of the Gremory mansion and stepped through, putting his bracelet back on to suppress and conceal his inherited power. He looked more exhausted than before, standing more by will than by strength. From a distance he saw demons training and noticed their confident glances toward Elsha and Belzerd. Those nobles had already taken note of the newcomers, and they would likely get along. In Gregory, in a rocky sector of the underworld, Kokabeel, one of the war veterans, sat in boredom with two white-haired companions, one clearly very old and the other Fried Zelzen, the renegade exorcist. They were scheming to provoke a new war among the three factions. Kokabeel believed his race superior and resented Azazel for losing focus on warfare to study sacred gears. He blamed that decision for many past losses and the decimation of their fleets. A hooded figure approached them, wrapped in a wine-red wool cloak that obscured face and form. The stranger exuded a power that pressed down even on those gathered. All three understood that a fight with this presence would end poorly for them. One of them asked who the stranger was. The hooded figure replied with a single questioning word, leaving the others uncertain of intent. He was known as the leader, heading an organization whose objective was to dominate the world and every mythology that inhabited it. He told Kokabeel that the best thing about their organization was that no one could refuse to join, his voice chilling and as cold as absolute zero. Kokabeel asked why. The leader replied that, as he had already said, he would have to kill him if he refused. It was simple. Kokabeel considered his options, realizing he could advance his plan by joining an organization that shared his goals. He let out a wicked laugh and, with a wild, psychopathic look, accepted the offer. They vanished without a trace. Kokabeel was meeting with the other members of the faction. They normally planned to convene in a month, but the addition of a new member had prompted a last-minute gathering. Each member carried a concealed device that emitted a small 10-volt pulse. When it activated, everyone had to drop whatever they were doing and attend immediately. The leader welcomed the newcomer and explained that they had lacked a member from Kokabeel's faction. The leader noted that the recruit was a cadre with connections near the governor and that he should also be close to Shemhaza, who kept order in Grigory, so his knowledge would be valuable. The leader added that angels could not be relied upon for information without risking their fall. He reminded two hooded members of the rules, warning that internal fights were strictly forbidden unless a member wanted to be killed. Kokabeel did not fully understand but dismissed it. The leader then addressed Kokabeel directly and gave him the codename Karasu. The leader explained the organization's rules. First, absolute devotion and respect for the organization, even to the point of enduring torture or sacrificing one's life if necessary. Second, fights between members were prohibited. Third, disputes between members would be resolved by flipping a coin. Fourth, members acted as spies and were expected to divert their efforts and resources to the organization's investigations. Fifth, showing mercy to the enemy would be treated as betrayal and punished by death. Sixth, any subordinates a member had or acquired belonged to the organization and would be summoned when needed. The leader asked whether Kokabeel would follow the rules exactly. Kokabeel hesitated but, concerned for his survival, accepted the conditions. The leader approved and ordered training, announcing that the organization would not tolerate weakness. Karasu's initial opponent and partner would be Loco. The others were dismissed, and the previously scheduled meeting remained in place. Outside Kuro, in a mountainous area with a handsome cabin mansion, Issei approached with his companions and mentors Elsha and Belzerd. Issei looked exhausted from struggling to control the inherited power of Draig. He had spent more energy than necessary and only his determination had kept him conscious. Despite that, he felt happy about what he had accomplished. Rias and the others greeted them with warm smiles. The newcomers wondered who the visitors were, though they already had an idea. Aquino expressed concern over Issei's worn appearance and asked if he was all right. Issei reassured them that he was fine and that finding the others had been more difficult than he expected. The girl's affectionate concern did not go unnoticed by Elsha, who had greater insight into the situation and began to plan a subtle provocation. Asia and Belzerd exchanged glances and felt a brief, bashful flutter they did not fully understand. Elsha decided to tease the group. One of the girls asked about Issei's relationship with the newcomer. And Issei began to explain when Elsha interrupted by covering his mouth and preventing him from speaking. Elsha then claimed, playfully, to be his girlfriend, provoking the other girls. Belzerd admonished Elsha to stop, and she relinquished the pretense. With a mischievous smile, Elsha revealed that they were longtime friends and that her ruse had the intended effect. Elsha already knew that Issei, Belzerd and she were dragons, and that males often formed multiple bonds. Issei had the air of a conqueror, and Elsha was willing to accept sharing him because she trusted he would not abandon her. Rias introduced her companions. Rias described Elsha as a genius strategist and a remarkable magic user. Rias introduced Belzerd as a war genius, an expert in hand-to-hand combat and a master of every weapon category. There was great surprise among those present. Experts in their fields stood before them. Rias, concentrating, sensed great power in both Elsha and Belzerd and proposed a friendly match, Aquino versus Elsha and Kiba versus Belzerd. Rias invited them to test their skills against one another. Kiba and Belzerd were the first to face off. Belzerd carried a wooden sword on his back and showed no sign of underestimating his opponent. Kiba gripped his demonic blade with both hands. Belzerd asked if Kiba would attack with everything he had. Kiba answered that even a lion used all its strength when hunting a hare. Belzerd said he liked to hear that, and then questioned whether Kiba could really hope to win with that sword. Kiba told Belzerd not to underestimate him. Kiba struck first. To everyone else he was a blur of black and yellow, trying to end the duel with a single decisive blow. To Elsha, Belzerd and Issei, the movement seemed to slow. Belzerd blocked it effortlessly. Belzerd's sword showed no scratches, but Kiba's blade shattered. The onlookers stared in surprise. Kiba quickly formed two more swords, one of carbon fiber and another of tempered aluminum, and attacked with blistering speed. Belzerd remained calm. Although initially surprised by Kiba's unusual technique, he continued to counter with natural ease. Kiba grew desperate and pressed the assault. Belzerd decided to end the exchange. Kiba launched a strike from behind, smiling as he committed to the downward cut that he expected would win. Kiba coughed and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Belzerd's blade had found its mark against Kiba's side and held him pinned. He had guided his sword to that spot without turning during the fight, demonstrating why weapons were his specialty. The others watched with their mouths open at the display of skill. Kiba later woke in pain and asked about his broken sword. Belzerd explained that with proper technique and control of kinetic energy, even a wooden sword could be lethal. He outlined a three-step method: receive the blow softly, adjust to match velocities, and then apply force to stop it while distributing the impact along the weapon. By concentrating force at a single point and managing energy, the blade had broken. Belzerd also told Kiba that his style focused only on offense and lacked a solid defense, and urged him to refine his technique to become more balanced. Rias decided then that Kiba ought to join her ranks. She noted to herself that she had other options available as well. Issei watched with pride at the demonstration by his former master by skill. Belzerd had the edge over Issei, though raw power was a different matter. The next match began with Elsha facing Aquino. After the previous duel, Aquino would not underestimate her opponent. They agreed to limit the contest to lightning element attacks, since that was Aquino's specialty and gave her a sense of advantage. Aquino unleashed powerful bolts from the sky, but Elsha defended with strong barriers of lightning and already knew the strategy she would use. Elsha ripped pieces of armor from her clothing armor made from an iron-copper alloy and tied them securely to her feet. The armor's surface had been treated so it did not carry charge, preventing the lightning from latching onto it as it normally would. As Aquino's attack rushed forward, Elsha performed a backflip and precisely launched what she had prepared beneath Aquino's feet. Aquino vanished within the dissipating energy of her own attack. Everyone was surprised that Elsha showed no visible strain. When Aquino recovered, Elsha explained that, since lightning was Aquino's favored element, she should be well aware of its properties and how it behaved. Electricity is lazy in a manner of speaking. It always follows the path of least resistance to reach its natural target. Before he launched the pieces of his armor, Issei recharged the ions in the metal, turning it into a conductor. With nothing closer to the strike, The human body, like demons, high in electrolytes and mostly water, became the secondary circuit, and the current traveled down to the ground. The earth beneath Aquino had been blackened by the impact. In short, she had become the target of her own attack. Everyone watched in stunned silence at the strategy, but a question remained. A member of the group asked why the previous mission had behaved differently, why the lightning had struck Visor instead of the iron warehouse walls. Issei explained that the warehouse paint had been insulating, the unpainted sections were heavily rusted, and that rusted iron, because of its oxygen content, had been a poor conductor in that context. Fighting in a place with high-quality, unpainted iron would have been a disadvantage she had not realized. Rias was elated. She intended to recruit 2 geniuses and was already thinking of giving a rook to Belzerd and a knight to Elsha. She felt renewed hope against Razor. If this girl was a strategic genius, Rias wanted to discuss the raiding game plan and, if opportunity allowed, her feelings too, trusting the girl's code of discretion. Smiled and folded his arms as he asked what they thought of his friends. The group praised them as incredible, spectacular, fast, intelligent, and very strong. Rias acknowledged she would not be able to stand against those 2, nor could most nobles. She asked if they would join her nobility and produced a rook and a knight piece from her bag. Belzerd and Elsha reminded Rias that they had promised Issei and never broke a promise, even if it involved reincarnation as demons. Elsha declined the rook piece, and Belzerd declined the bishop piece. Both preferred to remain pawns and suggested leaving higher ranks for others since they were already strong individually. When Rias expressed concern that pawns were the weakest pieces, Belzerd pointed out that even a pawn could deliver checkmate. He nodded, and the ritual began. Within minutes they had been resurrected for the second time that day. They did not feel different, except that, when they displayed their wings, they matched Issei's in form though black in color from their demonic side. The demons accepted the explanation that the matriarchs had ancient bonds with dragons, which had passed dragonic power through generations and, in some cases, caused a dragon-like transformation in those with strong dragon lineage. Miraculously for Rias's purposes, they believed the story. Rias announced that they would train. In 2 weeks they would face a formidable noble family, the Razor Phoenix House. Aquino confirmed that Razor was one of the most powerful members of his clan, possibly surpassing Lord Phoenix. Kiba added that Razor's goal was to dominate the Gremory clan by securing a marriage with its heiress, a plan supported by the Demon Council, which intended to use the union to produce a new generation of powerful demons. Kaneko described Razor's cold and relentless personality and the unique orange-turquoise flame he controlled, which burned at exceptional temperatures and resembled an underworld fire. Elsha and Belzerd felt determined to defeat him. Nobody should be forced into marriage. Elsha energetically promised to help break the engagement, and Belzerd, excited at the prospect of battle, declared he would strike the Razor noble who stood in their way. Rias thanked them and asked Belzerd to train Kiba while Elsha trained alongside Aquino, Asia, and herself. Everyone agreed. Issei planned to train his own way after a day to recharge his power and a few more to recover inherited energy. Issei sat on a soft bush at a short distance and watched the girls train until exhaustion overtook him. He had been too tired to stay awake and fell into a deep sleep. Hours later, after the girls finished training, they invited the boys into the mansion to rest. The boys said they would train a little more and declined. Except for Asia, the girls felt unusually appreciated, as if they had been seen as true individuals rather than objects. Then his mind clicked into place. Where was Issei? One of the girls looked toward the foot of the nearest tree where they had been training and realized they had not noticed his presence. They called to him, but there was no response. When they approached more closely, they saw him clearly. He was sleeping peacefully, a smile on his face and a few strands of hair falling over his brow. For those who had never seen him sleep, everyone but Asia thought how nice he looked asleep. They gently carried him to the room that would be his bed. He woke in time for dinner. They were eating a little late, around 9 at night. Issei woke confused and relieved to be somewhere safe. The memory of his mother's harsh treatment still lingered as a dull ache, and that thought made him uneasy. He checked under the covers for a moment, relieved that nothing embarrassing had happened. He felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment about his earlier reaction to something he could not fully recall and blamed his confusion on fatigue. He held his head with both hands for a moment, inwardly scolding himself for being so bewildered. Asia entered the room soon after, concerned. She asked if he was all right and told him that dinner was ready, mentioning that she had been worried because he had fallen asleep during training and had looked tired earlier. Her innocent, worried expression was enough to reassure him. Issei thanked Asia and gently ruffled her golden hair, smiling as she returned the tender gesture with a shy smile that only someone so pure could show. They went downstairs to join the others for dinner. Everyone greeted Issei with smiles and waited patiently for him to sit. Elsha inquired whether he had slept well. Issei answered that most of his fatigue had faded and that he planned to train all day tomorrow to make up for the lost time. Asia reminded him, lightly scolding, not to overexert himself. Her mild anger only made her seem more endearing, and Belzerd watched the exchange, clearly amused. Issei reassured Asia that he had previously completed an intense training regimen, compressing 10 days into one before, so this would be manageable. Some found the claim excessive, but those who knew him suspected it was accurate. Conversation flowed as they worked out a 2-week training schedule. The group decided that Kaneko would train under Issei's guidance. It had been a democratic decision she could not refuse. Kaneko felt a little nervous because she did not fully know the extent of her senpai's strength, but she was eager to train with him. Belzerd, in turn, planned to train with Kiba. Akino asked Elsha what types of magic she mastered. Elsha listed her repertoire: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, light, darkness, various combinations, barriers, counterattacks, prisons, and basic space-time magic. She admitted candidly that she did not master Elven, healing, Norse, or apocalyptic magics. The group reacted with astonishment. Beyond the rare schools she did not cover, Elsha appeared to possess one of the most complete magical arsenals. Among the noble class, the others took several minutes to process the information while Issei, Elsha, and Belzerd continued eating. When dinner ended, everyone had cleared their plates. Issei had eaten far faster and more than most. He finished 20 dishes compared to Kaneko's 8, much to everyone's surprise and amusement. He praised the meal, thanking Rias, Elsha, and Akino for their cooking. The girls who had prepared the food blushed with gratitude at the compliment. A few of them teased one another about fortunate futures and possible marriages, indulging in light-hearted fantasies about family life. They decided to visit the outdoor hot springs before bed. The group arranged to use the separate men's and women's areas, and everyone agreed that it would be a relaxing end to the day. Some playful teasing passed between the women as they prepared, but the tone remained innocent and cheerful. Kaneko and Asia accepted the plan politely. Kaneko felt that training under Issei warranted a small gesture of thanks, and Asia joined in with the simple warmth of someone who thought of him as a brother. They headed to the baths to unwind, each taking the separation into account and enjoying the quiet camaraderie of the evening. Belzerd was clearly upset and refused the request, explaining that he would not act hastily and would respect everyone's feelings. The matter was settled and the group moved on. The girls quietly recognized that Issei had become someone they trusted and relied on. Asia felt proud of her brother. His innocence and kindness made him a refuge, someone whose presence felt indispensable, and the thought of losing him left a silent ache among them. They spent the evening enjoying the warm waters and went to sleep in good spirits, each carrying a pleasant feeling of contentment. The next day, everyone threw themselves into an intense training regimen. The new routine was far harsher than the earlier exercises Rias had used with her noble household, like the difference between silk and rough sandpaper. Asia advanced rapidly in basic defensive spells, since defense was her weakest area and she needed to become a vital part of the group. She was placed under Akino's tutelage because Akino had a natural talent for teaching and could convey techniques with ease. Elsha and Rias engaged in a heated magical duel, pawn against queen, while Elsha held back to focus on increasing her magical reserves. Destructive magic belonged to the Bale House and was not something Elsha could learn directly, so she practiced related forms instead. She worked on explosive techniques by combining fire and lightning to create controlled bursts, and on corrosive methods that paired water and darkness to produce weakening effects when the elements interacted in certain ways. Kiba trained with Belzerd, who told him he would be ready when he could shift Belzerd from his starting position. Kiba took that challenge to heart and tried every tactic to make him falter, testing distractions and feints in hopes of gaining even a momentary advantage. By the end of the week, Kiba had managed to move Belzerd a hair's breadth enough to be admired for the short time it took, but still a reminder that Belzerd could overwhelm him if provoked. Belzerd also mentioned that he needed to retrieve his original weapon before facing a true confrontation. Issei had a friendly training session with Kaneko, guiding her stance and helping her shorten the path of her strikes to increase speed. He also corrected her tendency to push rather than hit, showing her how to deliver a clean strike. Kaneko blushed at the close contact but followed his instructions and improved. She found her reflexes and coordination improving and gained more maneuverability in her attacks. They practiced and laughed together in the bright mountain meadows, enjoying pleasant weather during their brief rest period. A week passed and the improvements were clear. Rias increased both her control and the amount of destructive power she could wield. Elsha's reserves improved and she became noticeably stronger. Kiba's progress showed in the small but meaningful shift against Belzerd, and he learned he had to keep a cool head even in difficult situations. Kaneko had sharpened her reflexes and coordination beyond what she had been capable of a week earlier. Issei continued to train steadily at night, maintaining his personal routine. The group's bonds grew stronger as their skills advanced, each member contributing to the steady progress toward their shared goals. Asia could create mid-level barriers. The only drawback was that the more barriers she made, the less she could heal before her reserves ran out. Her resolve did not diminish despite the strain. Instead, it motivated everyone to keep training. They all promised to train regularly, not just when the situation demanded it. Belzerd traveled with Kiba to the Americas, to Machu Picchu in Peru. Kiba was stunned. In one of the secret tunnels, Belzerd had demonstrated an unprecedented skill to bypass the site's elaborate traps in a way only he could. At the end of the tunnel, a thin pedestal held a pair of special-looking gloves and beside each was a container filled with a dense, silvery liquid. Belzerd called the weapon the limitless alloy of possibilities. Kiba asked what it was. Belzerd explained that it was his masterpiece, far surpassing the sacred gear and that he had fashioned it long ago. He put on the gloves dramatically and, with pride and emotion, watched the liquid change. It took the form of a spear, then returned to liquid, then hardened into a scythe within a heartbeat. Belzerd laughed and said the gloves, not the liquid, were what gave him control. He described the alloy as a hyper-combination of elements that are liquid at room temperature and exceptionally light, and he explained how he could control temperature and shape at will, enabling him to form modern weapons from the material at a distance. He admitted the combined elements made the substance highly toxic and noted its extreme properties, but insisted he would use it for justice and had kept it stored for moments like this. Kiba remained speechless. The weapon seemed far superior to his own sacred gear, which was limited to swords and a terrifying ability to reform if broken. Everyone who witnessed Belzerd's demonstration shared Kiba's amazement. They agreed Belzerd had to be a genius, though they also recognized the weapon's weakness. At high temperatures the metals would evaporate, and at very low temperatures the alloy would become brittle and incapable of cutting a flaw that could be exploited by those with the right knowledge. Belzerd acknowledged this and planned final modifications for the future. The second week of training concluded. In a few hours the confrontation with Razor would begin. Issei would only watch the match, confident in its outcome. The others felt ready and proud of what they had accomplished in such a short time. Rias had outlined a definitive strategy to adapt as needed to the battlefield. Issei had not been heavily involved in their training, not because he did not want them to improve, but because he wanted them to feel pride in their own hard work. He knew how satisfying that could be. Issei, however, worried about something else. Drake had not awakened when he should have. For a week Issei had tried to connect with the boosted gear with no success. It felt as if it were absent. Focusing hard, he detected an almost imperceptible signal each hour, which restored some hope. He wondered how Drake would react to the loss of his closest friend. Considering the earlier reaction caused by Asia, even though she was relatively new, Issei feared it would be harsh. He could only hope his concerns were unfounded. Preparations for the fight proceeded. Grafia would open the magic circle in the occult research clubroom in 15 minutes. Belzerd carried his weapon in an oval backpack slung from his belt, dressed in a post-apocalyptic combat suit that made him look intimidating, with 2 katanas crossed on his back. Kiba wore his school uniform, as did Rias and Kaneko. Asia wore a nun's habit. Elsha wore a practical battle outfit designed for mobility. Issei dressed casually to offer final words of encouragement. Akino wore a traditional priestess outfit that conveyed elegance. Everyone was ready for a heated battle. Grafia appeared within the magic circle. Rias had requested that Issei take a front-row seat as her only guest of honor. From his vantage point, the ruined city revealed its sandy textures, religious symbols, and walls scarred by past gunfire. Issei concluded the setting resembled an abandoned Iraqi town and recognized the grim history such a place implied. The strategy for such terrain would be guerrilla warfare, stealth, ambush, adaptation, and a measure of luck. 2 magical circles appeared simultaneously, bathing the area in blue. Both belonged to House Lucifuge and were positioned at opposite ends of the map, each atop a tall, important-looking building. Ground-level streets formed a labyrinth. The 2 circles occupied the tallest structures. A moment later, a butler named Dekamu Gremory arrived in the empty room beside Issei and offered the comforts of the club. Issei invited the butler to watch the match with him, and Dekamu accepted cheerfully. Several panoramic screens displayed what both noble families were seeing, one of the perks reserved for first-row guests. The tension tightened as everyone readied themselves for the confrontation that would now begin. The Maos were in the Platinum VIP area. Issei hated the way Razor addressed and slapped his servants. There was no sound in the room, but the chill of that man and his bored, simplistic manner of mistreating people as if it were perfectly normal made Issei swallow hard. Dekamu felt the same. The girl related to Razor was the least physically harmed, but the psychological damage must have been severe, since she was practically a child. This stood in stark contrast to the care and affection with which Rias's nobility handled things. Rias's determined, deliberate way of treating her people was like light pushing back Razor's darkness. Grafia announced over the speakers that the encounter would begin shortly. She stated that the Gremory nobility was positioned in the west part of the city at the National Palace, and that the Phoenix nobility held the east. Everyone knew their locations and had been given enough time to survey the terrain, so they could begin. Both screens showed reconnaissance teams deploying. Razor sent 5 squads of 3. Asia remained at base. Belzerd went with Kaneko, Elsha with Kiba, and Akino took charge of aerial reconnaissance. Each member carried a magic transceiver to stay in contact. No time limit had been set. Their movements were stealthy and cautious. Someone observed that both sides were preparing guerrilla tactics, a style that favored the smaller forces and therefore gave Rias an advantage. In the field, Kaneko addressed Belzerd, startled by the sudden crack of a kicked rock. Her senses were fully alert. The noise made her fear an ambush. She asked what he was doing. Belzerd replied that he wanted to calm her nerves. He disliked ambushes and being ambushed. He intended to clear a 20-meter radius to make themselves visible and to force a straightforward fight. He added that he wanted a proper encounter without restraint. Kaneko widened her eyes. Guerrilla tactics were effective in forests and labyrinthine terrain, but Belzerd viewed them as the method of cowards: hit and run, hide and ambush. Belzerd produced a shimmering liquid that hovered between his futuristic gloves and molded it into a heavy chain ending in a massive wrecking ball. Kaneko realized this would be impossible to endure. Belzerd swung the enormous weapon. Impact after impact cracked structures and sent buildings collapsing into rubble and dust in seconds. As one building fell, the team made eye contact with their first enemy. Belzerd's expression shifted into a calm smile as he reshaped his metallic armament into a bow, the string slightly more flexible than the rest. The smile did not bode well, but it did not stop them from committing fully to the fight to avoid succumbing to Razor's seal of obedience. Razor's nobles were very strong. On 2 occasions they had fought and won without their king's direct intervention. Overconfidence would be foolish. With Belzerd and Elsha's arrival, the opposing side's military potential had only just been matched. Two twin attackers wielding chainsaws with blades that shimmered like light charged at Belzerd. He loosed arrows to disrupt their advance before they closed the distance. Kaneko joined the fray alongside a young woman in a Chinese dress and another girl armed with a bow staff. The bow-wielding girl hesitated because of Belzerd's smile, but the twins fought with reckless ferocity. The twins dodged the arrows surprisingly well. Because of the mercury's properties, arrows 50 meters away began to return gently, skimming the ground as if having lost their original shape and waiting to be remolded. The twins' coordination was astonishing and their teamwork impeccable. Belzerd, however, seemed to be toying with them, evading their attacks. The chainsaws dulled when they struck the strange alloy, which, when it cracked, resembled something that reformed on its own. It was frustrating. One of the girls accidentally cut herself while Belzerd was reshaping the metal. She brushed it off and attacked faster. Belzerd kept dodging. Issei was clearly his best opponent. He trapped the other girl in a cage. When he tried to cut the cage, the saw passed through its bars as if through water, but when she attempted the same, she struck an immovable wall. The compound's behavior defied easy explanation. Fire magic melted the cage and boiling liquid poured out, and the other girl, weakened by the earlier cut and exposure to a toxin, quickly lost consciousness. Belzerd had defeated them unintentionally as they faded. At the same time, Kaneko fought two opponents in a fast, intense skirmish. Her reactions were sharp, born of an almost preternatural anticipation of the flow of battle. She had already grown used to Issei's formidable speed. Facing two foes at once was difficult, but the Phoenix nobility's emphasis on teamwork showed. All three sprang into the air together, rising about 3 meters. Kaneko dodged a bow strike by rolling forward toward the tower, and while parallel she extended her leg, turning the evasive move into an attacking axe kick that struck the opponent at her level. The blow sent that opponent tumbling toward the ground with great force, kicking up large debris that Kaneko used to her advantage. She sent a fragment careening at the other pawn, and the impact knocked that combatant down as well. The rock's momentum overwhelmed the other's bow, and the two were forced to retreat. Kaneko's maneuver concluded at the same time as Belzerd's encounter. Grafia reported that 3 pawns and a razor tower were retreating, speaking in her characteristically neutral tone. That bland demeanor troubled those who did not know her well, including Issei. An announcement came over the comms. Someone observed that the attackers were organized into large groups. Rias expressed pride in her younger teammates as they advanced down separate streets. Some were not visible and were presumed inside buildings. Aquino asked permission to deal with some of the pawns, and Rias authorized her action. Aquino refused to let Rias reduce her comrades and vowed to confront her opponent, not allowing them to be harmed. Rias explained that she had to leave and would make contact later, acknowledging that neither side could afford to lose because both were risking too much. Rias insisted she would not stop because the happiness of her best friend was at stake. Both recognized they had people to protect and neither intended to surrender. Rias pleaded for Aquino to relent, warning that even if the attackers defeated all of her teammates, Razor would ultimately defeat them. The appeal marked Rias with genuine anguish, and soon a pained expression formed on her face, a sight Aquino found unsettling. It was clear that a seal was active. With tears in her eyes, Ubeluna launched herself into the fray. The magical confrontation filled the sky with dazzling lights and colors, the combatants moving in such synchrony that their clash resembled a lethal dance, beautiful but unforgiving, where a single mistake could decide the loser. After about 15 minutes, Aquino managed to focus a massive beam of energy on Ubeluna, who lacked the defenses against that kind of bombardment. The strike was effective because Aquino had driven her into an area rich with iron from collapsed beams debris Belzerd had caused earlier. Belzerd and Rias were already pushing forward across the battlefield. Elsha had placed multiple traps, including magical mines, a detail made ironic by the terrain. Aquino meant to stay with Rias, but a sudden, massive explosion rocked her and knocked her unconscious. She had been overconfident and had not finished her foe. In her current state she could not rise. Aquino struggled to comprehend what had happened. Yubaluna moved away and explained that what Aquino had seen were the effects of a phoenix-related technique. She admitted it was not the most honorable way to win but argued that protecting her own justified the means. With that, Aquino vanished from the field and Rias Gremory's queen withdrew. Issei, alongside Dekamu, watched the battles with tense anxiety. Trying to follow two screens at once was difficult. Sometimes he became excited and at other times he grew solemn. He laughed when Belzerd had accidentally overcome the twins and admired Kaniko's composed, defensive strategy despite the unfavorable circumstances. Although he understood Razor's queen's motives, he did not approve of that victory, even if it was technically within the rules of the encounter. At times when he was fully immersed in the battle, Kiba would clutch his head, flare with anger, and tense as if he were the one fighting. Even so, he took calm satisfaction in the encounter because he was confident they would win. Kiba hid inside a building. He had considered moving forward to meet Kaniko and Belzerd, but two bishops and a knight were positioned strategically in a roundabout with a clear field of view. From that vantage, the three of them could cover a full circle and watch 10 streets at once. He decided to step out and walk slowly toward them. It looked like suicide, but he understood the Knight of Razor. She would request a one-on-one duel. He also knew Ravel would likely watch rather than intervene. He could not fully comprehend why Ravel had joined her brother's ranks. There had to be some other motive. Rumors said that if she abandoned the nobility, terrible consequences would follow. The enemy knight introduced herself as Rias Gremory's knight and stated that she sought a duel with Kiba. The two attackers replied that they would not allow a single duel and announced that they would attack together and defeat him. They sprinted at great speed and were almost on him in an instant. Kiba was stunned because events had not gone according to plan. He barely managed to dodge. In his awkward block, his sword slipped from his hand and fell with the edge down, stuck in the cobblestones. He could not pull it free and formed a new blade. He noticed how fast his opponent was and felt a bead of sweat on his temple. One of the attackers, having studied Kiba's information thoroughly, boasted that they distrusted everyone and would not be surprised by his abilities, while the other launched wind magic at him. The wind attacks made evasions difficult, but they were not comparable to Belzerd's prowess. Kiba seized a moment when one attacker was momentarily frozen and shoved her in the abdomen. In that instant, the fallen sword shot free with fluid precision and struck true, instantly incapacitating her. As the two opponents dissolved into particles of light, Kiba acknowledged inwardly that he owed the outcome to Belzerd. A bishop and a knight of Razor Phoenix withdrew from the field. From the sidelines, Issei expressed incredulity at their persistence and urged them to surrender to avoid the fate of their priestess comrade. A member of Razor Phoenix, speaking with a princely smile, replied that they could not yield. They had to protect the smile of someone very important to them. Their debts and their friendship bound them, and surrender was not an option. Ravel could not shake thoughts of Issei. Each memory brought a confusing warmth she did not fully understand, and she believed Kiba would find love soon. She accompanied him in silence to her brother's base. By then, everyone had finished with Razor's smaller units without exhausting themselves, except for Aquino. Elsha had used explosive spells that reduced the city of tall, sandstone-like buildings to a plain of rubble. In the center of the devastation stood Razor wearing an expressionless, almost bored face. It was difficult to understand how he could be so calm when he was so clearly outnumbered and outmatched. He faced Rias, Kaniko, and Asia, who had already healed her scrapes so no one bore serious injuries. The nobles of Razor had fought fiercely and remained formidable. Opposing him were Belzerd with her unusual weapon, the strategist and powerful mage Elsha, Kiba recovered and ready, and the others advancing to finish the confrontation. As they closed in, Razor's expression shifted into a slow smile reminiscent of the one he had given Issei in the club, only now without any real interest. Razor remarked that he was pleased to see how much they had matured in 2 weeks and suggested that they might be entertaining opponents. The air around him chilled, then an immense pressure built and a swirl of fiery energy gathered at his command. Belzerd and Elsha showed visible concern. Belzerd could not shape her alloy in the sudden temperature change, and Elsha's powerful water assault vaporized before it could reach him. From a distance, Issei could not believe the scale of power on display. It exceeded that of an upper-tier devil and far surpassed anything the clan leaders had seen. A crushing force pulled them inward. The group was struck by intense, searing energy that overwhelmed them one by one. They were incapacitated and many suffered severe burns, and in the chaos Razor's own sister was also harmed. Desperate, Issei tried to intervene and put an end to what everyone feared, but as he prepared to act he felt a violent surge of energy strike his left arm and he collapsed. Two things happened in that instant. Drake awakened at the worst possible moment, and the bracelet sealed itself in response to Issei's sudden, overwhelming hatred. The power that had surged outward vanished in a shower of particles of light. When the light faded, Razor remained standing in the same position. After even Graphia recovered from the shock that had silenced everyone, including the demon kings who could not believe it, the game's outcome was clear. 2 pawns, a knight, a rook, a bishop and the king had been withdrawn, and the winner was Razor Phoenix. No one applauded or even breathed. The dimension faded and Razor vanished without a trace. He then summoned a meeting, and all members appeared almost immediately. The organizer reported that the victory had been achieved without problems, that their abilities after training had grown so great they had surpassed high-class demons and matched the supreme class, and that the Gremory clan was effectively under their control. He declared that the clan's fragile heiress could now be disposed of at will. The organizer praised Flame for completing one of the organization's first objectives, ordered Original to keep watch over the target and to bring him here if anything happened, and expressed satisfaction that even their weakest member might be useful. Flame acknowledged the order and departed accompanied by his partner. The project called Rebirth was almost ready. Issei woke up in a sweat, shaken by a nightmare that lingered even in reality. Graphia sat beside him, having tended to him. She noted that she had sensed great power in him the day they met and, despite what had been seen, still held faint hope that he could stand against Razor. She explained that Dekamu had brought him here when he had passed out, that the wedding was underway, that everyone was okay, and that his burns, though severe, had been treatable. Graphia mentioned that Asia had woken early and, despite being told not to, had helped and had been instrumental in preventing scarring. Then she asked a favor. Graphia presented a magical seal and instructed him to use it to arrive in the hall where everyone would be gathered. Issei accepted. He thought that even if Drake had awakened and he could not communicate with him, he would have to rely on raw strength. He donned the seal and vanished into the circle, feeling much lighter. Issei moved briskly but with purpose through the castle. A guard who stepped into his path ended up unconscious after a swift, non-graphic takedown. He could not afford to waste time. The music grew clearer and voices louder as he approached the main hall. The ceremony had reached the moment when the couple ascended the altar, Rias being escorted by her solemn father, watched by her sorrowful family and the noble assembly. Razor looked amused by the scene, until the massive marble doors, each nearly 7 meters tall and weighing many tons, were ripped from their hinges and sent crashing, one slamming into the ceiling and the other pinning itself against the wall near Razor. He did not flinch and continued forward, indifferent to the staring crowd. Elsha Belzard spoke up in praise of those present, saying she was proud of everyone for giving their all. Razor asked what terms her challenger would demand. Issei stepped forward and demanded that Razor cancel his engagement to Rias in all forms, abandon any plan to seize her clan, and free Rias's attendants. Elsha, who had hoped to rescue a damsel in distress and had already resolved to confess some of her feelings later, could only watch. Rias cried tears of joy at the boldness of the interruption. Razor replied that he would agree only if the challenger offered his life. It would be a duel to the death. The hall fell silent. Many hoped to avoid a one-sided slaughter, but others recalled how effortlessly the youthful challenger had lifted an enormous heavy object earlier and were beginning to doubt what a normal person could do. Issei accepted the terms. He said that if it was a duel to the death that made things simpler, he would not hold back to avoid killing Razor. His smile was fierce, and Aquino felt a chill at its intensity. Razor requested that Lord Lucifer prepare a dimension for the fight, requesting a very large arena. The assembled nobles and family members, including the Gremory family, watched with knotted throats. Issei offered a brave smile to Elsha, and many feared they might be seeing her for the last time. Then Issei and Razor dissolved into particles and reappeared in an empty, flat arena dotted with countless pillars arranged like barriers. Each pillar bore a label instructing that it was extremely heavy and not to be lifted. Issei wanted to demonstrate all his strength. He removed the massive weights that had been restraining him 10,000 tons in total and lifted them easily at both sides before letting them fall. The impact sent shockwaves across the ground in an exaggerated, anime-style display. The arena cracked, a gigantic crater opened where the weight struck, and several pillars toppled in dramatic fashion. The scene was spectacular rather than gory, an overwhelming show of power that left everyone in stunned disbelief. Seraphal voiced her amazement and disbelief at the magnitude of his strength, unable to reconcile such power with someone who could be considered normal. Serzex, watching with a composed smile, conceded that he believed Issei might win. One observer, unnerved, asked Issei how much strength he had. Issei answered with a confident grin that he did not possess much, only about 36,000 tons of force, and his laughter made Razor visibly uneasy. The question of what kind of being could wield such monstrous power hung in the air as the battle was about to begin. Issei promised to make his opponent endure a worse hell than his own technique. In less than a blink he was in front of Razor and struck him in the ribs with a blow that seemed to pass through the body. Razor cried out in pain and began to regenerate at astonishing speed. Even for a phoenix, his recovery was unusually rapid, and Issei wondered what he must have done to gain such a talent. Razor called forth his technique, naming it Pain Packer, Rising Sun, Burned by the Sun, and raised his hands. The attraction around the technique grew intense, but Issei did not try to evade it. He charged straight into the heat, which could not compare to blue stars or planets orbiting near black holes. Everyone thought he was mad. If he could win, why risk himself like that? Even Serorg watched in disbelief, more shocked by Issei's actions than his strength. Issei walked to the center, toward the arrogant face of his opponent, who had assumed Issei had surrendered. That proved a grave mistake. When Razor saw Issei advance without burning, panic filled him. Issei grabbed the collar of his shirt, his demeanor anything but bored or withdrawn. Razor demanded how he could resist flames measured at 3,600 degrees. Explained that he was a special kind of dragon immune to fire and taunted the use of acetylene in the attack. Razor paled at being called out for relying on such a flammable material. Cornered and desperate, Razor dropped to his knees to beg for mercy. Issei did not hesitate. He pierced Razor's defenses and seized the core of his life force, crushing it with overwhelming power. The effect was instantaneous and non-graphic. Razor's defenses collapsed and he fell lifeless. Everyone watched in shock as the instant the life in Razor ceased, a cloaked figure suddenly breached the barrier. This new presence was stronger than Razor. The figure approached, lifted the body, and vanished without leaving a trace, leaving the crowd baffled. The dimension dissolved, declaring Issei the victor. Several girls who cared little for anything else in that moment rushed forward and tackled him in celebration, throwing themselves on him like teammates in a victory pile. He smelled strawberries on his left and a pleasant vanilla scent on his right as the two pressed close and each gave him a congratulatory peck on the cheek. Issei felt strangely rewarded and comfortable between them. Elsha's embrace felt gentle, while Ria's warmth had a different, reassuring quality. Some onlookers, including a certain demon king, watched with a mixture of jealousy and envy. Tomorrow would be hectic, but for now it could wait. After the match, the crowd cheered Issei's victory enthusiastically. He was honored by Elsha and Rias and walked alongside Rias and Sona's nobility, accompanied by the 4 demon kings. Serzex Lucifer, Rias' older brother, wore his usual white suit with battle accents and imposing pauldrons. He was a super demon far surpassing the original Lucifer and handled internal affairs of the underworld. Ajuka Beelzebub, Serzek's right hand, was likewise a super demon and a genius inventor, creator of the evil pieces and their system among countless other devices. Seraphal Leviathan, despite her youthful appearance, was the strongest woman in the underworld. She had once defeated Graphia to claim that title, shared a familial closeness with Sona, and constantly teased Sona in public, making her blush. She wielded powerful ice magic and managed external relations. Falbium Asmodeus possessed the strange ability to sleep as long as he pleased and currently walked while asleep without colliding with anything. He oversaw the underworld's military affairs and was a strategic genius with vast power. They reached a large room in the Gremory castle that Serzex sometimes used as an office when he stayed with his parents. During the short walk, the demon kings had quietly tried to analyze Issei, Elsha, and Belzerd. The trio drew many questions and curiosity. The demon kings took seats at a four-person conference table with Issei in the center facing them and Rias and Sona at his sides, their nobles standing behind them. Serzex asked if it was all right to call him Issei-kun. Serzex maintained an omnipresent, friendly smile and his demeanor matched it. Issei could tell that the smile was not hypocritical. Serzex noted that there was no problem, and Issei returned the smile, aware that he might have used an honorific but preferring the informal tone. Both he and the demon king disliked formalities. Belzerd, with a half-shout, half-whisper, admonished Issei to show a bit more respect to the demon kings. Everyone in the room heard him. Serzex replied that it was pleasant to be treated as an equal rather than as an authority, and he thanked Issei for rescuing his lovely younger sister from an unwanted engagement. He admitted that Razor could be frightening at times and had acted stronger than expected. Issei confirmed that he disliked formalities as well and that saving Rias had been a pleasure. He said he would have defeated Razor even without being asked. He disliked people like him, and mentioned that Razor had used acetylene during their encounter. Issei then steered the conversation to the main reason they had been summoned, folding his arms and closing his eyes with a slight smile as he invited them to get to the point. Serzex acknowledged Issei's perceptiveness and posed his chief question. He described the pocket dimension he had created during the encounter, a broad arena with symmetrically placed pillars on the sand, each resisting 1,000 tons. Serzex recalled that Issei had removed weights from his body and, when he released them, had destroyed much of the surrounding area, toppling pillars. Immediately after, Issei had claimed to possess 36,000 tons of strength. Serzex noted that only a handful of beings, Ophis, Great Red, Albion, Drag at his peak, and Trihexa could reach such force, and he dismissed the last three because they were sealed. He asked Issei to explain the origin of that strength. Serzex added that there were no traces of boosted gear in the dimension, and he understood Issei's dragonification was a result of the boosted gear, but there were no signs of other augmentative magic. In other words, it had appeared to be pure brute force. He asked what Issei had done to obtain it. Serzex remained with his elbows on the desk, fingers interlaced near his nose, his tone neutral and serious but without hostility. His question voiced the doubts many in the room shared. His professionalism was evident. Issei explained that, despite not having used that power during the duel, the origin of his strength was indeed the boosted gear. His dragonification process had effectively begun at birth and finished when he was 6 years old. Because his body had become fully dragon, his first real contact with Drag had occurred at that age, when Drag and two masters who were no longer alive trained him. Drag had told him plainly that he would not accept a weak bearer and not to bring shame to the name of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. The others in the room responded with awkward smiles and uneasy expressions at the thought of that legendary, proud dragon addressing a 6-year-old so bluntly. Issei continued that a dragon grows stronger through fighting and training, and that he had been trained all those years. One of his instructors had gravity magic, and through that instruction and relentless, rigorous training he had developed his current strength. He admitted that at first he trained out of obligation, but gradually dragon heritage influenced him and he began to train on his own to become the strongest, though he cautioned that excessive greed can sometimes be harmful. His tone remained steady and appropriate for answering the Demon King's questions, and Serzex nodded in response. Those new revelations clarified much for most of the group, although some questions remained. Seraphal, speaking with a childlike enthusiasm and raising her hand like a girl in class, announced that she also had a question. Sona blushed and muttered in annoyance at her older sister's behavior. Issei offered to answer if he could. Seraphal asked about an incident she had not seen mentioned while Issei had been present. She described an unidentified figure in a full, hooded, wine-red robe who had infiltrated Serzex's pocket dimension during the battle, taken his body, and then vanished without a trace. She made clear she did not intend to accuse Issei but asked if he had any knowledge of who the figure might have been. Astonished, Serafal spoke with seriousness and diplomacy. He did not expect someone to undergo such anticlimactic changes. Ajuka responded that he had thought they had used that method to remove Razor from the encounter. He admitted he had no knowledge of who could have done it, but he was sure of one thing. Whoever it had been far more powerful than Razor. Falbium, who had just awakened, explained that some had attempted to track them or find something to bind them. Despite the enemy's ability to intrude into a pocket dimension at will, they could erase every trace of their magic. That capacity to remove all magical residue presented a potential future problem. Investigations would continue, but this was the first time they had encountered a method that perfectly eliminated any sign of magic, leaving them at a clear military disadvantage. Issei reflected seriously on the matter, a drop of sweat sliding down his temple. He noted that neither he nor even his father as a dragon could completely remove their aura, so these people were undoubtedly dangerous. He wondered if they might be connected to the Chaos Brigade his mother had founded. It seemed likely. He observed that the great demons, Rias, Sona, Akino, and Tsubaki were in the same condition. Not only could these enemies infiltrate anywhere, they were undetectable and untraceable. Ajuka added that he would investigate the matter alongside Serzex and Falbium. Setting that topic aside, he said he had another question. He looked toward Belzerd and pointed out that during the encounter the man had used a curious weapon that could, if he was not mistaken, shape metal. That had given him an idea, and he wished to discuss Belzerd's weapon on another occasion. He then asked Belzerd politely if that would be possible. Belzerd answered that there was no problem from his side. However, he would first need authorization from his mistress, demonstrating his talent for formalities. Rias assured them that there would be no problem. After all, her lovely servants deserved freedoms and privacy. Serafal, switching back to a childish tone, declared that he had a question for Elsha. Sona inwardly begged for mercy at her sister's behavior, but Serafal proceeded with sincerity and determination. He recounted how Elsha had used an extraordinarily powerful water spell to try to stop Razor, exceeding what any member of the Citri clan known for water magic had demonstrated in his experience. He asked Elsha if she could train his sister Sona, explaining that Sona was intelligent but had not trained in some time and relied too much on her current strength. He acknowledged the request was significant given Elsha's noble status and left the decision to her. Sona, moved, whispered that her sister's words were true and that she only wanted what was best for her. Elsha agreed gladly and said she would teach Sona, Akino, Rias, and Asia many things from now on, urging them to work hard together with a warm smile. Issei watched the exchange attentively, a faint smile on his face. He reflected that only a few months ago he had practically no one important to him besides his parents and Draig, but now he had many smiles he wanted to protect. He hoped that when his secret was eventually discovered, nothing would change between them. Draig laughed and teased him for being sentimental, even making a playful aside involving Ryujin, son of Ophis, and the Great Red. Draig's reaction was matched by another voice expressing surprise and relief that he was still present. Internally, Issei felt a surge of happiness at the awakening of his closest companion, more like a brother mixed with relief and the need to apologize, since he bore some responsibility for Draig's earlier unconsciousness. He understood his companion's pride. Dragons often valued pride above life itself and would mercilessly tease him if he apologized. He planned to speak with Draig later, but for now the conversations had drawn to a close. Rias expressed hope that she could continue counting on Issei's support and thanked everyone for their time. With that, the farewells were exchanged and they departed for the Occult Research Club. Among the great demons, Serzex asked what they thought of Issei, Elsha, and Belzerd. Ajuka replied that the three were undoubtedly different from the rest. Although Issei's dragon transformation stemmed from the boosted gear and Elsha and Belzerd's power came from dragon ancestors, the auras and energies they emitted were remarkably similar, almost as if they originated from the same dragon. Ajuka did not distrust them, But he believed they were hiding something. Vigilance was warranted, though constant surveillance was unnecessary. Prudence would suffice. Ajuka then asked Falbium for his opinion. Falbium, still half asleep, murmured that he agreed with the stranger. Surzex chuckled and remarked that Falbium knew him well. Falbium noted that something about Issei intrigued her. She observed that Issei possessed 36,000 tons of raw strength, and even with seals in place those seals would have to be absurdly powerful to contain him. That led her to suspect he might be supported by a god or that his existence tied into something much larger. She could not imagine Elsha, who was said to be the group's most prodigious mage, using magic at that level. If Elsha had power of that magnitude, she would have defeated Razor. Serafal agreed with Falbium, thinking aloud that there were so many unknowns about them and especially about Issei. Serafal felt he was mysterious and resolved to get closer to him to try to uncover some of his secrets. Her eyes had a dreamy look. Rias closed the discussion, reminding everyone they still had work to do and promising they would revisit the matter later. Even among the 4 demon lords, they trusted and obeyed Surzex. Rias considered him a great leader. Later, in the Occult Research Club room, Rias assessed the situation as tenser than she had expected. The encounter between Issei and Razor had taken place overnight and it was now dawn. Everyone was mentally and physically exhausted, though she noted Issei seemed less worn. Rias reflected that those opponents were dangerous, but at least they had Issei to help them. Issei vowed to defend them all with everything he had. His determination, his smile, and the small raise and clench of his fist had a captivating effect on the others. Rias, Elsha, Sona, Aquino, Kaneko, and Asia all felt drawn in. Asia looked on with even greater admiration for her older brother. Shinra Tsubaki already had his own blonde romantic interest, and the other members of the Citri nobility were not especially focused on him, but there was something about Issei that inspired people to follow him. He had the power to convey strength with his words. Sona then reminded everyone, still smiling, that classes at the academy would resume soon and advised them all to go home, change, and return. She insisted that tiredness was no excuse for missing another day, after 2 weeks of training, and made it clear there would be no refusals. She acknowledged she had no real authority over Issei but warned that she would contact his parents if his absences continued. Issei, looking nervous and flustered, protested that he was planning to attend anyway. Rias and the others were surprised to see him so unsettled by such a seemingly minor threat to his routine. They found it hard to reconcile this reaction with the image of the Sekiryuutei who had faced fallen angels and demolished a mountain in battle, or who had fought a supreme-class demon like Razor with 36,000 tons of strength. Issei remained a mystery, with little known about him but many secrets kept close. They resolved that in time they would earn his trust and learn more. After the brief shock, everyone returned to their homes. Somewhere in the underworld, the organization's leaders regrouped on a magenta-colored rocky plain. They took stock of the outcome with a mix of disappointment and cold calculation. Original reported that although Lama had been the weakest among those present, the contact had not been entirely fruitless. Lama had provided a valuable supply of Phoenix tears, and with his lands and subordinates now under their control, he would be a major asset once Project Rebirth was complete. Original explained that Lama had not revealed his full strength during the fight and had even restrained himself because his opponent was resistant to fire. The opponent's brute strength 36,000 tons without augmentation had been so overwhelming and so fast that Razor had been unable to use his power effectively and had been defeated. The leaders of the organization listened, surprised that Razor had fallen despite being considered one of the weaker members. The consequences of Razor's defeat were twofold. The cancellation of Rias's marriage meant the Gremory clan was no longer an asset for them, and the noble servants under Razor had been freed. They were currently at Phoenix Castle, while Ravel, who had also been affected during the fight, remained at Gremory Castle. Original spoke with a voice that mixed calm and simmering anger. The loss had made them determined to remove threat number 36,000 from the board. The leader took a measured stance, acknowledging that they faced someone possibly stronger than themselves and that it would be foolish to attack directly. He ordered Original, on behalf of the Cows Brigade, to launch a decisive assault on Phoenix Castle with Alev providing support. Their objective would be a specific vault within the castle. The leader specified that no members of Razor's nobility should be left alive. They sought additional resources to strengthen their cause. He then asked Alev for a status report on Project Rebirth. Alev reported that, thanks to the spoils acquired from Razor, the project would be completed within a month and grant the organization unprecedented military potential, with a projected 95% chance of success. The leader next inquired about Karasu's progress. Karasu reported remarkable gains. In only 2 weeks he had doubled in strength since he began. The respect and formality in the gathering underscored the organization's DSPLN. Karasu then revealed his own plan, saying he had been preparing to steal the sacred swords to spark a new war. He made it clear that even if the leader opposed him, he would not abandon his resolution. That declaration caused a ripple of tension among the ranks, but the leader remained unperturbed and reminded Karasu that he only needed to continue training and follow the organization's rules. The ground beneath leader cracked and his aura made everyone nearby tremble. Leader's voice, colder than anything measured by temperature, sent a chill through those present as he warned that anyone who acted foolishly without contributing to the organization would be dealt with. He instructed them to avoid starting wars, to let others weaken themselves, and to use the swords to increase their own power so their goals could be met. He ordered them to recruit more members until their number returned to 6, then he vanished through a strange magical circle that left no trace when it faded. Kokabeel understood, deep down, that no matter how strong he became he could never quite catch up to Leader. Every time he saw him, Leader seemed even more powerful than before. Kokabeel wondered who Leader truly was. At Issei's house, Elsha and Belzerd had nowhere else to stay and would not attend Kuo Academy until the next day, so they would be living with Issei for the time being. Both, despite their experience, appeared around Issei's age and were welcome to stay. Belzerd looked forward to training with Issei and speaking frankly about matters the two could relate to, while Elsha brimmed with excitement at the idea of sharing the same roof. Issei felt a vague unease around Asia for reasons he could not explain. He appreciated what he had in life and knew how to value it, dragon nature aside. One morning Elsha burst into Issei's room with energetic flair, which left him flustered. Issei reminded her that the house had private bathrooms and tried to steady his composure. Draig, the third dragon god and current Sekiryuutei, teased relentlessly from within, making light of Issei's embarrassment and adding to his discomfort. Issei told Draig to be quiet and asked for help controlling the situation. After a quick, respectful morning routine the group left the house together, Asia smiling, Belzerd friendly, Elsha radiant, and Issei more subdued than usual. At Kuo Academy the hardest thing for Issei was staying awake. Draig continued to pester and prod him throughout the day to keep him alert, replaying the morning's embarrassing moments for maximum effect while occasionally slipping in humorous scenes to lift his spirits. Later, Issei went to the student council to play chess with Sona, who was unusually focused and determined to win her long-awaited rematch. Her servants still refused to believe anyone could defeat their mistress. After the forced attendance at the academy and a day of classes, Issei finally caught up on sleep. The next morning he woke to find Elsha sleeping beside him, holding him in a casual embrace and wearing a satisfied smile that made Issei wonder at how carefree she could be. In the lands of Grigory, a fallen angel with black hair streaked with gold sneezed quietly, reclining in a robe with his head dangling off the bed as he flipped through an adult magazine and mused that he might finally have a rival. Issei felt a mix of emotions and moved on. Issei had woken a little earlier than the others that morning. He left his bed carefully to avoid waking Elsha and moved as quietly as he could. He prepared a Western-style breakfast of eggs with bacon, toast with cow butter, and orange juice, though he chose to have coffee. Knowing Belzerd's tastes from previous conversations, he expected Belzerd to like the meal as well. They all headed to the academy together. Issei carried Elsha's bag, and Belzerd offered to carry Asia's, which she accepted. They chatted pleasantly until they met Rias with Akino ahead of her, and as a result Issei ended up carrying 3 bags. The mood shifted when Rias questioned why Elsha and Belzerd were accompanying him and learned they lived under the same roof. A heated 3-way exchange followed. One party accused the others of jealousy, Another denied it in a tsundere manner and made plans to move in with them, and the third teased the second, causing Issei to blush slightly. After classes they went to the occult research club. Issei gave Kaneko chocolates and a sweet bean jelly, and they trained behind the old building in a modern style. They handled demon elimination work when needed. This routine alternating time between the club and the council, training with Elsha and Belzerd had become their pleasant daily life. Over time everyone grew stronger. 2 weeks had passed since the fight with Razor and his death. Somewhere in the underworld, the leader reminded the gathered members that it had been exactly 2 weeks since they had lost Razor. He addressed Original, Alev, and the others, saying they could now carry out the order he had given. He explained that he had a new recruit. A magic circle appeared a few inches from him and revealed what looked like a pile of bones wrapped in blue flames. A skull showed 2 faint blue lights, and a tattered robe hung from the figure. A scythe with a splintered lay beside it. Kokabeel, Original, Loco, and Alev recognized the figure immediately as the god of death, Hades. Kareza had never seen him before but recognized him upon closer inspection. The leader explained that he had convinced Hades to join them and had offered the same treatment he usually applied to those who refused. He claimed to have bested the god and made him submit. His tone shifted from casual to mockery when referring to Hades. Everyone noted the leader appeared completely uninjured and showed no signs of fatigue. Since Hades was known to be stronger than the original demon lords, the others wondered how he could be in that state. The leader assured them he had not affected the underworld on a large scale and that none of the existing factions would be alerted. The assembled members reacted with stunned silence. They had known. The leader was powerful, but now they had no frame of reference for the true scope of his strength. The leader then addressed Hades, saying he expected cooperation and announcing that Hades's new codename would be Death. He mocked Hades for thinking he could refuse while his subordinates were nearby and dismissed Hades's servants as mediocre, claiming he only needed to raise his aura to render them unconscious. The others watched in a mixture of respect and fear. Kareza voiced a concern about the danger of keeping someone as powerful as Hades nearby, suggesting that if Hades later escaped he would only become stronger and pose a greater risk. He proposed deciding Hades's temporary confinement by chance. The leader accepted the method used in the organization, where opposing ideas were settled by dice or coin. Loco merely nodded in agreement. The leader produced a die, announced that his numbers would be the odd results and the others the even, and rolled it. The die came up even, so the leader ordered Hades to be imprisoned immediately. Then the leader instructed everyone to disperse, and the gathered members vanished through magic circles that dissipated without a trace. At Phoenix Castle, it was roughly dawn in the human world. Preparations had taken longer than expected, not because they were unable to attack immediately, but because they were targeting something larger and were following multiple orders. Most members of the castle were asleep, only the servants were beginning to stir. It was a pleasant morning, though the underworld sky looked the same day and night. No one at the castle expected what was about to happen. A woman in a red hood announced that she would infiltrate the castle and asked Original to carry out the strike. Her voice was light and gentle, and the hooded robe obscured her face. Original agreed and said they would give the leader a good result. A strong pressure suddenly rolled through the area and cracked the ground. Someone noted that a 20% output would be sufficient. They used the leader's magic to mask any energy traces and remain undetected. 5 magic circles formed simultaneously around them, overlapping into a single, larger formation that hovered horizontally above the castle. The combined circle was not flawless. Several square gaps punctured its circumference. The formation was aimed to strike everything across the castle grounds except the storage facilities. The attack was prepared with focused, concentrated energy and launched with swift, precise execution, unfolding like an intense scene from an animated battle. There was no magic in those zones, nor in some parts of the castle such as the quarters of Razor's parents and his sister, which were conveniently located above the storerooms. Some were lucky, others were not. He made a slow gesture, stretching his arm forward with fingers extended and then bringing it down sharply. A laser-like sound cut through the air. From outside, a magical circle had formed and released a powerful curtain of light the size of the circle itself, swallowing Phoenix Castle, a fortress of titanic proportions. In an instant, the castle's servants, butlers and maids included, many with families and hopes as well as members of the Phoenix nobility and those Issei had helped free to live without abuse or manipulation, were struck down. The castle lay largely in ruins but still stood, only the rooms beneath the portraits remained intact. Original ordered Alev to take action, his voice betraying excitement as if he had just completed something amusing, indifferent to the many lives he had ended. Lord Phoenix, Lady Phoenix, Ravel, the surviving butlers and maids, the trusted retainers who lived in the same towers as their lords, the guardians of the storerooms and the protectors of the castle grounds all felt a cold terror and helplessness. Even so, they rallied to defend what remained of their home and their loved ones, knowing that to freeze was to die. Alev descended to ground level in silence, then ran with blinding speed toward the first storeroom. The nearest guards rushed after him, determined to buy time so their masters could flee and the reserves needed for rebuilding could be protected. Some of the guards wore expressions of pain and hatred because they had lost family members in the blast. Lord and Lady Phoenix flew through the corridors toward their daughter's room. Ravel was paralyzed with fear. The power that had washed over the castle felt similar to what her brother had shown, only magnified many times. She crouched on her bed with her knees drawn to her chest and held her head, tears streaming down her face. Having been sheltered all her life and raised within the noble household, she had never faced a true life or death crisis and was completely unprepared at 15. Lord Phoenix shook his daughter in an attempt to pull her out of shock, though he knew he was asking too much. He was trembling as well. His wife was equally shaken, driven only by a fierce desire to keep their child safe. He urged Ravel to flee with her mother and said he would stay to buy time. In the hurry, he lifted his daughter and handed her to his wife. He gave them both a tender kiss and a loving smile, pleading for them to live, then dashed off to help the remaining guards while the surviving servants escorted Lady Phoenix and Ravel toward the approaching border patrols. Original watched from the heights, pleased with how the situation was unfolding. The first line of defense met Alev with heavy shields and took a defensive stance. 5 guards managed to buy about 10 seconds. Border patrols and more specialized sentries were already closing in. From afar, Original saw Lady Phoenix and Ravel fleeing with around 50 servants and dismissed them as irrelevant. He laughed and maneuvered to engage. Lord Phoenix confronted the attackers and demanded to know who they were and who had sent them. The lead assailant taunted him and then, with a swift and brutal motion, struck Lord Phoenix with a devastating blow that sent him reeling. Lord Phoenix wrapped himself in intense golden-orange flames and declared that he would protect his family even at the cost of his own life. The attacker mocked him for using the forbidden clan flames, noting that they were harmful to the user and shortened life, and called him delightfully mad. Despite the wound, Lord Phoenix unleashed a torrent of scorching fire powerful enough to harm even a dragon. Original evaded with practiced ease. Some guards managed to signal the Mao headquarters in an emergency. Fed up with merely dodging, Original decided to increase his output to 20%. A magic circle formed above and beneath Lord Phoenix, and for a moment time itself seemed to slow. Lord Phoenix saw his wife and daughter at a distance and offered them one last protective smile. Then his vision brightened to white. Lord Phoenix bade farewell to his beloveds as he passed. Original laughed and called Alev to continue. Original asked how Alev was doing, turning his gaze toward his companion amid the many fallen scattered across the grounds. Alev replied that she was almost finished and that only the Phoenix Tears factory remained, the most heavily guarded of their targets. She added that she had already relieved enough stress fighting at close quarters, though the opponents had been weak, and that she would finish quickly since time was short. She then summoned a series of tendrils from her body that thickened as they extended and swept through everyone in their path. Alev rose and joined her hand with Original's to prepare their teleportation magic. Both of them cast the Great Teleport together. 4 warehouses and 1 factory were marked by magic circles beneath them. The circle rose, swallowed the facilities, and then burst upward in a flash of light that erased any magical traces and destroyed anything that could be tracked inside the buildings. As the bursts of light left the area in ruins, four other magic circles flared into being. The four great demon lords arrived and were struck speechless at the sight of what had once been the most imposing castle of the underworld reduced to devastation. A fallen guard's warning had identified two attackers, and the demon lords absorbed the report with growing alarm at the scale of the destruction. Sekiryuutei spoke with restrained fury, pressing his fists so tightly it seemed he tried to hold himself together, and demanded to know who they were and who had sent them if they valued their lives. The other three demon lords took battle stances and adopted grave expressions. One of the attackers taunted them and admitted that it would be foolish to face four demon lords with only two people. A magic circle formed beneath the attackers at lightning speed. The four demon lords launched simultaneous assaults. Sekiryuutei wore his mantle of destruction and projected enormous pressure. Ajuka unleashed power to rival Sekiryuutei. Serafal began casting ice magic, and Falbium, fully awake and dangerous, attacked with a focused strike. However, they immediately noticed something was wrong. Their attacks seemed to pass through the attackers as if those figures were holograms. The attackers identified themselves as the Chaos Brigade, and the demon lords found their efforts ineffective as the attackers' strikes phased through them. The demon lords were driven back by a shockwave, and the leader's magic circle detonated, making the attackers untraceable and inflicting explosive force. The demon lords hastily raised their strongest defenses, but even king-level barriers were nearly breached by the blast. Serafal observed that the Chaos Brigade was more powerful than they had initially believed, recognizing their robes as those associated with the faction that had previously interrupted Razor's confrontation. They speculated on how only two individuals could display such overwhelming strength. Serafal concluded that the attackers were monstrous in power, and Ajuka and Beelzebub added that they had been unable to land a single blow. They noted that the magic they encountered was unlike any known demonic, holy, elven, or other racial artifice. Falbium remarked that neither attacker's energy could be detected despite their immense power, and warned that handling this threat would be a major headache that would cost him sleep, though he trusted that swift resolution would ultimately let him rest sooner. He called on Sekiryuutei, Serafal, and Ajuka to act. Sekiryuutei asked if there had been any other survivors. Serafal reported, with unusual solemnity, that aside from Lady Phoenix, Ravel, and the servants who had escorted them, there were no survivors. Lord Phoenix, all guards, the Watchers and Razor's old nobility had been annihilated. The tone of Serafal's words carried deep sadness. At the same time the assault on Phoenix Castle began and Original and Alev had only just appeared, Karasu and Loco were moving to complete the operation Karasu, who was Kokabeel, had planned. Kokabeel was accompanied by subordinates he had left behind when he joined the organization, Balba Galilei and Fried Selzen. They stole 3 of the 6 sacred swords in the church's possession, 2 taken from the Catholic sites and 1 from a Protestant site, known as Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Transparency, and Excalibur, rapidly overwhelming the church's defenders and leaving a single survivor at each scene, while the buildings were left in ruins under the name of the Chaos Brigade. The High Command of Heaven noticed these attacks immediately. By the time celestial forces reached the first site, the perpetrators had already departed, and commanders debated the attackers' strength and the possibility that the Chaos Brigade might declare war on heaven. When a second report arrived, forces went on high alert. At the final target, angels caught a glimpse of the attackers. Just moments before they teleported away, Karasu addressed the leaders of heaven and made it clear that seeing them was not a pleasure. Balba and Fried wore brown hoods that concealed their forms. Karasu spoke with his voice distorted by the armor's magic, resting his sheathed sword on his shoulder as he delivered his greeting. The leaders realized that the thieves did not simply steal the swords, they made a loud disturbance at each of their visits, and always left someone to call for help. This distracted the factions toward the Chaos Brigade and allowed the organization's plans to advance unimpeded, because word of their actions had begun to spread. Déjà vu set in. What happened next repeated the events at Phoenix Castle, and when their work was done they teleported away. Somewhere in the underworld, 3 magic circles appeared on a magenta wasteland. The other members of the organization were present. The three leaders spoke at once, smiles hidden beneath their hoods and satisfaction restrained in their voices as they reported the mission complete. Original explained that they had exceeded expectations. He had broken through the castle's barrier with a surge of magic, razed the structure while keeping the warehouses intact, and defeated the Phoenix Patriarch. Only Lady Phoenix, her daughter, and roughly 50 servants had managed to escape. Alev added that he had fought the remaining guards protecting the warehouses and, with Original's assistance, had transported not only the 4 Phoenix tier warehouses but also the factory where those tiers were made. Alev noted that controlling the factory would allow them to learn the formula and produce the tiers en masse, enabling large-scale planning. The leader praised them for surpassing orders and asked if they had any trouble escaping and whether they had followed instructions in their report. Original replied that the operation had gone smoothly, that their teleportation system was the best he had encountered, and that they had met the inexperienced new Maos, who were not a match for the organization's magic circles. Original confirmed they had claimed to be members of the Chaos Brigade. Alev gave his agreement. Loco and Karasu then gave their accounts of their encounter. Karasu admitted that he had joined the organization initially out of necessity but promised loyalty going forward and asked to learn the teleportation system. Karasu explained that he had only recently joined and wanted to be of use. The leader thanked Karasu for his loyalty and said he could use the teleportation magic freely, but he clarified that even when others used it, it consumed the leader's own power. The leader described the portals as untraceable and capable of transporting entire buildings or producing explosive force sufficient to challenge high-level barriers, which required a tremendous expenditure of energy. He added that the technique was not something that could be easily taught. It was an innate aspect of his magic. Karasu frowned at that explanation. The leader continued that the circles eliminated anything that could be traced and made the user intangible while active, that explosive effects scaled with the magical power directed into them, and that he could grant or revoke access to the magic at will. The others listened, already aware of the basics, but they recognized that this explanation was only the surface of the leader's technique. The leader concluded by saying the next meeting would only occur in an emergency or after Project Rebirth was complete. He dismissed them, and everyone obeyed, following the established protocol. In the human world, the Protestant and Catholic churches convened immediately after the Chaos Brigade raid. They decided that at first light 2 of their best holy sword users would be sent to Japan carrying 2 of the remaining sacred swords, Excalibur Mimic and Excalibur Destruction. Church leaders were concerned about increased movement of fallen angels and demons in the area and other strong, unregistered energy sources, which made Kuo an attractive place to investigate compared to the rest of the world, which had been relatively quiet. They were not fully aware of the enemy's true power and had had no recent communication with the higher authorities of heaven, but even if the mission seemed almost suicidal, sending a pair of relatively inexperienced agents to retrieve 3 sacred swords from the Chaos Brigade, if there was even a 1% chance of success, they would do it. It was easy to make such decisions when it was not their own lives at risk. In a convent, 2 young women prepared together for departure. Irina expressed excitement about going to Japan and about fulfilling God's will by recovering the sacred swords stolen by the Chaos Brigade, closing her eyes and putting her hands together in a prayerful gesture. Zenobia, more serious and calm, agreed that fallen angels and demons in the area might be connected to the Chaos Brigade, but she admitted she felt the church was treating them as cannon fodder to weaken the enemy. Irina rejected that notion and insisted it was God's plan for them, trusting that a miracle would occur and that they would prevail. She said that even if they did not, giving their lives for God's will would not be wasted. Zenobia listened with surprise and then offered a small smile. They put on fitted black combat suits that were practical for the mission and added white cloaks over them. Zenobia thought that if they knew they were not sacrificing themselves for God's will but for a handful of powerful elders in the church who were unaware of the true danger, they would feel differently. Both women took their respective sacred swords. Irina wore hers as a bracelet and Zenobia carried what appeared to be a large object completely bandaged. They were ready to depart for Japan, set to arrive early the next morning. At Kuo Academy, during the break, the student council members went to the Occult Research Club because Sona wanted to show her latest acquisition. Everyone had enjoyed a pleasant, now routine morning after 2 agreeable weeks. Issei was present as well. Issei had been troubled by distracting visions in his mind. Sona presented her new servant, explaining that his name was Genshiro Saji. He was a teenage boy of about 17 with simple features and short light brown hair with a hint of orange. When introduced, he wore a look of self-importance. They all exchanged introductions, but Issei and Belzerd felt uneasy about how Saji had behaved. The encounter had been awkward. Sona explained that she had brought him only to introduce him to the group. Saji greeted Asia politely and offered to protect her. Belzerd interrupted and asserted that he was more suitable to protect Rias, reintroducing himself and urging that they get along. Saji withdrew his gesture. Saji boasted that when he was reincarnated he had consumed 4 pawns and challenged Belzerd on that basis. Belzerd's friendly smile hardened. A vein appeared on his forehead and his gaze took on an unnerving intensity. He rapidly materialized his upgraded gloves. Though larger, the gloves contained a metallic fluid that burst out and, in a flash, formed a spiked metallic cage around Saji. The structure immobilized him and served as a stark warning. Any reckless movement would only make things worse. Sona shook her head and sighed. It was clear she would need to discipline her servant. Sona cautioned Saji that Rias's pawns should not be underestimated, noting that in strength, speed, combat potential, and strategy they were on a different level. Each of them had also consumed 4 pawns. She apologized for her servant's behavior and said that he had been reincarnated only a few days ago and still lacked DSPLN. Her cold, shaded expression made Saji visibly pale. Saji stammered an apology for speaking out of turn. Belzerd withdrew his weapon and the gloves retracted. The rest of the break passed relatively normally. Elsha and Akino had a private conversation. Kaneko ate a sweet jelly happily while Issei patted her head and chatted amiably with Rias and Sona about strategy. Asia talked with Belzerd about her preferences. Kiba and Tsubaki conversed with members of Sona's nobility, and Saji continued to present himself to the group. The tense air eased into a peaceful moment. Kaneko even began to doze and purred contentedly under Issei's care. 2 minutes before the end of the break, a magic circle bearing the Gremory emblem appeared abruptly in the lounge. Grayfia Lucifuge of the Gremory clan emerged and announced there was no time for explanations. An emergency had occurred, and it was fortunate she had decided to fetch Rias first. Issei could accompany them. Everyone agreed and stepped into a large magic circle bound for the Gremory castle. Grayfia's tone and expression made clear the matter was grave. Even she, usually stoic, looked distraught. When they arrived at the same place they had visited 2 weeks earlier, the 4 great mouths stood together, all with grave expressions. A blonde woman with blue eyes, elegant and with hair down to her lower back, stood beside a girl everyone recognized as Ravel Phoenix. The newcomers realized the woman was Ravel's mother from their similar auras. Surzex went straight to the point in a tone that brooked no argument, explaining that near dawn in the human world a terrorist attack had occurred at Phoenix Castle, carried out by only 2 people who claimed to belong to the Cows Brigade. The assembly reacted with disbelief. As they looked more closely at Ravel, she wore a mortified expression, as if all her hopes had been ripped away. She trembled and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Seeing her in that state, Issei felt a white-hot anger toward whoever had harmed the girl he had vowed to save and protect. He motioned for Lady Phoenix to speak and asked everyone to listen carefully to one of the few eyewitness accounts. Lady Phoenix began her testimony by recounting events from 2 weeks earlier, after the death of her 3rd child, Razor Phoenix. She described how life had seemed normal, even a little cheerful, until the sudden, overwhelming surge of destructive power struck the castle. She could barely remember the details because she had been in shock, and her only thought then had been to rescue her terrified daughter. The castle had been shattered and rendered unusable, though the outer structures still stood. Her husband, the guards, Razor's former retainers, most of the servants, many were lost that day. Her voice broke and tears began to fall as she clung to her daughter, sobbing. Issei felt a crushing sense of failure. He questioned the worth of his powers and titles if he could not keep a simple promise. He remembered his vows to Razor's attendants, whom he had intended to free and protect, and felt as helpless as any ordinary person. The resurrection rituals they had used before were not options here. Those had been possible only because the souls involved had been bound to something else, and his parents had made it clear it was a one-time exception. The idea that the attack had been the work of only 2 people seemed impossible. Lady Phoenix explained that her husband had died defending them, buying precious seconds that allowed them to escape. She was thankful that her daughter had survived and tried to comfort herself with the thought that the sacrifices were not entirely in vain. She admitted she had fled as quickly as she could, too frightened to look back, and had no clear recollection of the attackers' faces or attire. She was grieving openly for the first time in public and showed no shame in letting it out. Seraphal approached and offered Lady Phoenix a glass of water with a gentle smile. She then offered another to Ravel to help calm her. After a couple of minutes, the council resumed. Serzex took over to read the joint statement. Of the mows, much of which had been prepared by Falbium and Ajuka. He reported that they had engaged the perpetrators directly. The attackers had been wearing full-body wine-red hoods that hid their faces. Their voices were distorted, and they claimed to belong to the Cow's Brigade. Issei stiffened with restrained fury at the name and spoke inwardly to Drake, warning the dragon not to make light of the situation. Drake replied that he would support Issei as always, bound to him eternally, and Issei accepted that support. The mows described how the 2 attackers had been extraordinarily powerful. Even when Issei partially unleashed his destructive mantle and the 4 mows surrounded them and struck at high speed, the assailants matched their movements and then withdrew, slipping away despite the mows' best efforts. Their magic was unlike anything the mows had seen, an untraceable red magical circle that seemed to pass through normal defenses and carried explosive force that nearly breached the strongest barriers the mows could summon. The attackers appeared unfazed and moved through their assaults as if they were holograms. The attackers' magic also teleported 4 vaults that stored Phoenix Tears and gold, along with other targeted assets and the Phoenix Tear factory itself, to an unknown destination using the same teleportation magic. The mows reported astonishment at how something so large and numerous could be moved at once. There was a heavy hush after the accounting of losses and the description of the attacker's power. The council considered the implications of a group capable of such coordinated, high-level magic, and each person present felt the weight of what had been lost and the danger that still hung over them. Now it was Issei who was in shock, for the only ones he knew capable of something like that were Great Red and his mother, and himself as well. No, there was no way. This information was already unbelievable. Serzex estimated that each of those beings had the power of a demon king. Both noble houses had orders to flee if they encountered any of them. They called those beings only if a confrontation was inevitable, to hold out as long as possible and summon reinforcements quickly. Issei, who had not participated in the conversation until then and had been lost in his thoughts, reacted with some surprise to the summons. Serzex said that everything he had been listening to was true, though he admitted that some of it was hard to believe. Given the current situation, he explained, they could not leave the new generation unprotected, and he would ask a favor of Issei. Serzex formally requested that Rias, Sona, and all their nobles be allowed to live in Issei's house. He bowed slightly and acknowledged having seen Issei's strength, expressing surprise. He stated that Issei was the strongest physically among those present and was a bearer of the boosted gear. At that moment Saji's eyes widened. He had thought Issei was irrelevant since he was not even a noble. Serzex clarified that Issei was the only one who could defend them in danger and that Lady and Ravel Phoenix would also help. All costs would be covered, and if the house needed expansion in the future, they would take care of it. Issei responded that he agreed wholeheartedly and was determined to protect them with all his strength. He noticed Ravel looking at him with hatred, and he felt terrible. No matter how he looked at it, he had broken a promise and felt some culpability. He had sparked a flame of hope in Ravel's heart and then failed to defend that feeling. Trying to act normal, he added that they could move in immediately and that his house currently had enough capacity to accommodate them all. Rias thanked Issei, calling him a good boy and smiling radiantly and sincerely. Grafia felt admiration once more. Rias's brothers scolded her affectionately, and Rias reacted with a flush of embarrassment and a small tear of indignation. Serzex urged Issei to protect her, describing her as sometimes selfish, stubborn, and complicated, and asking him to look after her. Serafal made the same request for her sister. Issei pledged that he would protect them with his life. At that moment his charisma and pure determination captivated those present, drawing confidence and support from both men and women. He had a presence that made people want to follow and help him. Serzex concluded that they would let everyone go so they could begin the move. He apologized for interrupting classes and acknowledged the meeting had taken longer than expected, but declared it a success. With that, the group dispersed through the large Gremory magic circle in the center of the room. Lady and Ravel Phoenix accompanied them. In the occult research club room, in the clean, elegantly furnished space, a crimson magic circle appeared on the garnet carpet. After a brief discussion about luggage, it was decided to transport it via magic circle as well. They traveled to Issei's house in tense silence. Issei did not behave with his usual indifference in front of Lady and Ravel Phoenix. The two women were in mourning for their losses, and the others followed suit. When they arrived at his house, those who were unfamiliar with it were astonished, though nobles used to grander sights remained composed. They went through registration procedures, receiving ID cards, fingerprint and retinal scans so they could be officially registered and enter as regular residents without needing magic. The heightened security drew attention, but the group continued on. During the journey the newcomers received a lot of stares. Most had become accustomed to such attention and decided to ignore it. Issei explained as they entered that everyone could choose any available room and decorate it as they wished. When his guests crossed the threshold they felt a powerful barrier that would be difficult to breach. Issei said he had forgotten to mention that, with Elsha's help, they had created a barrier that made teleportation impossible and was very powerful. He admitted it had taken a whole day to set up. In truth, the barrier had been acted by the first dragon gods, and teleportation required a level of power far beyond most, but with the authorization they had just received, entry was possible. The others were surprised but not entirely so. The boosted gears enhancement and the combined power involved made such defenses plausible. Lady Phoenix expressed genuine appreciation for Issei's arrangement and admitted she had wished for a similar system in her own castle but had discovered the possibility only after the disaster. She hoped their presence was not a bother and feared they might be a burden. Issei interrupted firmly, insisting that they were not a burden and that they were victims of an attack, not a nuisance. He asked Lady Phoenix not to say such things again. She was taken aback by his conviction. Issei smiled softly. He thanked them and apologized, promising he would not say it again. For some reason he felt like the bad guy in that moment. The others only smiled. Ravel assumed his words had been offered out of courtesy, a polite pity toward the apparently helpless. Issei admitted he had overreacted and had acted hastily. Now that they had permission and everyone had chosen a room, they used magic to bring in their luggage. Everyone was now in the main parlor, furnished extravagantly as if a very greedy rich person lived there. The luxury did not reach the level of the Phoenix Mansion, but it could rival the Gremory estate. Outside, the storefront of the oil business run by Issei's parents could be seen. Ophis and Great Red were already in the house. They had decided to come today but had stayed in their rooms until now. Sooner or later, even if they returned through the dimensional rift a year from now, everyone would come to know them. A new voice filled the room. Issei's parents had arrived. A woman of breathtaking beauty stood with long black hair down to her thighs and gray eyes, and beside her an incredibly handsome man with crimson hair and amber honey eyes. Issei's black hair shared similar tips, and he had clearly inherited his eyes from the man. Everyone realized these must be Issei's parents. The tension rose among the women as they imagined meeting future in-laws. Their elegant, noble bearing, combined with traces of draconic power that they could not fully hide, made them imposing. Despite being Issei's parents, they looked like they were in their 20s, which explained Issei's appearance. Haidu Alexander spoke in a deep, reproachful tone about Issei bringing girls to the house again, and then placed his hand over his forehead in a gesture of exasperation. Ophis looked at him sharply, but Alexander seemed oblivious. The women bristled at his serious tone. Only Elsa and Asia grasped that he was joking. Issei felt a comic chill. Fights did not make him nervous, but women did, and he explained that Asia and Elsa had nowhere else to stay, stressing that manners came first. Everyone introduced themselves as Issei's new friends and thanked the couple for taking care of him. Hayato Sophia introduced herself and then, after a brief hesitation, introduced her husband as Hayato Alexander. Alexander's indignation at having difficulty saying their relationship was obvious, but a smug smile also crossed his face. Alexander then teased about whether anyone present was Issei's girlfriend, prompting a ripple of embarrassed color across the room. He made a joking remark that everyone took as a playful provocation. Ophis reacted instantly. In a swift, graceful motion she tapped her husband's head, the movement precise and controlled. She scolded him in a cold tone and declared that he would miss dinner and would have to watch the rest of them eat as punishment. The room went silent. Everyone realized why Issei had been so wary of his mother, although they liked the father's genial personality. Issei told his parents, with some uncertainty, that all of his new friends would be living with them. Both Alexander and Sophia quickly agreed without objection, much to everyone's surprise. Issei privately wished they had at least thought it over for a moment. Drake's presence in Issei's head laughed and warned that these events would force him to lose control of his carefully arranged life, but Issei told Drake to stop. Ophis took a more serious tone and forbade any indecent behavior in the house. She reminded them that most of the time she and Alexander would be away on work and could not watch every moment, but if she discovered anything inappropriate she would not tolerate it and there would be consequences. Issei promised he would not attempt anything. After finishing the remaining small tasks related to their lessons, Lady Phoenix talked with Issei's parents. Alexander was already getting tired of the tuxedo he wore. The conversation remained calm until Ophis opened a nearby closet and took out a thick, hardcover photo album. Everyone grew curious at the unexpected family album. A brief, neutral pause arrived as they all wondered about its contents. Great Red decided to create a photo album using his current appearance as reference to construct family pictures. Even in the oldest photos, Ophis and Great Red appeared with him, and Issei already had his current hair color. Embarrassing one's children was a parental tradition, and something made by Great Red was not to be trusted. Still, what could go wrong? It would not have been so bad if he had not brought 2 more albums afterward. Minutes later, the more outgoing members crowded around the photos and laughed at the picture of 5-year-old Issei, who at that age already looked handsome but had his face smeared with chocolate from an ice cream. Drake laughed and announced that he had found his favorite album, which sent the room into laughter for a full half. Several childhood snapshots followed. Him crying after a fall, him with cat ears in a playful costume, him walking a dog that seemed to be in charge, and other embarrassing moments captured by someone with a mischievous sense of humor. A few photos that showed him in vulnerable childhood states were removed and replaced with a neutral family portrait to keep things appropriate. The only picture that had not been altered by Great Red was a reconstructed memory of Issei sitting and smiling beside a boy who had once shared food with him and whom Issei had come to call a friend. That image drew Kiba's attention because of the sacred sword strapped to the boy's back. Kiba spoke softly and asked Issei if he knew anything about the sword. Issei replied that he did not remember much from that time and asked if it mattered. Kiba said that it did and that he had just recalled why he fought and what his purpose was. Although Kiba wore his usual smile, Issei noticed a fierce hatred in him aimed at the sword, at the vengeance behind it. Issei understood instinctively that Kiba fought more by impulse than by careful calculation, much like Issei had been when rescuing Asia. He also remembered that he himself had once taken harsh revenge against those responsible for Asia's death by confronting and defeating Middlet and Kalawarner. Topics like these were private, and Issei decided not to interfere. After Kiba went to his room, the group spent another half-hour looking through the remaining albums. Each photo held its own embarrassment in some form. It was then time for dinner, and as was customary when Ophis and Great Red were involved, Issei was asked to order pizza so everyone could try the dish. Issei surveyed the crowd and calculated how many boxes would be needed. He estimated that 30 boxes would be enough for the household and then asked the guests to decide if they wanted pizza too. Sona voiced surprise at the idea that 30 boxes might be just for the hosts. Issei, a little confused, explained that they ate a lot and that the hosts had just returned from a long trip. Kaneko quietly declared that she would have 3 slices, which left Saji puzzled about how so much food could fit into such a small body. After everyone selected their toppings, Issei called to place the order. The DLVOI company hung up, thinking it was a prank when he asked for a very large quantity. Issei then told everyone that he would go fetch the food with his mother and that they would bring drinks too. From the window, the group watched Issei's parents pull out of the underground garage in a Lamborghini Murcielago. Several guests gaped at the sight, whispering about how extravagant it all seemed. Asia asked if Kiba would join them for dinner, expressing concern. Shinra Tsubaki reported that Kiba had said he was not hungry and had gone to his room. Issei observed that Kiba needed his space and advised the others not to bother him. He did not know the details of Kiba's past and had no right to intervene. 45 minutes later, stomachs began to grumble and the group grew increasingly eager. Rias commented that the large order might take even longer to arrive. 5 minutes after that, the gates opened and the vehicle returned. 10 minutes later, everyone was eating their portions. Watching Kaneko pick at her food was a small delight, and many ate more than usual because the pizzas were so good. Issei and his father shared a hearty meal together. Issei finished a remarkable amount without losing his composure, a family trait. Unfortunately, in 2 days there would be a meeting of OPEC, and the influence of its members in the human world meant they would be present, an inconvenient complication born of lies. Because Ophis and Great Red had to attend and leave the residence the next day, the meeting was scheduled to take place in Saudi Arabia. To avoid confusion and strange rumors among the students about why every member of the student council and the occult research club had been at Issei's house, they decided to arrange transportation near the academy. For that reason, the student council members had to arrive earlier than everyone else and had staggered departure times, though they still tried to have breakfast together. Issei had prepared omuris for breakfast, and he felt proud after recently studying a few cookbooks. Whether or not the girls were romantically interested in him, they all agreed he had done well. Some were more dreamy than others. Issei walked toward the academy accompanied by Elsha, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, a serious-looking Kiba, Asia, and Belzard. They noticed a pair of figures who appeared to be members of the church approaching them, asking specifically for an audience with Rias, and Rias accepted. Concerned thoughts crowded everyone's minds. Kiba's attitude, the Cow's Brigade, the exorcists, and their own troubles had all unfolded in a very compressed period of time. None of them realized yet how these problems would gather and complicate matters further. First, they went to speak with Sona. In the student council room, Sona sat with her noble entourage behind her. Her queen stood at Sona's right, acting as a poised mirror of her mistress. Sona's cold gaze was sharper than usual, and she made it clear that she had little patience for the church, which she saw as a source of trouble for demons. She demanded to know what the church wanted from demons and stated that she doubted they had come to cleanse her territory. Zenobia began to explain that 3 of the church's sacred swords had been stolen by an organization calling itself the Cow's Brigade, and she warned that fallen angels and cooperating demons could be involved, which would benefit both sides and make heaven a primary threat to demons. Sona's expression tightened at being associated with such killers. She insisted they were not accusing the council directly but only asking that the council not interfere. Irina voiced skepticism about whether the council would truly keep its word. Sona warned sternly that any further accusations of alliance with fallen angels or the Cow's Brigade would be dealt with harshly before dismissing the Vatican exorcists. Later that afternoon, the same tense exchange continued in the occult research club room. The student council had stepped away so that Rias's noble guests could use the academy. Earlier, they had confirmed that there were no more renegade demons in Kuo that day. One rogue demon had already been reserved for Rias by the Duke of House Gremory. In the club room, Zenobia and Irina sat on a sofa opposite Rias and her noble. Akino, as usual, served tea to the visitors. Issei leaned against a wall, and Kiba glared with restrained hostility at a rolled object Zenobia carried. Issei suddenly recognized Irina, Her changed appearance and hair had previously kept him from realizing she was someone he already knew, and he felt faintly embarrassed for having assumed his childhood friend was a boy. Both Zenovia's and Irina's items emitted two very strong holy auras that Issei could sense. Zenovia took the lead in explaining the circumstances. She reported that the church had been attacked at 3 locations overnight and that 3 of the 6 sacred swords in the church's possession had been taken. Several churches had been struck and clergy members had been killed in those attacks. The timing matched exactly with the assault on Castle Phoenix. Zenovia emphasized that stealing from the church required extreme boldness and great power. The attackers had been identified as people wearing wine-red full-body hoods, and seraphim had appeared to confront them but had been unable to stop them. Heaven was now on high alert. The club members and Issei reacted with shock and concern, wondering who could oppose such a group and where their power came from. Issei felt anger and vowed to make them pay for the lives lost. Zenovia clarified that their purpose in coming was to warn the demons not to interfere with the mission to recover the swords. Rias insisted that Kuo and Sona's jurisdiction were being challenged and asked why Zenovia expected to find the swords there, since there was no evidence the Chaos Brigade had acted in Japan. Irina suggested the possibility of fallen angels being involved, and when Zenovia nodded in agreement, the group grew even more uneasy. Aquino, confused, offered Issei another cup of tea. Issei complimented its flavor, and Aquino responded with a light laugh. Zenovia affirmed that the thefts had indeed occurred and that the situation was dire. Fallen angels. Japan had been the center of the most activity by fallen angels and demons in recent months, and the last weeks had been the busiest. They suspected the Chaos Brigade might be allied with one of those forces. After reflecting, Issei spoke seriously and asked them to wait a minute. He acknowledged that their plan made sense and was the most attractive scenario to begin investigating, but he warned that if they truly faced members of the Chaos Brigade and confronted seraphim or demon lords, the exorcists would die without a doubt. Issei estimated their odds of survival were not even 1%. Everyone else immediately thought the same. If seraphim and demon lords were involved and there were only 2 opponents in each case, what chance did ordinary exorcists have against them? Irina answered nervously that they had been sent because they were bearers of sacred swords and that they could always count on God's help. Issei, who knew the truth about their weapons thanks to his parents, could not help feeling a little pity for these devout girls. Issei apologized to Irina but explained that his calculation had taken the sacred swords into account. Regardless, it did not seem the exorcists would give up, so he would not try to stop them. Irina appreciated his understanding and reminded everyone that this was an issue for the church to handle. She requested that the demons not interfere. Issei thought that, for people who had come to ask a favor, the exorcists were surprisingly arrogant. He shared this thought with the dragons within him. Drake agreed completely and remarked that this tense situation was better than the anime he had been watching and that he was eager to see what would happen. Another internal voice teased Drake for being awake and envied his free time. Drake answered that he could not leave his place for all eternity, and the other voice apologized. Then there was silence. Rias swore by the honor of the House of Gremory that they would not interfere with the mission and that the exorcists could leave in peace. She did not want problems with the church. Irina expressed gratitude for at least that support. Her gaze landed once more on Asia, whom she had been watching from the corner of her eye for some time. Issei then asked Asia, who started and confirmed the question with a shrug, whether she was the witch Asia Argento. Issei, who had also learned the truth, asked if a demon like her still believed in God. Asia answered that although she had become a demon, she still held on to her beliefs. They were her pillar and the reason she fought for those she loved, and she still tried to pray out of habit. Her answer moved all the demons with its gentleness and sincerity. Issei said that if Asia felt any respect at all for her beliefs, she would come with them to be purified, and that even God could forgive a demon in that way. He was about to step forward to put the exorcist who had offered to end his sister in her place when someone else lost patience faster. Belzerd moved with a blinding speed that made Rias think he might be a bishop instead of a rook, and he positioned himself in front of Asia. Belzerd spoke in the voice that had once frightened Issei, warning that if anyone tried to touch even one strand of Asia's hair, they would have to go through him. Zenobia challenged Belzerd, accepting it. Kiba, who had been silent until that moment, joined in and said he wanted to take part as well to see how he would fare against a user of Excalibur sent by the Vatican. Kaneko voiced concern and asked Belzerd and Kiba to be careful. She reminded them that no matter how skilled they were still demons and that a mere contact with one of those swords could be fatal. Rias told Kaneko not to worry, that she had faith in her servants, and that she authorized the duel. Kuo Academy, behind the old building. Issei thought this was for the best. If he had been in the same position, he would not have been able to contain himself. Belzerd was set to face Zenobia, and Kiba stood opposite Irina. The church battle outfits were undeniably comfortable for free movement, but they had been designed by someone with questionable tastes. Kiba, not bothered by the comments made about Asia, nevertheless looked at Irina as if she had taken something important from him. Belzerd told Kiba that she had been very angry about what he had said about Asia and made it clear that their mission was a suicidal one. She intended to defeat him with a single blow. It was hard to reconcile that resolve with Belzerd's usually kind and friendly nature. The girls were quick to act in situations like this, focused on their objective. They realized their feelings for Asia and admitted that Belzerd had his own appeal. Irina explained that she had trained with the church since childhood and had defeated many fallen angels and demons. She insisted that someone like Belzerd could not possibly beat her, much less with a single strike. Belzerd replied that they would see, then laughed. Irina grew confused at his sudden laughter. Belzerd said it was nothing, only that after so many years searching for the sacred swords, he now had two near him and could not be happier. Aquino acted as the match referee. The duel between Belzerd and Zenobia began. Even though Belzerd possessed flesh of the Great Red, he could still be slain. His body had slightly greater resilience than it once did, similar to the extra toughness Issei had gained as a child, but he had not received the energy of the dragon gods. That difference and the fact that Belzerd no longer had the boosted gear made the matchup uneven. Zenobia did not underestimate him. She created some distance by leaping back. Belzerd drew metallic liquid from his gloves and formed a sword identical to Zenovia's Excalibur destruction. Zenobia observed that the strange weapon could form other shapes, but she believed there was nothing her sword could not destroy. She charged, leaping high and aiming a diagonal, powerful strike. Belzerd moved to evade the slash while positioning himself to engage blades, intending to demonstrate one of Mercury's properties. Zenobia thought her Excalibur would shatter his weapon and leave him exposed. Belzerd's blade nonetheless continued on a direct path toward her. A moment before the blades should have met, Belzerd smiled. The swords did not collide as expected. Zenovia's sacred blade passed through Belzerd's silver weapon as if it flowed like liquid. A portion of his blade momentarily dispersed into metallic droplets that sprayed outward. Then those droplets rejoined like a reversed explosion and reformed the edge. The reassembled blade struck Zenobia and forced her to retreat. Belzerd smiled confidently and claimed victory. Zenobia insisted he not be so sure, because stopping one attack did not end the contest. Suddenly she dropped to one knee, bewildered by what was happening. Issei detected a faint odor and identified it as cyanide, noting that a tiny amount could incapacitate or kill and that a racing heart would spread it faster through the body. Zenovia's face showed anger and frustration as she realized the danger. Belzerd reflected bitterly that he had once been crushed by an opponent from the Cow's Brigade, Razor Phoenix, whose strength far exceeded his own. In his estimation, the chances of dying against such foes were absolute. The fight between Kiba and Irina was brief and humiliating. Kiba, trained by Belzerd, attacked in desperation to win, while Irina focused on evasion and counterattacks until Kiba grew exhausted and sustained an injury to his arm that left him weakened and defeated. Belzerd watched with disappointment. Belzerd offered Zenobia an antidote, warning that she would die soon without it, and administered an injection into her arm. Zenobia asked why they would help when, if they all died there, the demons would remain a threat and they were on opposing sides. Issei answered that, despite their differences, they shared a common enemy and that he too held a grudge against the Cow's Brigade. He offered his help. The club members reacted with surprise. Rias urged Issei to think carefully before making such offers, concerned by the fragile situation between demons and heaven. Issei responded that he was not bound by those factions. As a dragon, he was not allied to any side and could act as he wished without directly affecting them. He stated that he was the only one currently able to help and that by doing so they would accomplish two goals at once. Inside his mind, Drake expressed growing pride and confirmed he would inform Issei's parents, who had promised to investigate the culprits behind the attack on Phoenix Castle. Drake trusted they would do everything possible. Issei wondered aloud how someone like Belzerd could be expected to help if what they knew was true and they could even escape Seraphim. A member of the club said they could not imagine how Belzerd would be able to help under those circumstances. Issei contradicted himself to the dragon within. Issei introduced himself as Haid Issei, a pure-born dragon and the current Red Dragon Emperor, capable of 25 boosts and claiming 36,000 tons of strength. Drake laughed and mocked Issei, listing extravagant powers and teasing about disintegration, abilities, limitless portals, and creation power, while boasting that together they would crush Albion and his wielder forever. Issei responded that, even if he mastered 80% of his inherited power, he would still fall far short of his father's creative capacity and suspected he would not inherit all attributes from either progenitor. Drake accepted that possibility with a grin but insisted they would still overwhelm Albion. Once they moved past that exchange and the shock of such enormous power had faded, the exorcists, left with no better options and trying to survive their circumstances, accepted Issei's help. Believing they were being assisted by a dragon and not a demon, they agreed to stay temporarily in Issei's house. Issei suspected they had been left without proper support and intended to confront the church elders later. In an unknown warehouse, the Gremory Duke's mission was set for the night, as was customary for renegade demons. Issei had gone to handle something at the dimensional gap, so his allies did not know his exact location. The church members had gone out to patrol the streets. Kiba, still shaken from his recent defeat, was noticeably distracted. The demons who had kept training had grown stronger and learned from past mistakes. Rias had improved her resistance, control, and the volume of her destructive power, though she was still young. Aquino had enhanced her lightning magic with Elsha's help, while Elsha focused on physical training, already mastering most magics aside from a few specialized ones. Kaneko had massively increased her strength, reflexes, and endurance. Belzerd polished weapon techniques and sought to toughen his new body, pushing it to its limits. Asia continued to practice defensive barrier magic and improved her healing speed. All of them worked diligently. Elsha and Belzerd barely needed to intervene, but the session ended with Rias slapping Kiba when an enemy acid nearly harmed Kaneko due to Kiba's lapse in caution. Kiba withdrew and did not return to Issei's home that night. The exorcists did not find anything suspicious and returned near midnight. At the dimensional gap, the vast, dangerous expanse that only those with sufficient power could traverse safely, Issei and Drake pondered their recent findings. The gap contained breathable air, a curious fact that mattered little to immortals such as Great Red and Ophis. Great Red and Ophis had finished a meeting with an interstellar council hours earlier and had been searching for members of the group known as the Chaos Brigade. Drake expressed frustration that no search method could locate them. He and Issei had expected Great Red to be able to identify such targets instantly, given their levels. They had searched by appearance, power signatures, and portal traces, but every trace of a group called Chaos Brigade pointed to petty amateurs obsessed with destruction, whose strongest members were far below the level of a demon lord. The contradiction baffled them. Issei realized that this so-called Chaos Brigade was not the real threat they feared. The actual organization they had encountered was something else entirely. Both Issei and Drake felt humbled for the first time by the limits of what their all-powerful predecessors could do. In a street of Kuo City, Kiba lay badly injured but still mobile enough to flee with great effort. He had encountered the renegade exorcist freed Selzen. It was their first direct confrontation, but the loss was not simply due to that meeting. Kokabeel, who had been training alongside an unpredictable ally, had ensured that Freed would also become stronger. There was concern that Freed carrying sacred swords like Excalibur would draw detection, But Karasu remembered the leader's stern warning and avoided overtly revealing such weapons. Balba Galilei was studying the structure of holy swords, while Fried relied on ordinary sacred blades and exorcist ammunition. A tense silence followed the skirmish as everyone assessed their positions and prepared for what might come next. Even if they were not Excalibur, Kiba's renewed hatred burned stronger than ever, but Fried, a born tactician who loved combat, had grown rapidly. In his blinded rage, Kiba was no match for Fried's newfound strength. Underworld, somewhere in Grigory. Kokabeel had set his attack for the day after tomorrow at dusk. He planned to act under the alias Karasu and present himself as part of the Cow's Brigade. What mattered to him now was not supremacy among the fallen angels but a world defined by conflict, and the leader had offered a chance to make that vision real. With the leader's magic and backing, Kokabeel felt invincible. He had become 3 times stronger since entering the organization, and despite initial reservations, he owed them much. Failure was not an option. After the assault on Phoenix Castle, the leader had placed a protective enchantment on them so they could not be tracked. It had been meant as a simple security measure, but Kokabeel noticed a strange side effect. When the enchantment was active, his presence seemed to fade. Low-ranking fallen angels ignored him entirely, mid-ranking ones assumed they had never been addressed if he did not speak to them, and even high-ranking members attributed it to fatigue or distraction. Kokabeel worried that other cadres might detect the pattern, and if the 3 factions linked the leader's magic to his disappearing presence, his plans would be jeopardized. He refused to risk reckless experiments with a magic that was not his, and so he grew cautious. Each time he considered a bold move, the leader's presence felt like an inhibitor. It was the first time Kokabeel had ever felt such restraint. Kuo Academy. Issei, who still needed a normal human amount of sleep, felt a touch of tiredness after saying goodbye to his parents in the early hours. Sometimes a short rest can be oddly restorative, and after a cup of coffee the fatigue usually turned into energy. He expected to be at full power today, but he could not attend classes. The reason was simple: Kaneko needed him. She had called a secret meeting and summoned him along with Asia, Genshiro Saji, Irina, Zenobia, and Kiba. Nobody knew how Kaneko had arranged it, and they did not anticipate Kiba agreeing to take part. Kaneko's worried expression made her look more fragile than usual, increasing the urge to protect her. She explained that they had decided to help the church with its search and asked Issei to assist for Yudo's sake. Her voice had been soft and uncertain at first, then steady with determination about helping a comrade. Kaneko knew Issei had every reason to refuse. This was not strictly his concern, but she bowed slightly, nerves evident as she awaited his answer. Issei placed a hand on the top of Kaneko's head, encouraging her to lift her gaze. He agreed to help, saying that even if Kiba had been acting oddly, they were friends and he would support them. He promised he would not allow anything to happen to Kiba or to any of them. The smile he offered was the kind he reserved for comforting others, and it gave Kaneko reassurance. Kaneko also mentioned that she had invited Elsha and Belzerd because they were Issei's friends, and she apologized for dragging them into the matter. Issei responded that they would decide for themselves whether to help and that Kaneko could thank them afterward. She nodded in quiet relief. Saji found his respect for Issei growing. In many ways, they occupied very different leagues, and Saji recognized the gap now, though he remained intent on improving himself.